Buff Nation, what up? BWB, my bandwagon buffs, what's going on? Welcome to TLP Live. I am your host, Harry Billion. Thank you so much for tuning in. I come to you live on Tuesday, September the 10th. I think the rappers say, don't say the date, Harry. You're not a rapper, Harry. I come to you live to talk to you about grace. Because this channel is very consistent in understanding the forward trajectory of things, because things that I have said on this channel has literally happened to the T. It's kind of eerie how it happens, because we are now in an area of this Colorado football situation where the conversations that I predicted will happen are now starting to happen. Hence the title. I think it was Jay-Z that I had to borrow this from. Grace. Okay. What was the title? I just had a brain fart. Grace deflates, I believe. Grace deflates like a true Phene's weight. Because that's the thing. A lot of the people that say that they are your fans, you gotta understand that everybody's at different levels in the fandom. Some people are exaggerated fans, super fans. Some people are just kind of like along for the ride. I call myself a BWB, a bandwagon buff, because I am here for Coach Prime for the most part, but I have also integrated my college football love for Colorado. And whether Coach Prime is at Colorado or not, I believe I will still be a fan of Colorado. I will be checking in to basically just see how Colorado's doing. But Coach Prime is still here. I'm not here to talk to you about Coach Prime getting fired or Coach Prime leaving Colorado. I'm here to test the temperature of the fan base to see where we're at right now. Where is your grace? I dropped a video last night and I asked that same question, but it was later on in the video and most people don't get to that part of the video. So I figured let's have a conversation, a real live conversation about grace and about where are the fans right now after losing so badly. Even though the score was like 28-10, that's not that bad. And Colorado literally scored on themselves. So it's kind of like what happened last year to us, to them. It happened to us this time. All right. They were fumbling all over the place. This time we were throwing interceptions, giving the ball up. So it's like kind of like it's a reversal of fates from last year to this year. But it's not that bad. It's not like, oh my gosh, the season is imploding. But I want to have this conversation early on because I want to know how people feel about what I talked, right, in the preseason. And the question was, what happens if it goes south? Will you apply the grace? He said, drop the link in the chat. No, I can't drop the link in the chat. That's why I posted right there. To call in, email jointlplive@gmail.com. JD Davis, what up with you? Shirley Kimball, what up with you? If you want to come on here and have this conversation with me, it's right there on your screen. Just email me, jointlplive@gmail.com. And I don't know that. I know I was testing out the Monday Night Lives, Monday Night Football. I don't know that I'll be streaming on Monday nights anymore because I actually don't want to compete with the actual Monday Night NFL, Monday Night Football. So I might, depending on this new schedule that I got, because I got a lot of things going on, depending on this new schedule that I got, once my schedule is solidified, I may be going live on Tuesdays at 1 o'clock or maybe around 1:30. So that's when I may be doing it. But yeah, but let's have this conversation. I don't expect a lot of people to be here because this is not a regular scheduled time. This is not, I'm just kind of dropping in. And I just wanted to have a conversation with some fans, whoever shows up. And so far, I got Shirley, I got JD Davis, and whoever else is watching that are not, in the chat that are not able to come on. But I want us to have this conversation because my channel is pretty much that channel that's going to take risks. I'm not afraid of taking risks. I'm not afraid of the fans. I don't necessarily I'm not beholden to the fans, and I've told y'all that like just straight up. And I've been honest and I've been consistent. People have left my channel. Some come back. Some didn't. Some don't care anymore because of the things that I was saying that are currently happening right now. And it's unfortunate because you get people that get up in their emotions. They're more in their emotions than they are in reality, right? But then when reality hits them, then they tend to do things out of character, like say bad things about Coach Prime. Like, I don't know if they're real Coach Prime fans or not, but I've always expressed that I have been a Coach Prime fan. And the reason why you are a Coach Prime fan has to be in the forefront of your frontal lobe. Right? It gotta be in the forefront. And I want to reiterate what my reasoning for being a Coach Prime fan is. Hopefully it'll help this conversation. I like Coach Prime because he's a good man. Outside of football, I like Coach Prime. He's a really good man. He's a good person. You would not find one person that will speak ill of Coach Prime as a human being. You know what I'm saying? Ronte, is this a new slot you're in? Yeah, it might be a new slot. I'm testing it out right now. This might be my new slot. But Monday nights, I don't think Monday nights are gonna. I'm not competing with the NFL. But yeah, so the reasons why I like Coach Prime is because he's such a great man. You know, in the Black community, it's hard for us to get ahead of the narrative that Black men are PGH Big Dog. What up with you? Salute to you. Ron Tate, salute to you. John Shaft, salute to you as well. DJ Promo, salute to you. DJ Promo said, bro, you have a great channel. Don't worry about those folks. Man, I appreciate that, man. I really needed that. I'm trying to tell you, bro, you have a great channel. Don't worry about how people feel about your opinions. Constructive criticism is needed. I like your show because you keep it 100, good and bad. Thank you, man. That means a lot to me. I think I kind of needed that today. I needed that. Thank you. Okay. That won't caught me off guard. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, the reason why I like Coach Prime is because Coach Prime is a good man. And in the Black community, we can't get ahead of the narrative that Black men are missing in the home. Black men are no good. We are violent. We are, I mean, you can just name it. You know, when you watch Fox News, even though there are Black people that support Fox News, the way they talk about us, and when Black people are shot, killed in the communities and stuff, policing and stuff like that, they always disparage us. It's as if they don't even have black employees. They always disparage us. It's always ask questions. You know what I'm saying? It's always wait for the law to come through and blah, 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 blah. And then we'll ask questions later. But when something happens to other communities, it's like, oh, let's help that community out. Asians are being targeted. Let's make laws for the Asians. So it's like our community is like nobody cares. So when we say Black Lives Matter, X, Y, and Z, they take it in a form where there's like every life matter, as opposed to actually listening to that one little piece of it that says, hey guys, we're only saying that because you guys, whenever something happens to us, you don't take the same approach that you take for other communities. When something's happening in Gaza or with the Jewish community, you say, let's have solidarity with the Jewish community and let's help them out. When something happens in the Asian community, you always say, let's have solidarity with the Asian community. Let's make laws. Let's help them out. When something happens in any other community, you always say, hey, first thing, you don't question first, right? You don't bring on panel members to disparage or to give a rebuttal. You don't do none of that first, right? You may do it later on, but you don't do that first. That's the thing I'm talking about right now. You don't do that first. You always disparage us. When something happens in those other communities, what you say, you know, it's for us to, you know, come into solidarity and help those communities. In the Black communities, when something happens to us, is always disparaged first, debunked second. Well, maybe it's debunked second, debunked first, disparage second, make it seem like we don't matter. Colin Kaepernick, George Floyd, everything. So we catch a bad rap in the black community for men and fathers and whatnot. So that's my first reason for liking Coach Prime, because Coach Prime has a standard for black men. Coach Prime requires a higher standard for your life. However you view him as a coach, it doesn't matter. Coach Prime has a very high standard of life. He's a motivator. He's a man's man. He speaks to people. He's honest. A lot of the things, the way that he is as a human being is some of the things that's actually hurting him as a coach, because he's so open, he's so honest. Those are some of the things that has actually hurting him as a coach. When he goes into the interview and they ask him, hey, what do you think is wrong with your team? And he's like, I don't know. Bro, in the video last night, I said, Coach, you can't say I don't know. Because as a coach, it's your job. They're paying you to know. So you're being so honest and so genuine that that's just who he is. You feel me? So give me 1 second, guys. My beautiful wife is calling. She's away. Hey, babe, I'm live. What's up with you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Talk to the people. I'm talking to them. Hey, Flock, what up, man? It's been a minute, Flock. Virtual Viral Authority. Hey, babe, I passed that test. I passed all 3 of them joints.
Oh, good. Congratulations.
I called my dad and we talked about it. It was beautiful. But wait, y'all in England?
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all just waiting to get on the plane?
Yeah, it might be delayed. It looks like it may be delayed, but I'll let you know.
Okay, so everything is good. All right, cool. I'm glad you're safe. You know how I am when you fly, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm glad you're safe, but thanks for calling. I appreciate it.
I love you.
Why don't you? I love you too. Why don't you turn on the show and watch? Y'all can watch me while y'all got an overlay. Y'all got a delay.
Okay.
All right, tell your family to watch me. I get more views like that. All right, baby. Love you. Bye. Sorry, guys. I had to take that call. You know, I'm a real human being. I had to take that call. My wife is away, and my nerves be so much, yo. Anyway, yeah. I was studying for a test, and I had a big test, and I took the test this morning, and I passed with flying colors, all 3 of them, and I'm feeling good right now. But yeah, the reasons why we like Coach Prime, my first reasons for liking Coach Prime is because he's a real man. He's a real person. This coaching thing is something he's doing, but that's not his thing. That's not his first thing. His first thing is about human beings. I believe Coach Prime is coaching because he feels like this is how I can affect young men's lives. And why not do it with something that I already love doing, which is football? Coach Prime always says, I don't see this as a job. I feel like I'm not, this is a blessing. I come and I look at these mountains every single day, and it's like, I feel like I'm not even working. That's Coach Prime. That's the real man. And then we come to the coach, and because he's not winning, he's displaying everything he is consistently. Let's be fair about that. But because when the winning doesn't come as fast as people want it, then there's this other thing that happens. So I said on the last live that I had on the channel, I said that this is going to kill the momentum, or this is going to kill a lot of the buzz. I'm glad it came early in the season. Am I glad that we lost? No, I'm not glad we lost, but it happened. So I'm glad we lost early. So that way, let that jolt that we got after the 3 games high, let that jolt hit us now. Because we are a real football team. So let that hit us now. Let it motivate the young men and let them bounce back and figure this out. They're going to figure it out. All right? So, but today I want to talk to you guys about, guys, I'm going to take that off the screen, so please write it down. jointlplive@gmail.com. It's the email, jointlplive@gmail.com. If you want to come on here, you want to chop it up with me, that's the email that you email. But thank you guys for joining. So I want to revisit the reason why you're here, the reason why you like Coach Prime. Why is it important? It's important because I think it puts things into perspective when things start to go south. Because one thing we have to understand is that people are checking for this there's a couple of sides to this, guys. People are actually checking to see what all the noise about. There's a lot of people that are checking to say he ain't that great. It ain't going to happen. And then you got the regular fans like us, BWBs. We care for Coach Prime. We like him as a man. He's a representative. He's a big representative for positive black men in our society, not just in the black community, but in our society. Because Coach Prime has this innate ability to attract white people, Asian people, all kinds of people. He attracts them and they like him as a person. Forget about football. People love Coach Prime as a person, right? The football thing will work itself out, but people just love this guy. So he has a lot of fans who just like this guy. They want a lot more people want this guy to win more than people that don't want him to win. And for the people that don't want Coach Prime to win, it's mostly because of his bravado, mostly because of his brassness, right? Because he's positive and he speaks positivity. And sometimes, he will just say things like, yo, we about to win. Yo, we about to do this thing. We're going to dominate. When you say those things, it rubs people the wrong way because people are looking for you to be humble, right? People are looking for you to go back in a shell and put yourself in a place where either they can control you or they can feel like you're down to earth with them. And that's how we deal with the world as a whole anyways. It's not like those people who say that. It's not like they're weird people. No. Those are not the weird people. No, there's a lot of weird people out there about this Coach Prime thing, but those are the normal ones. People that want Coach Prime to be humble are the normal people because that's how we view life, okay? So don't get it twisted. If you want Coach Prime to come off humble, you're probably a normal person who just see life like, hey, listen, humble people, more people support humble people. You're going to get more favorable, when things don't work out for you, right? People are going to be more, they're going to give you more grace when things don't work out for you. But if you are like a Coach Prime in the way that you carry yourself, if you're very confident and you say what you say, you do what you do because you can back it up, especially when he was playing, he could back it up, then you're just going to go along your way like that. But for Coach Prime, right now, the coaching thing, he's using the same tactics that he uses in his normal life, using the same things that he does in his normal life, but it's not working out the way that he would like for it to work out in his coaching career at this level. It worked out at Jackson State, and he was able to carry that along. But then he gets to this level, and for some reason, it's a rocky start. So what's happening now is that people, the grace that we had in the room, that the cushion that we gave him to keep that bravado, that same energy, is starting to fade. Because if that's what it was. It was a loan. We gave Coach Prime a loan, a social loan. Do it as long as you're winning. But the second the winnings doesn't show, I'm coming to collect my loan. And I want it with interest. I hope that's making a lot of sense to a lot of people out there. So we're giving Coach Prime this grace, this grace of a loan. And the loan is almost coming due. Now, there are caveats to all of this. And guess what? Winning cures a lot of things. Winning is going to... Coach Prime can go to CSU in Colorado and dominate. And all of a sudden, it'll be like a re-energized group of people. Like, oh, okay. Because if you remember... Right after the NDSU game, it was, oh, they're the greatest, Heisman, da. We go to Nebraska and lose. It was like, now we just like, some people are just like, if you don't win at CSU, it's over. Just like that. Grace deflates like a true fiend's weight. That's Jay-Z said a different version of that. But the grace is going to deflate faster like a true fiend's weight because It's borrowed grace. It's a loan that we give Coach Prime. So that's what it boils down to for a lot of people. It's a loan. And a lot of people, y'all don't remember, but I've been pretty consistent on this channel. And I asked you, I said, okay, what happens if we start losing early? Then what happens? Man, you should see the comments I'm seeing now. You should see the comments that I'm seeing now. And I'm reading the comments and I'm sitting back and I said, there it is right there. That's it right there. You see what I'm saying? There are contingencies, strings attached to a lot of the stuff that we're doing. I'm glad that I'm so glad that I stayed strong, even in the face of adversity, even in the face of people just straight up coming to me and telling me I was no good. I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm unsubscribing from your channel because you're not saying what I need to hear. And I keep telling them I'm not going to say what you need to hear. I refuse to say what you need to hear. I'm sorry. I refuse to say what you want me to say. And I refuse to say what you want to hear. Right? I'm going to say what you need to hear at all costs. I'm only adhering to God's voice, and that's it. Not to any fans. None. And it's only going to be God or else, or nothing. It's God or nothing. It's God or nothing. And people they will leave. And I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. And that's the sign that, like, you got to have great resolve and you have to have character. Because there's so many creators that I see, they'll come and they'll start, like, it's like I forget who sent me the clip, who sent me the email, but they said it was Sheep Week. When I read it at first, I kind of read it fast and I just kind of, I went over, I was like, okay, but then I went back and I saw the email and I said Sheep Week. And I started thinking, oh, I laughed at it because it was so true. Sheep Week is when people who love you say all kinds of great things when things are going well, but then when things are not going as well, then they start coming, their true colors start to show. And that's why I can sit in this chair. Oh, you emailed me? That's why I can sit in this chair and I can say, and I can feel like JD Davis. That's not Ron, is it? Okay, there you go, JD Davis. I see you now. All right. That's why I can sit in this chair and I can feel confident and just talk to you guys. That's why a lot of y'all like me. That's why a lot of y'all are still here. Even with new channels that came that looked all glitzy, with all of the new channels that came in that looking all great and everybody flocking to them, you guys stuck with me. I can cry just for that. I can literally cry just for that because I am a tearjerker. Pause. I'm telling you, tearjerker. Oh, please forgive me, guys. Like, I'm telling you, like, a lot of y'all are still here because all these other channels came along and people just went flocking to them and, oh, this person, they got good information. And I kept saying to y'all, because somebody knows this information or they're telling you which gap to be in, the A gap, the B gap, because they're saying that, it doesn't mean that it's Bible. I literally said that on this channel. And I kept saying, I said, because they're able to articulate the how football works, and maybe I don't know how to do that as well. My most of the stuff I say is like general terminology because I don't know as well football like that. But other channels come along and then other people will literally do like the weirdest thing. Oh, because this channel is way better than you, didn't know football, you're not a football channel. I'm like, okay. Like, how low can you be in your life to send somebody a message like that and then read it again and press send? How low can you be in your life to do that? Like, why would you do that? Like, even if you feel that way, like, if you like another channel, it's YouTube, my guy. What's the point? Like, oh, you're not that great. Like, okay, then go over there and go love on them. That's all it takes. You don't have to say nothing, but it's the insecurity in people. It's how low they are in their life. They don't have any substance. If somebody sends a message like that, they have no substance in their life. They have no grounding. They don't even have God in their life. nothing that's grounding them, that's giving them purpose. Like they don't have a wife that they love so much that they can take a phone call while they're live. They don't have things that's working out. They can't call their dad and be like so happy. Hey, dad, I passed my test today, and I just got off the phone with my dad, and I'm just going crazy. Dad, he's still here with me, even though his health is declining. He's still here, and I'm so glad to share things with him. That's what gives me joy every single day. I have those things in my life. So that's why I can be confident to just grow my channel the way that it needs to grow. But people will come and say, oh, this channel just started and they're growing much. I said, let them grow. God has a purpose for my channel. There's a reason why he got me here. That's the reason why people are here with me. So I'm so grateful for that. So grateful for y'all, man. Thank you so much, man. But the idea that Coach Prime, has all these different types of fans. And when I got that Sheep Week thing, I see it all. I see the comments. I will go to other videos and I will watch, and I will see their I will go into their comments. I'm trying to let you know that at the end of the day, everyone has a purpose. Coach Prime has a purpose. I have a purpose. You have a purpose. Common Sense Buffs has a purpose. His channel is Common Sense Buffs. Just go to his channel, and I'm gonna put his thing up here. Just go to this channel, Common Sense Buffs, and subscribe. It's very knowledgeable. Has a lot of football knowledge and a lot of common sense. He makes a lot of common sense. I'm telling you. So don't do that weird thing about comparing us, because there's not enough of us. Don't compare Coach Prime with another black coach. Coach Prime is a different type of black coach. That's why we're all here. Hey, yo, Tia, man, I appreciate the super chat, man. Man, I haven't seen those in a long time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, T, for the super chat, man. But yeah, Coach Prime has a purpose. We all have a purpose. And we can celebrate two heroes. We can celebrate multiple channels. Like, I'm one of the only channels that salutes to people, to new channels when they come out. I literally I put other Common Sense Buff is like I'm literally telling you, and I'm telling you, I support Common Sense Buff. I don't have to beef with him. He ain't taking no food out of my mouth. I want him to win. But people out there, the general public, they just love to pin people against each other. If you like someone, say you like them, support them. When they put up a video, make sure you watch it. Make sure you share it. Make sure you press the like button. Make sure you comment. Those are all the things that we need as creators to survive. If you're just watching and fleeting and you're not sharing it with nobody, you don't comment, you don't do nothing, I mean, you got one part of the support. At least you're watching. But let's keep talking about this. Ron Tate, what up with you, my brother? Thank you for calling in.
What's happening, Harry B?
All is well, man. How you feeling today, Ron?
I'm feeling good. Feeling good. I hear good. That you're putting out not only factual information about being a fan, but also a lot of wisdom on being a good person. And I'll say that's one of the things that attracted me to your channel when you first began, was the wisdom and your faith and knowledge of football, which is funny sometimes.
the limited knowledge of football, right? I can explain it better than I can tell you. Like,
hey, well, look, we can't pull wool over your eyes, though.
Well, no, of course not, because I study. I'm telling you, I study so hard just so I don't. And then if I don't know it, man, I'll tell you I don't know it. Like in my last video, my video that I dropped last night, I literally used Ocho Cinco. I use Ocho Cinco and I use Joe Clapp, because I don't know how to explain the football stuff as much as other channels may be able to do it. But I want people to know that there is a way for Coach Prime and his team to actually get it right. So So I don't hide. I'm not trying to like be anybody else. I'm just myself authentically. And I think people need to understand that. But that's why I say I appreciate you guys so much for sticking with me. Even when glitzy channels come and they start putting out this information, you guys are still here. And I appreciate that so much, man. You don't understand how much I appreciate that.
But Harry, I want to say one thing between
man.
you and I.
Yeah,
I have a bone to pick with you.
of course. Is that cool, Marty? Go ahead.
No, man, I'm gonna stick with the no-fly zone, man.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna stick with that.
All right.
Because I know that you said it first.
Okay, cool. Cool.
But I have been trying to become a member. You know, I'm at times I'm a little computer challenged.
Uh-huh.
And you've tried to help me, but I have not been able to do that. I don't want to take much of the time to talk about that. I just wanted to put that out. And I may be emailing you to say, Harry, look at this one email to help this guy out.
Okay. Me. Yeah, I'll help you offline. I'll definitely help
okay,
you
we'll
offline.
do that. We'll do that.
Okay. Let's bring on JD to the show. Hey, JD, what up with you? How you doing today? Thank you for calling in.
What's going on, brother?
All is well. All is well. How's your day going?
I'm good, man. How about you?
All is well, man. I passed my test today, and I'm feeling good. I feel like,
congrats, man.
Thank you. I feel like life is lifing, and we need to make sure that we understand that that's what's important. It's very important to understand that life is lifing, and Coach Prime is actually he's killing it with the lifing part.
Right.
We just need to make sure that the coaching part gets up to par, but there are ways to do that. And I think he's going to get there. So what are your thoughts on the temperature of the fan base and the grace that Coach Prime has, whether it's short, long, or whatever have you? What is your thoughts on that?
Man, my thoughts is very long. You probably don't remember me. I called in a long time ago around last season.
No, I think I remember. I rember the name JD, but I don't remember.
I called in last season and towards the end of the season, and I was on here with a couple of people, and I said this early, and I got a lot of backlash. I said Coach Brown was not a good coach, and everybody on that show that day they criticized me,
Did you say it just like that?
I said that just like that. I don't know if you could probably find in the videos.
You and Yardman have been saying that, but do you understand? Let me ask you a question. Do you understand why the backlash?
I understand it. Well, let me say this. Let me say this first.
Okay.
I was listening to your post game show the other day after the Nebraska game, and I caught the tail end of it, and I caught the beginning of this show, and I agree with. I mean, I'm a Deion Sanders fan, man. I was a huge fan. I played cornerback. Of course, I watch his highlights. I'm a fan of him in the person. I've been following him ever since Jackson State. I mean, everything. Coach Prime. I mean, Deion Sanders, prime time, all of that. I'm a big fan of him.
Okay.
But Coach Prime is terrible. It's just what it is. And I think the last time I had a conversation, I came up here and I said everybody criticized, and I think you said something about is that people feel that he's above reproach. I don't remember if you remember that conversation or not.
But well, that's the part I've been struggling with a lot of people, where whenever you say anything critical, people have left my channel for trying to be constructive.
Right. And when you tell the truth nowadays, it's considered as hate. But I'm just talking about Coach Prime strictly as a football coach. Nothing outside of that. And the problem is when you ask about the grace part, right? I think a couple of things could be true, right? You can extend grace.
But before you go into the grace thing, I just want to push back real quick and say he's not terrible. He has room for improvement, but I got to push back on you and say he's not a terrible coach.
No, I didn't say he's terrible. He's just not a good one.
Okay.
He's not terrible. He's just not a good one.
But you said it. You said it. That's why I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah. No. He's not terrible.
Okay.
He's just not a good one. And he can be good, but what the thing is, first of all, I guess now I'm starting to realize, I guess in the beginning, why the major colleges didn't want to hire him. And I don't even think I don't think it was based off his personality. I just think it was based off strictly the coaching. And as
That's
far
in
as
hindsight, and a lot of that is going to happen. That's why I wanted to have the show today. And I'm telling you, like, I'm so glad that you called in and you're able to express what you're saying. And thanks for not being afraid to do that.
no,
But that's why I wanted to have this show, because you see what you're saying right now is hindsight speaking, right?
mm-hmm,
And a lot of that is going to come out.
mm-hmm,
That's a lot of the see. I don't know if you heard the part of the show where I said is rented or is given as a loan.
mm-hmm, yeah, I heard
Grace
that.
is a loan and is rented, and we're giving him a leash to have his bravado and do
Mm-hmm.
everything he's doing, but it comes with contingencies. You got to
But
win, or we pulled that back.
and I don't. But at this early stage in his coaching career at Colorado,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even really think as much as he wants to win, as much as the team wants to win, as much as the fans want him to win. I think that the grace it's not the grace like the grace is it should be extended, but at the same time, we gotta understand this is a production based business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's only and because when we're paying you millions of dollars in college, like we can only extend your level of grace for so long. And also with that level of grace, there has to be improvement, right? And so the level of grace is not getting shorter. It's not getting shorter because they're losing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, first of all, there's no improvement, and I think the grace would be extended if you would you were doing what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the celebrities and these staff members and people that show up on game day, you know what I'm saying, and there is improvement week to week, game to game. You know what I'm saying? But when
All
you
right.
have this,
So okay. Let me just pause you just so I can get another voice in here. Ron, are you still there? If you're busy, that's fine. Let me bring on Tim Smith. So let me ask Tim Smith. Tim Smith, welcome to the show, brother. I appreciate you calling on always. Uh, I want you
What's
to,
going on, Harry?
hey man, I want you to respond to what JD is saying. What are your thoughts on what he is saying? How would you articulate your thoughts on what he's saying?
Um, I um, I understand his opinion,
Mm-hmm.
and when it comes to Deion Sanders, and I'm kind of like him. I like Prime. Like I grew up watching him play when he was with the Falcons. When he was with the 49ers, when he was with the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
I follow him. Baltimore. I follow him his whole entire career. I modeled my game after him.
Mm.
Um, even from like I said, I stated before, the way that he used to dress up his wardrobe out there on the football field
mm-hmm,
to look good. You know what I
right,
mean? It's
be,
little things that you would do as a kid and as a high school student to to look just like Dion or to play like Dion out there on the football field. No different than Dylan Raiola looking up to his hero, which is Patrick Mahomes. He
Mm-hmm.
models his game around him, and
it,
but now,
especially if you played cornerback. If you definitely
yeah.
played cornerback,
See,
definitely.
I played DB in high school for a little while, but I was
Mm-hmm.
mostly a punt returner, kickoff returner, and slot receiver. So,
Mm-hmm.
but what I'm saying is the I always and forever love Deion Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
The human being, the man that he stands for,
Mm-hmm.
all that. But the coaching part, uh, that part I'm questionable about.
Okay.
And
Now,
here,
was the question always there, and we've been kind of like holding back a little bit because Yardman has not held back, and I'm sure
mhm,
JD he hasn't been on the show, but he has not held back either. Yardman has been going in forever, right? But has the question always been there? Because we're talking about grace, right? So
mhm.
has the question always been there for even the strongest reporters, and they've just been kind of holding back and seeing how things are going to play out, and but then as the team a little unravels a little bit, then we're like, okay, now we feel a little bit better that we can say it where people are not going to push back as much.
See,
Well,
Because JD
there's
felt like he was he didn't have no support back then, but it's a little bit easier now to understand what he was saying or to even at least allow him to talk. Because back then, people would probably say, get that guy off the panel. I
well,
told you.
year one, I gave him somewhat grace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say I gave him 100% fully grace because of your Deion Sanders and you coming from a
HBCU.
HBCU to the Power Five, Power Four. Um, but this year, I'm seeing everything. Well, somebody who understands the game of football
Mm-hmm.
will understand what I'm about to say.
Okay.
You you're a NFL player. There's certain things, the lingo, the language that you talking is not adding up in coaching. You
Mm-hmm.
bring in, you say, I got 100 and something years worth
150
of,
years.
yes,
Was it
work.
127? No, not a 150,
I know
127,
it's
guys.
something like it don't matter. It was
It's
over 100
over.
years.
It's over 100
It's over
years, right?
100.
Look, you see how rumors work. It's gonna be like 500 years after this.
I
Right.
know it's over 100. I know
So
it's
you
over
got
It's
100.
over
127.
you got over 100 years worth of coaching. You got gold jackets
Uh-huh.
on your staff. All your personnel are NFL guys.
Mm-hmm.
You say, you use the term, quote, I'm not gonna play them in the game if they don't show it in practice. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Well, the 11 guys that you putting on the field in 2 games, even though the first one was an ugly win, the second one was just, you just got out coached. It didn't have nothing to do with the players, but it had everything to do with his coaching staff, including
Well, a
him.
little bit of pushback. It has something to do with some of the players. The players have to be held accountable to a certain extent. But scheming, like I
Hmm.
said last night on that video, the
Hmm.
last video I dropped, scheming
Yeah.
could have been better
Hmm.
to help the players. So it's not all or nothing. It's always accountability
It,
to be spread out.
it is some accountability there, and I'm finna say this last thing and shut up because I
Mm-hmm.
really got a long list of things to say.
Okay.
But
Man, you and me both.
the reason that I state that it's all on the coaches for
Mm-hmm.
this simple reason:
Mm.
you have players on the O line that are playing out of their
Natural position.
positions,
Yep.
natural position.
Yep.
Mm.
You put them back. The schools that they came from,
They,
Khalil
dom- they
Benson,
dominated at those
they
positions.
dominated. Khalil
Mm-hmm.
Benson dominated at Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got, even though you got a 67 and I think he's still in the 60s PFF grading,
Mm-hmm.
but you got Tyler Brown at 37%
Mm-hmm.
PFF. If you go back to his Jackson State days when he was at center, his PFF grades were a lot higher.
Mm.
So I'm hoping that what he stated in that press conference and what everybody else, I'm picking little pieces that people are saying in the coaching staff, that Uncle Neely talking about when he's talking to Big Dog Chico, that there's gonna be some changes on the offensive line. Okay, I'm the type of person, I'm gonna sit back and watch,
All
but
right,
I'm
Jay.
very disappointed.
All right, JD, your thoughts.
Man, well, first I want to say when I watched your last post game video, y'all had a conversation, you and another gentleman, about scheming and talent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with both of y'all.
Okay.
Um, First of all, to this gentleman right here who just spoke, I want to say, oh, and well, let me backtrack real 1 second. Another thing you mentioned also in the last video about culture, because I think this is very important to this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
right? When I look back on it now, I think the worst thing he could have did when he first got to Colorado, when he was in a room with those guys,
Mm-hmm.
is tell them to hit the portal. I'm gonna tell you why. Even though everybody said they 1 of 11 and they sucked and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, you didn't give those guys an opportunity to compete. Now, though, even though they was 1 of 11 and they wasn't a good team before, these guys were still Power 5 as far as body type worthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially your lineman and D lineman. You could have you could have asked those guys to compete because those guys were salvageable. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like you say, Harry, it's about scheme. Now,
Mhm.
every team that's not good, it's not always talent. It could be based off scheme. You
Mhm.
know, he could have probably used
And
some of them
culture and
in
culture.
culture, and
When you
that's the big thing in this whole rivalry in this Nebraska thing, right? Because
Mhm.
those, you got to think, some of those kids they probably wanted to attend Colorado their whole life. They probably had parents that.
Let me cut you off real quick. And when you have culture and when people that understand the rivalry, they will literally go through a brick wall for that to make sure that they didn't come out losing.
Exactly. So that's what I was getting
And
at.
on the other side, these other kids that just kind of came yesterday,
Right.
they don't understand the rivalry, so they would just go.
Exactly.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going. So you had kids that's probably there that they had a lineage of Colorado Boulder history. You know what I'm saying? Their parents was probably on the team or went to the school. So they know the pride and tradition of not losing to Nebraska, not losing to Colorado State and things of that nature, right? Especially if we just speak about the Nebraska, because that's a big time, college football rivalry. Everybody knows about that one. The Colorado CSU thing is more of an in-state type
Colorado
of
made them rank. Colorado
right.
ranked them.
So the thing is to get kind of back on track is the fact that you lost that culture. So when I watched that game Saturday, these guys don't really have that pride tradition of Nebraska, Colorado, going back family lineage. Like the Raiola kid, his dad played for Nebraska, so he understood. I don't want to lose to Colorado. His dad never lost to Colorado. I don't want to lose to Colorado. Those same things, that it would have been a little something to fight for.
Before you go forward, let me ask the chat: how many of y'all believe that played a part? How many of y'all believe? Because when you talk now in hindsight, when you have these conversations, right, it's a little bit different. It's received a little bit differently because now at least we have context to put it in. So how many of y'all think that culture, even though we were saying it back then, we were saying culture matters, Phil So Real and and DC Carson, when they're saying these things, prior to you seeing the example of it, you don't know. But so and there's a lot of kickback, just like JD when he came on before. There was a lot of like, get him out of here. But how much do y'all think the culture thing that JD just talked about affected the outcome of this game? Go ahead, JD.
But I mean, like I said, it's a big part. I don't know if you play sports, anybody in the chat plays sports. Let's just go. It's a rivalry. You want to be the person that carry on that tradition. You don't want to lose to that team. Blase, blase. Those kids look like a deer in the headlights. So in the big moments, it's like I said, they don't have nothing to really go back and really fight deeper for. The school, the pride, the family lineage, none of that. So I think, like I said, I think that, like you said in the last video that you posted, that culture played a very major issue going forward. Because going forward, these kids don't have that Colorado culture.
They don't know. I mean, and I'm glad that we know in hindsight we can have these conversations, and the way that it's received is a little bit different. But I guess just for the future, people have to understand when people are trying to make points, before you jump out there all the way out there and just call them crazy, or you say something about them, or you even unsubscribe to my channel because you feel like, what I'm saying, I'm doing too much hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I used to love your channel because, you were like saying the things I wanted to hear. But now I like, oh my God, you're bringing these people on your panel and everybody's a troll. Hey, now it's happening and now you're seeing it. So how does that feel? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does it feel? But what's important is, let's get back to Coach Prime real quick. Let's get back to Coach Prime and as far as him coaching, because you brought this up, JD, as far as Coach Prime's ability to coach. I just had a conversation with my dad about that. And one of my guys sent a video to me, and they were talking about. Let me see if I can pull up the video. Maybe I'll play the video for y'all. But they were talking about the fact that Coach Prime. When people talk about Coach Prime as a coach, they will always talk about how good he is as a person. Now, when somebody starts the conversation with how good you are as a person when they're talking about coaching,
right?
You kind of understand what's coming next, right? Because it's like, the question was, hey, what are people saying about, you know, Coach Prime as a coach? What are people saying out there? And when you ask, what are your coaching buddies? What are they saying out there? And he was like, yo, you know, Coach Prime is a nice guy, but as far as a coach, they don't know if he's sustainable as a coach. And some of the talking points are distraction. One of the biggest ones is distraction. Like, he got so much going on. He's focused on this, he's focused on that,
Right.
but he's not necessarily focused on coaching in its entirety to be effective as a coach. Right?
Yeah.
Now,
I
don't know how that's going to end up. You know, I don't know what that's going to end up being, because all of this talk right now can change with winning.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think you're spot on. I think it's very hard to be full-time all in when you have so many different things going on. You got personal things outside of coaches during the season. You have commercials, ads, and things like that. You know, it's hard to kind of be all in. And the thing is, you want the players to be all in, but as the head guy, they following your lead. And you know, just to get back to actually on the field coaching, once I saw the fact that, you know, his inability to manage the clock, then I said this is a problem, because I was on another pregame show Saturday, talked to some other people, and they called me crazy, because I said Nebraska's going to win by -7.5, and they called me crazy. And I said what's going to come down to is coaching and the ability, because honestly, if you a real football fan, if you really know football, because first of all, people got to get their fandom out of it. You have to understand, be a football person first and be a fan second. And a lot of people, especially in the Colorado community, they're fans and then it's football, right? Once, if you looked at the NDSU game, the writing was on the wall then. The writing was on the wall. The only difference was
it was overshadowed by how well the offense came out and played.
Exactly. The writing was on the wall. If you didn't see that whole game, that NDSU moved that defensive line at will whenever they wanted to, then you seen this. You seen Nebraska doing the same thing. If you seen that their defensive line couldn't get no pressure on the opposing quarterback, you like this. I don't understand. If you didn't see Shador running for his life, then only because they gave up 1 sack, but he was still running for his life because he made a great scramble play, then I don't understand what you was looking at. So,
well, I said that in the live or that game. I said, if this defense shows up in Nebraska, the game will be over by the half. And guess what? The game was over by the half.
I remember you saying that, and I knew that coming in. Just like I said, man, that team. I don't know. I was saying like this. Coach Prime was a youth. Coach Prime was a youth.
Let me play this.
Go ahead.
Let me play this. Let me play this right quick so that we can hear some opinions around the horn. Pun intended, of course, around the horn, so that you can kind of see what's the temperature like out there. What are people saying? What are other professionals saying?
I got PTSD as a Nebraska fan for the last 10 years, but I was stunned at how easily they dominated that game on the line of scrimmage.
I thought Tony White defensively did an outstanding job. I think that when you can do that zero run game, and you can pin, once you make them predictable, they were able to get those quick touchdowns. And I think what Matt does, I hate to use the word, but I think he's getting them into a groove of what he expects. I saw something he said before the game. We've prepared, we've talked about it. Now we've got to go do it. We've got to be doers and not talkers. That's the thing that caught me in that game. They didn't have a lot of showboating. I mean, there wasn't a lot of talking, but there was a lot of playing.
My grandfather always said when I was younger that it's quality over quantity. Hi, I'm Jared Bell, and right now we're standing at our family business.
Colorado obviously has a problem being physical up front on both sides, Phil. That is something that 2 games in, obviously, like you said, we don't want to cast them out, but that is something now that's lasted for the last season and now into this one. How do you fix it in season? Do they have to consider like radically changing what they do, especially on offense, just so
they're gonna get to the question. Like, think is after this one, they're gonna get to that Coach Prime question. So just bear with me for a second.
that Shadur Sanders
Y'all can hear this clearly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear
can
it.
finish a game and finish this season.
I truly believe that I want to say, that they can change it, but from what I've seen in the first two games, it's going to be a struggle. I think they have some inexperience coaching the offensive line. Doesn't mean they're not good coaches. They have a pro coach that really doesn't have a college background that are calling the plays. I'm seeing a lot of what I saw when I left Arizona State. I'm seeing a personality as being the head coach, and I'm not seeing the things that show up on Saturday to help you win. There's a lot of verbiage.
Hey, when I heard that one, I think I was driving when I was listening to this. When I heard that one, I was like, whew, that one is going to hit hard on the fan base.
A lot of expectations, but I'm not sure we're going to see them have the year that they would like to have and some people anticipated.
Coach, what is kind of the feel when you talk to other coaches if Deion gets brought up? Like, do people believe he's in it for the right reasons? Do people believe he's a good like, what's just kind of the talk with Deion ever comes up in coaching circles?
What I try to do is number one, I think Deion's an awesome person. He's been an unbelievable ambassador for football. I think he has good thoughts. I think he means well. I think he's out of his realm right now. I think his staff is out of their realm. He hired a pro coach on offense. He hired a pro coach on defense. I don't see people that have been in the environment that they're in right now. And I think experience is important. I think there's good intentions. I think there's probably too much talking and not enough doing. That's just me. And I'm saying that with thinking that he's going to try to get it right. I just don't know if he can.
All right. So, if this video plays prior or pre-Nebraska, there would be 10,000 videos on YouTube that says this guy's a hater. Today it hits a little differently. The ears are going to receive it a little differently now because people are seeing some stuff on the wall, right? So it's hitting a little differently. What are your thoughts, Ron Tate?
Well, the last live you had, Harry, that I was on, that's all I talked about, the coaching.
And your tone has changed, Ron. I must say, your tone kind of took a turn.
Well,
right before the game started. So you're kind of neutral right now. So I'm kind of glad that you're in this space right now.
Well, this is the thing. Like the coach was saying, I'm a Shadur fan. I'm a fan of Deion Sanders. I'm a fan now of Colorado. I even still follow some of Jackson State because Deion was there. However, I'm also an ex-football coach, an ex-football player. And I saw what everyone else saw last year. And, like I said before the Nebraska game, if they're not creative with the offense, then the team is doomed. Before you continue, let me just put this news out that Dallin Hayden is going to be out for an injury, so he's not going to be at the CSU game. So Dallin Hayden, our running back, is out for due to injury. Go ahead. Yeah, I remember the play that he got injured on, but man, we just lost our best running back that I've seen so far this year. I tell you that. But I don't know that we've seen a good running back because, okay. So as far as creating his own lane, that's probably the best one. Well, the thing of when he was hitting in there, he moved the pile.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So on that note, with that perspective, you're correct, because he's the one that can make his own room. So whenever you have a running back that can make their own room, then that would be the best guy, because everybody else is serviceable in the sense that if you make room for them, then they can run. So I agree. Go ahead.
But can I ask something to that real quick before you continue?
Go ahead.
It's not too many. You got to understand, it's different types of running backs. It's certain running backs like Barry Sanders. He had no O-line his whole career. It's certain running backs that they can create, like you said, can create their own lanes.
Mhm.
But most running backs at least need, let me just get through or to the hole, and I can
Mhm.
make something happen. But once you can't get to the hole, you can't make nothing happen. I mean, who wants to keep dancing in the backfield every time they gets the ball? Like that is stressful. I played running back when I was growing up. I mean, it wasn't my position as I got older, but it's very stressful when you get the ball or you hit the hole, or you can't even hit the hole, and it's a defender in your face. Especially when you run into the teeth of the defense, where it's their strongest. Like he's the best running back that we've seen on the field. But I think that freshman 29, I think that's his number, Welch or something. He's a dog. But go ahead. I'll let the brother continue.
Go ahead, Ron. You want to finish your thought, or you want me to jump on?
Yeah.
Jump on?
Yes. What I was saying, I'm talking about the coaching, which everyone else is talking about today. But I just wanted to say, after the NDS, the North Dakota State game, and before the Nebraska game, that's all I harped on was the offense being creative. We have plenty of talent to win. And your analogy of David versus Goliath is a great example of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Being creative. Our strength. Instead of having a design in mind and saying, okay, here's my design, go do it. Well, you're not giving the offensive lineman an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I think the defense was a work in progress. I think they're getting better, but the offense, it's solely on the coaches, 100% on the coaches. No way anyone should be throwing that offensive line under the bus. No way whatsoever. They weren't given a chance by their own coaches.
It's starting to happen, and unfortunately, hopefully people. Let me just share this with you real quick, because I want you this video's got. I want you to watch this video, and I'm only going to promote this once, because this video has a lot of information in it. The one that says DT2, when you go to the channel.
I just saw that yesterday.
Yeah, when you go to the channel, please watch this video, because I'm reacting to football guys that understand, and especially get to the part where Joel Klatt breaks down what needs to happen, what they can do, even though they don't have the bodies to push the lines back. He prescribed something that I was like, this is so profound, and I had to use it. So please, if you get a chance, they only need one more view to get 1,000 views. So when you get a chance, just watch this video. Give it a chance, okay? Give that video a chance. But let me bring on him. Welcome back to the show. I know you and I had some back and forth, but I'm a man, you a man, and you're not the type of guy that's going to be like, oh, he was disrespecting me, I ain't coming back. So welcome back to the show, brother. How you doing?
No, man. We ain't had no back and forth. We just talking basketball, Harry. I mean, football. We ain't no back and forth.
Look at you. You don't even know anything about football.
You're calling it basketball. It's sports. It's all debatable, bro. It ain't. Everybody got their own opinions. Like
right.
It's a debatable thing. So
that's true. We're
gonna agree to disagree. But for people to sit up and act like Colorado just have the talent to compete with some of these teams, they don't.
Did you? Did you watch the video I put up yesterday?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay. What are your thoughts on you know what? Let's play some of that, because let's play some of that. Let me play the part where Joel Klatt actually went in and he broke down he prescribed some things that actually could happen, could help the team, because I feel like, if that's the case, if he's able to do that, then people need to see and hear what actually could help us. So let's play some of that, and then we'll discuss it because we need to. Because I don't want you to just be like, oh, okay. I want there to be context about what you about to go in on, because I know how you feel. So let me put this on. Give me a second, guys.
Replace your windows and doors now and don't pay anything for a year. During Renewal by Anderson's Buy Now,
get
Pay
paid, so let these
Later
commercials
event,
run.
save hundreds on windows and doors and pay nothing for a
man.
year. Call to book now.
Anthony D'Esposito supports an extreme national
patient.
abortion ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. He blocked efforts to restore Roe v. Wade. Anthony
Vote blue.
D'Esposito
Vote blue.
put Nassau County women in danger.
To get the quarterback in rhythm with
All right,
receivers.
so let's go. That's the first prescription. Let's go to maybe bring Shador up. Fine, that's great. What's your assignment? Oh, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Ravioli.
And this is what the great play callers do. So let's just kind of like take a couple of examples out there.
Please do it.
Lincoln Riley, I think that he's one of the better offensive coaches. I think Kalen DeBoer is a great offensive coach. I think Steve Sarkisian's a great offensive coach. Or Lane Kiffin, Ryan Day, who now has Chip Kelly. So those guys. So like, what do those offenses have in common that I just mentioned right there?
I'll skip my parts of it. I just want him to talk. Tell me, please.
Movement. Okay, so pre-snap, you've got to make the defense work.
Movement. Colorado's offense has nothing of a sort. No,
it's also just difficult for them. It's
yeah. If you're watching film and you got
to change what they're looking at, you've got to present movement. You've got to present shifts and motions, not only for your benefit to gain an advantage, but in terms of, leverage, recognition of coverage and structure on the other side. But it's also just difficult for them.
Yeah. All right. So I want to come to you first, because when you talk about talent, right, there are going to be teams, and let me use Northern Illinois as an example. Northern Illinois, I don't believe that they are better than Notre Dame, right? But they were able to go into Notre Dame, will their way to a win. I'm not comparing Northern Illinois with CU. Maybe they have a better line, whatever. But the talent it can always be there. You can match them talent for talent. You can also match them height for height and everything, and you can still take an L. So if the talent's not there, what Joe Klatt is trying to prescribe here is saying that you have to be able to do other things that can help, that can make you the aggressor, that can help you to actually fool them a little bit. So what are your thoughts on what he just said about movement?
Joe Klatt was right about what he just said, but the point that you're missing, and a lot of people are missing, if you listen to the names he named, all of teams and coaches he named, they're all playing with some of the best talent in the country.
You're missing the point, though.
No. Hold on. Let me land my plane.
For talent, he says he was actually talking about their schematics. He said,
I understand
they
that
made movements.
Exactly, that's right. But at the same time, Colorado had movements. Jimmy Horn was coming down the line. Some movements, some teams don't move if they know your offense is not that potent. Why move if we know you either gonna throw it or run it down the middle? You ain't got no difference.
Can I?
You
I
can't
got
really
some
do
pushback.
that.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say that I disagree. Like, I do agree with the fact that Colorado does like the talent, but I also do believe this offense is still, when they spread you out 5 wide. I mean, every once in a while you might see Jimmy come across, but that is not like there's no bunch formations. There's no like they just go 3-by-2, 3-by-1 formation. Like there's no like he said, no shifts, no motion. Even in the run game specifically, like they had this mano y mano, let's run the ball, and it's not working because you're getting dominated because you don't have your line is not big enough, they're not strong enough, they're not fast enough against the opponent. So it's like, okay, if I know that if I'm out strength, then let me out leverage you. So that's why this is what's so crazy, right? Because we having like Colorado's having the same conversation they had last year. Last year, the problem was you had a small running back. This year, you start a walk-on that dude can't. I mean, he can probably play football, but he can't be a starter for no team in FBS football and no team in the country. He would be a starter nowhere. I don't care if it was New Mexico State, like, or New Mexico, whatever. Like, he can't, like, he's no way he should be a starter on the line. But anyway, in the backfield. But the thing is, there's no motion, even in the run game. There's no traps, no counters, there's no tosses, no sweeps, anything. And then what Colorado do, they use the bubble screens and the tunnel screen as an extension of the run game. Like, no, the run game is the run game, and the pass game is the pass game. Yes, you can use a bubble screen as an extension of the pass game, but that only works if you're running the ball. So that's the issue.
All right, Tim, go ahead. Go ahead with your pushback, or go ahead with your comment.
I was just gonna say that that offensive line is not the problem. They have a good offensive line.
What?
No, let them talk. Let them talk.
They have a good offensive line. If you take out certain pieces and move certain pieces to their original spots, then some of the ones on the depth chart that they bought in that was starting at their schools, I don't know if it's a playbook or what, but fit them in there. Bring in I'm gonna tell you this. When they played Nebraska, number 9 was kicking their tail. 0-2.
Number 9 and number 0.
We could have bought in a tight end to help block on the edge.
They did. What game you was watching?
They did not. What game were you watching?
No,
They brought in Smalls.
Yeah, they
Smalls
brought in
was the
number
tight
31.
end.
They
What
brought in
game
number
were you
31
watching, bro?
Smalls.
That's the only reason why he got in.
Yeah, he brought in number 31. But the thing is, when
35.
Oh, whatever. I know his last name was Smalls. I thought it was 31. But whatever. Yeah, I saw his last name. I know what you're talking about though.
He come from the defensive side. He a converted tight end.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Right. Okay. My bad. Well, they have, like, Harry brought this up a couple of times. You know, we're handing off the ball. Shador just standing there, and it's like
showing everybody the ball. Like, hey, we're about to run.
We don't line. If you want to stay in shotgun or whatever, at least you can still run our formation out of shotgun. At least he could come downhill.
Hey guys, if y'all see me twice, it's because I'm playing my own video. Okay.
Oh, okay.
People are seeing me twice, but go ahead.
And getting the ball out quicker to Dylan. Like, I went back and watched that game. Like, it was so many times that all Dylan had to do was just run that little wheel route. Bam, drop it off to him. It was so much space. It was almost 10 yards, 9 to 10 yards in between him and the outside linebacker. Now, that's creating one-on-one. But I feel like they do not really want to run the ball. Period.
It's not motivated run. It's like, oh, okay, I gotta run. So let me just here's the ball, run. So I can just hurry up so I can go back to my passing.
Exactly. And Shador stated that he was saying that in his press conference. Not only that, if we do not run the ball, and this is why I like your show, Harry, you keep it at 100, and you got to keep it 100. But their chances of a bowl game is slim to none.
Slim to none.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, Harry. Hold on, wait.
Hold on. Let me get it first. let me Ray J this.
Come on, y'all tripping.
I get it first. It's not slim to none yet, right?
No. I don't mean to interrupt you. Okay. I said if they do not attempt to run the ball, regardless if you can run it or not.
Okay.
You're just passing 90 to 95% of the time, you will not make a bowl game in the Big 12.
Harry, let me push back to this. Harry.
Go ahead. I can see to that.
What about if people just not realizing that Nebraska might be a top 10 team and they just good?
Well,
how we don't know that?
That Nebraska's defense, that defensive line, they've got 2 guys that are probably going to first or second round, third round at the latest.
First round
for Nebraska's defensive line. Those guys, I mean, they're projected pro players. But
then somebody said they didn't get no transfer. They got 2 receivers, one from Texas and one from somewhere else. So they got some. Nebraska got some transfers to come in at receiver too.
Well, I mean,
of
I'm
course,
just talking,
of course
I'm
it
talking
did.
about
I
the,
think they
the
had either
defense
8.
versus
I think they either had
our
8 or
offense.
18.
No, what I'm saying is people
They got
think that.
8. They got 8 total
No,
transfers.
I'm saying people think Colorado's supposed to run over them like they did last year, not knowing they got a new team and a
No,
better quarterback.
listen, we're
They don't have a new
don't.
team. That's for sure. They don't have a new
Hey,
team.
Harry, can
They
you hear
got
me?
a new quarterback and 2 new receivers. That's a new offense.
Nah, man, come on now.
They got new pieces. I won't say a new team. They got new pieces.
That's not a 3 pieces added. That's not a new team, bro.
Yeah, they
I'm saying they're not the same team that we played last year. That's a new
right.
team.
Yeah, but
I do agree.
not to say Colorado has a new team because we got all new people, but a new team is not comprised of 3 people.
They're
when the quarterback is one of those pieces, your quarterback can change your team, bro.
I know, but I'm saying as far as the players,
culture is still there. They have the culture.
Yeah, the players, they had like 7, 8 returners on defense Saturday from last year. So they have new pieces to the team. I agree with you there, but they don't have a whole new team like Colorado.
They don't.
No, they don't have a new team, but the quarterback moved the needle. Like if Shador was to get hurt,
well, yeah, I mean,
Colorado would go from. Colorado is a different team without Shador Sanders, right? It's a new team.
Definitely.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's a whole different team.
Yeah,
if Ryan Sharp is
you're not saying that.
Listen, Harry, if Ryan Staub is the quarterback for Colorado, that's a new team than the team with Shador. That's a whole new team, bro.
No.
I see what you're saying.
That's a new quarterback. That's
No. You're not listening.
Because
You're not listening to what I'm
the
saying.
thing that you have to understand is the synergy on the line. The thing you got to understand is about the culture of that line. The line has its own culture. Those guys they've been together, locked arms, and they know how each person play. So that the line has a culture on its own.
That's not what I'm saying, Harry. I'm saying like the Jets last night.
You
in New York. You in New York, Harry. I'm talking about the Jets last night. With Zach Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, those are 2 different teams with those different quarterbacks, right?
I see what you're saying. I see what he's saying. He's
those
saying
are 2 different teams.
I see what you're saying. He's saying that he's saying the same thing.
I still don't agree.
No. What he's saying is no. Listen to me. I don't know if y'all can hear me. What he's saying is he's not saying like they have an actual brand new team. What he's saying is that they're a new team based off the quarterback play. He's not saying that they're an actual new team, but if Shador is hurt like he was last year at Washington State, then Colorado is a different team with Shador than what it is with Ryan Staub. Is what he said.
There you go.
Hey, they want me to play your video. What you were saying about Nebraska before the game.
Oh yeah, no, what though?
When I was trying to tell you what was about to happen, and you was like,
no,
you was trying to hold the line. I was like, nah, bro, you might.
No, but wait, I went back and watched some tape. We really can. I think people just overrating this offensive line. Last year, offensive line probably was better than this one because this one looked bad.
I totally disagree. Yeah,
based on
I totally disagree.
Go watch the highlights from last year. Number 9 wasn't getting that push.
Listen. The offensive line last year and this year, the situation is the coaching, the creativity of the offense. We're standing up going mano a mano, and we're not taking advantage of the.
Do y'all want me to continue playing Joe Clark? Because maybe y'all should just watch that video. The prescriptions are there.
You're playing Joe Clark, and he's given a formula, but no one's listening.
Right.
You know how to improve, how to be the David in your David versus Goliath.
Right.
But the thing is,
how to give your offensive line an opportunity to win on offense. How to give your offensive line, how to give your running backs an opportunity, how to give Shador an opportunity to be successful without the creativity. You know why Tim didn't understand about the tight end being in the game? Because he made no difference.
No difference.
He lined up on one side and they did the exact same thing. He made no difference. He didn't make the defense change. He didn't even pre-snap move from one side to the other.
No, exactly. Yep. You're right.
So what they're talking about is to put the offense in a position to put some stress on the defense, which would give the offensive line and the running backs and Shador an opportunity to find that weak spot in this formation. Find that weak spot. The way we're running this, when we run jet sweep, what do they do? When we trap the end man on the line of scrimmage, what do they do? When you send when you send Seaton across the line of scrimmage to kick out on that end man on the line of scrimmage, how does he react then?
I'm gonna say this
outside the tackle. None of that.
But the thing is,
what we're talking about today to improve CU going forward, and I hope with all of the information that's out there, I hope it seeps into that coaching staff.
I do too, man.
So that someone will have the balls enough to stand up and say, we need to be creative on offense. And stop throwing the offensive line
under the bus. And listen, the comment by Coach Prime, like, I can show you, I can say what y'all are thinking, but if I say that, then I'm throwing the players under the bus, and I'm not trying to throw them under the bus. I'm like,
you're throwing them under the bus.
You just threw them under the bus. Like, am I missing something? Not again. Like, we're not gonna do this again.
That's one thing of an experience. The second thing, when they ask, what could you have done to give your team a better chance? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Bro, the thing is, let's be.
Hold
on, man. Y'all gotta understand, bro. The man is trying to be nice about his words. You have to understand. Hold on. Let me finish, Tim. Damn, I know you want to rebuttal. Wait. But at the end of the day, we all gotta be. I know how much we want to cheer for him and hate on. At the end of the day, y'all have to understand and come back to realize he's playing with backups and players that's not that good.
It don't
People
matter.
gotta get. Yes, it do.
It don't matter.
Harry. And what you said earlier about teams like Northern Illinois, we beat TCU last year, and they had more talent than us. That don't mean nothing. It's upsets in college football, Harry. Upsets happen. But for people to sit up and act like he's playing with an offensive, I can guarantee you, none of those offensive linemen is going in the NFL. None of them. Probably season. That's it.
Can I ask you a question, brother? Let me. I feel as though you probably got. I heard you. I think you was on the other day for the Nebraska post game show when you was talking about the talent that Colorado has.
Yes.
Yeah, because I heard that. I wasn't on that. I listened to the panel. I wasn't on it. But anyway, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if Coach Prime would have kept that 1-11 O-line that he told to get into the portal, do you think, as far as just the O-line and the D-line in the trenches, because I thought those were trench D1 FBS trench level linemen. Do you think he could be in a better position than he is now?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
I disagree.
No.
This because everybody's so focused on the team being a 1-11, but there's context to everything. Yes, the team but they was 1-11 in a Power 5 conference.
They didn't have a good coach. They needed a better coach.
They probably didn't have a good coach, but those linemen were better than the line they got now. That
only one of those linemen, and that was Big Boy. I think he went to Syracuse. Only one of them went to a D1.
No, what I'm saying is
that is a lie. I told you that already.
We did that the other day. Those position skill players you was naming. I'm talking about offensive
what about the linemen that went to Florida State?
Those guys had.
I'll show you the lineman that went to Florida State.
You can go based off size and height, but I'm saying, who is he playing for Florida State, or he just at Florida State?
He starts. What are you talking?
a starting line. You got to tell me his name. We got to look him up.
God, not this again. You always trying to get somebody to
Harry. At the end of the day,
that's not the point here.
We have to realize. I know how much people want Colorado to be so dominant and good, and people got to just realize they don't have the talent.
Let me agree with you. Okay,
hold up. I agree.
They don't have the talent.
Okay, hold up.
I think those.
Hold on. Give me a second, JD. Because him is going to stay on this line of thinking. What you're not understanding is if Coach Prime goes out and get the best team, and goes out and get the best people, and he starts to lose, the same sentiment will be there. You can't wait until you say, oh, okay, he got everybody now. Why is he didn't win it? Then it's him, right? The idea is you got to coach people up. You can have the best players and still catch an L and can't find a way to win. Schematics matter. Everything matters. When the talents match up, right? This is the part where I know that what I'm saying it makes sense because other people are saying it. When the talent matches up, then what matters is your schemes, right? You're telling me that Coach Prime and his team are much smaller, or they cannot match up talent with NDSU? You're telling me that?
They was neck and neck. They was neck and neck.
They were probably the same.
So for us to be dominated on the line like that, that has to do with schemes.
Yeah, but
if
the thing
neck
is,
and neck, when we meet our match, when we meet people that are just as strong as us, then what we need to do is we need to have better schemes than them. But Coach Prime got out-coached with NDSU.
He got out-coached, but the thing is, the line, like he's saying, that they don't have the talent up front. They don't have the line
He's
up
not
front.
listening. He's not listening. Let me say this.
I'm listening. I'm listening, but I'm trying to tell you that I don't
Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on.
Subscribe to that thinking. It can't always be somebody else's fault.
Let me ask you this then.
The bottom line is coaching is the fault. Because it's been 2 years now, and every time you'll tell us that, oh, now we got a better line. Okay, prime example, 127 years of NFL experience, and in the preseason, they told us that the line was better. Now, hold on.
They thought that.
Hold on. So are you conceding to me that they are a bad judge of talent?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then they don't know what they're doing. Then
let me say this. Then hold on. Wait before y'all.
They don't know what they're doing.
Tim. Wait before y'all get off this subject.
The whole 127 years of NFL experience, they have no idea what's going on because they sold us the story and told us that we had a much better line than last year. But now we're going into press conferences and saying the same thing again. The line can't block. So you're gonna blame people twice now. But you told us that they were good. They were better. So that means that it's on you. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, the coaching matters. The coaching
matters.
Hold
on. Wait, watch this. Do Alabama look like they lost a step? They switched coaches. No, they have the talent.
Did you see Alabama's last game? What was the score? By fourth quarter.
Alabama got a 17-year-old receiver who's the best in the
by fourth quarter. 1 point.
I don't know.
It was close. It was close.
It was very close. You think that would have happened with that team last year?
But I'm saying Notre Dame lost to a team that ain't ranked. What that mean? What's your point? The point that I made is the talent. Hold on, Tim. The point what I'm saying is the talent. Alabama they have a 17-year-old receiver who's probably one of the best in the country. Alabama it don't matter who's coaching it. It doesn't matter. You see how Kirby?
Who's still there? Who left and who's still there?
Statement.
Nick Saban is gone.
No,
and they still winning.
Players. Who
no, you was talking about coaching. Coaching don't matter if you have the talent, bro.
Oh my
Alabama got the coaching.
Wow.
So they got.
No. I disagree.
Wow.
I disagree with that. I disagree.
Hold on a second, guys.
Coaching don't matter if you have the talent.
Hold on. One
second. You ain't let me. Y'all won't let me finish the comment. Y'all keep
don't matter if you have the talent.
What I'm saying is, hold on, Tim. I'm gonna let you go. What I'm saying is, every year I can name 5 teams: Alabama, LSU, Ohio State, Georgia. Those teams every year are good. You know why? Because they get the talent. It don't matter who coaching them, bro.
No, I disagree.
It don't matter.
Man,
oh my God!
Some level of delusional.
No, but I'm gonna say this. No.
Ohio
Talent does matter, but talent can't be the only thing you're relying on. Because honestly, if we being honest, Colorado, for instance, on the outside is more talented than a lot of their opponents. But their coaching is holding them back because there's been teams like Coach Prime. You can tell this guy's a youth football coach. That's where he started at, in youth football, and he created a college football team just like a youth football team. Because if we're being honest, and I haven't seen the chat, I don't really care what the chat got to say. But at the end of the day, Colorado is nothing. It's constructed like a youth football team.
Tell me what team got talent and they're not good. Tell me what team y'all say they got a bunch of talent, but they're still not good because the coaching ain't
Notre
good.
Dame just lost to Illinois. Like, what are you talking?
But that don't mean they not good, bro. Harry, everybody get upset. It just don't mean they're not good, bro.
Hey, Harry.
So how can you say that? Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead, Tim.
How can you make that statement, but then turn around and say that Colorado line is not good
It's
either.
not.
But hold on 1 second. If Alabama, you take Alabama's line currently and put them on Colorado's line right now, do you think, based off, because you going strictly on talent, that they'll be able to run the ball, they'll be able to pass
Yep.
for 400 yards?
Yep.
You're
It won't
delusional.
happen, bro. You
You know why?
delusional, bro.
You know why?
You are delusional.
Look, I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on, wait.
I think everybody
No,
on the
hold
panel
on.
believes that you're delusional.
Hold on, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Hold
Let
on.
me finish. Let me finish him. Let me finish. I'll let you finish.
You're
Let
on
me
the
finish.
island by yourself, bro.
Hold on.
You
Go ahead.
stated-
Go ahead.
You said that based off of size, based off of where they came from, and based off of height. Them the only three things that you base your answer off of. You can't tell me nothing different. Now, we just played Nebraska. Go back and look at what those same two guys that we said was gonna do to Colorado if they did not make adjustments before the game did to Michigan last year. Michigan won the national championship, correct?
Yeah, but you get too far away.
No.
You get too far away. You get too
I'm
far
not getting
away.
too far away.
Let them cook. Let them cook.
I'm not getting too far away because you talking about talent.
Mm-hmm.
We beat Nebraska last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based off talent,
those same two individuals gave Michigan trouble, which had one of the best offensive lines in college football
And the best
last
defense.
season.
And the best defense in college.
And the best defense. But what I'm saying is those guys are coached to do their assignments. They threw different things at Michigan in order to disrupt them. It didn't have anything to do with talent. So you could bring Alabama over here all day, and if Coach Prime just gonna have them to stand up like a statue and block, they will get beat every single time, my brother.
Hold on. Okay. Now let me speak, bro. We get your point.
Hey, him, hold on, man. Hold on. It doesn't go a panel member, then back to you. Hey,
No. I'm asking. He talking to me though. Let me rebuttal.
I was addressing him.
He asked me a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Since you right on, let me ask all y'all about some of this. How many projected NFL offensive linemen Alabama have? Be real with yourself and don't lie.
Gosh, here you go.
Let's just be no. How many of them? No, Harry. Every time I start talking, you start coming with extra. Just answer the question. Do Alabama have offensive line that's projected to go to the NFL? Yes or no?
Yes, they do.
Okay, stop. Don't say nothing else. Do Colorado have any?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
They do.
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh my
Who
God.
are projected offensive linemen to go to NFL on Colorado line?
Tyler Brown.
Oh man. I'm gone.
Him. Tyler Brown is projected to go
Tyler Brown
in the draft as a guard or center. He's playing out of position right now.
Man, stop it. Caden Proctor. Caden Proctor.
Whenever you ask and somebody
Hold on, wait.
then it's
Harry,
it's
because we're not being real about is when people trying to he answered the question, bro. I'm gonna let you talk, but people and you say y'all downgrading like Alabama line is not 10 times better than Colorado line. Are you serious? Are y'all really sitting up here saying that?
Is it because they're Alabama?
Because oh my God, Alabama line. So you saying Colorado? Hold on, wait. You said Colorado line can switch and go play for Alabama, and Alabama be just as good with that line they got? Get the fuck out of here, man! Y'all
cannot cuss on this show, bro.
I apologize, but that's ridiculous and diabolical for y'all to sit up here and say.
I do agree.
If they coach
Tim, if you agree with that, I don't want to hear nothing else from football about you because I thought you knew football, man. Are you serious?
Hey, if you just heard what I stated, clearly it'll show you that I know football. But what I'm saying is, if you coached up right, and I'm gonna throw it to you, Ron. If you coached up right, you can they can play for Alabama, my brother.
And stop it. Go look at their offers in the transfer report and see how many of them. Go see how many offers. How many of them got offers from Alabama?
Stop hugging the process. Let Ron speak, please.
Hey, I just wanted to say that him is totally 100% ignoring the fact that experts in football have stated that the Colorado offense needed to be creative. They needed to have schemes. They needed to stop being so vanilla in order to be successful this year with the offensive line. And the pundits have said, all except two individuals from CU have said that it's not the offensive line. You cannot ask an offensive line to pass block 90, 85% of it, 75% of the time. If a defense knows that's what you're going to do, you're behind the 8 ball already. Now, you're totally ignoring the fact that these experts are saying what CU needs to do is to change the creativity or inject some creativity in their offense. That is football. That's football 101 by the basics in any league. Pop Warner, high school, at any level you go to, you have to have a schematic system to put you in a position of an advantage against a defense. Colorado is not doing that at this time. It is not the talent. And I think Tim's point, they were saying changing the offensive line. If you brought Alabama's offensive line and inject them into that CU offense, would they be as good as the line or better than the line that we have? Maybe so. They won't be as successful.
No, they'll
because
be
the
exposed.
offense will not be.
Oh, bro. Hey, listen. I go on facts. I just Googled something while you was talking. Alabama got the #1 offensive line in the nation.
Okay.
Are you serious?
Okay.
So let's find out what Colorado line is ranked. Hold on. I'll be back.
So so you said facts, right? Tyler, what somebody just posted some Tyler Johnson or Tyler, whatever his name is.
Tyler Johnson.
Tyler Johnson came to Colorado with a #1 rate at the #1 rate for the offense. He's on the bench.
Should have been in the game.
I think
does that tell you?
Can I say something real quick?
Tyler Johnson played at Houston. That was a weak conference. Overrated, bro.
Stop that, man. Come on.
That's a fact.
PFF doesn't matter. PFF doesn't matter. Nothing matters to him. The only thing that matters is that you're in the SEC and you are rated to go to the NFL. That's the only thing that matters.
Can I say something real quick? I think that the problem with Colorado line is I do agree with him to a certain degree, but I also would say this with Colorado offensive line. I don't think the linemen why they're having a hard time trying to change to a different scheme is the fact they don't have the linemen, the actual lineman talent to change to a different scheme. Because to me, but probably with the exception of Tyler Johnson and maybe Seaton, I don't think they have they're to me they don't seem athletic enough. Maybe I could be wrong because I'm not. No, I'm saying let me finish. I'm not saying that they aren't, but they don't seem, and maybe because we haven't seen it, but they don't seem athletic enough.
After you finish.
I'm saying they don't seem athletic enough that they can move because you don't see any what people don't realize in this offense. You don't see any guard pulling. You don't see any guard pulling, any tackle pulling, any center pulling.
Point. Okay, now let me get the floor for a second. That is the point. We're screaming at y'all. We're screaming that at y'all. You said you don't see any guards pulling. Do you know what that means? Do you know when you say you don't see any guard pulling, who's responsible for pulling the guards?
The coaching. But that's what I said. I said that's what. But listen.
We're trying to scream at y'all.
No. I agree. I agree with what he's saying. But
but let me get the floor for a second. Let me set this up.
Let me finish.
I got some more facts when you finish.
No. Hold your facts.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, JD. Finish your thought.
Oh no. I'm saying I agree with what you're saying. I agree with most of the panel that's saying. I can see his point though. But what I'm saying is the coaching does matter because we all on this panel, we don't know. I could be completely wrong. They could be very athletic, but we just can't. I was just saying that because based off what I've watched, they don't seem very athletic because maybe they haven't done anything to be athletic. You know, maybe they are very athletic.
All right, let me get the floor. Okay.
Really? You don't think they check these players'
They
track
just came
record
out
to
of the
see if they
air.
athletic?
They just came out of
But
the air and went to D1. That's how
But I'm-
D1.
but I'm
That's how
saying
D1 recruiting works.
But
They're
Man,
not
y'all sound like a bunch of casuals right now, man.
No, but because you recruit
Hold on.
players, you recruit
I'll
players
let you
based
talk.
off of scheme.
Okay, let me let you. I'm gonna let you get it off. Go ahead.
No, I'm
And
saying
what's funny is those teams that Joe Clack named. I'm looking at the top 10 offensive line. Every team that he named is in the top 10 offensive
JD
line.
had it. Let me JD, you get it off, but let me get the floor after JD. JD, get it off.
No, I'm saying
Go ahead, JD.
I agree with you, Harry B. Totally, I agree. What I'm saying is,
You can't agree with me and not agree with me in the same breath.
I'm saying I agree with you, but I see his point as well. I see
His point don't make no sense.
No, he's saying that they do like
How
the
it
talent.
I'm
don't
about to
make
cook
no
him. Just watch.
sense.
I'm about to
They
cook him.
got
Just watch.
I got the
Let him
facts
go.
right here. I got
Go
the
ahead, go
facts.
ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
So listen, let's make sure that we understand how football works in totality. You can have a very talented team that is coached the wrong way. All
I
right.
agree.
Do you think Jimbo Fisher did not have talent at Texas A&M? Jimbo Fisher had talent at Texas A&M. All right. So, but he was fired when he was 6-4. He got fired. All right. So let's understand something. Football has a lot to do with schematics. I don't care how you put this. You can look at football because, okay, when you watch football and you're watching it in live in real time, basically, if you're just watching it from a fan perspective, you're sitting back, you're eating popcorn or chicken wings, and you're just kind of having casual conversation and just watching, you're watching it for good and bad. You're not watching it schematically. You're watching it for touchdowns and scores, who did good, who did bad. That's the normal way of watching football. But there are guys like myself who have to study the game, and we have to, and because if you don't know the game, then you listen to Joe Class, you listen to the Ocho Cinco's, you listen to people who know the game and can break it down for you to understand it better. That's why I play the Joe Class thing. So I said I see something that I don't know how to articulate, right? I need somebody to help me to articulate what I'm seeing, what something I'm missing. And Joe Clatt did that very well. He said to me, okay, Joe Clatt said to me, he said, "Oh, Harry, what you're seeing, you're right. As a student of the game, you have a football channel to run. What you're seeing and thinking is right, but let me articulate it for you. If you have guys that are not as strong as another team, you have to make them the aggressors. How do you do that? You cannot line them up face to face. I'll give you another example if that doesn't help you. If you are in a boxing match, right? I don't know how many of y'all watch MMA or y'all watch fighting. If you know your strength and your weakness, if you know that if you're an MMA fighter, but you got an opponent that has a bear hug, and if you get in that bear hug, what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to get out because you watch his film and you know that bear hug is crazy. Don't go to the bear hug. Your team tells you don't go to the bear hug. If you go to the bear hug and you get bodied, you know that you're done. This is football we're explaining to you so you can understand. At the end of the day, Colorado is not privy to having the best O-line in college football. But there are people that are smart enough to know that Colorado is talented enough to make it happen and the if part is what I'm talking about. And you keep him and others keep saying who's going to the NFL, who's not. Colorado has talent that is being depleted by lack of coaching. These guys are coming over here. You got other channels that are doing reviews, and they're telling you, no, this guy is good, this guy is good. But all of that, they're being mismanaged. You can mismanage talent and make them look silly.
I
You
do
can
agree.
mismanage your core group of guys, put them in different positions that they're not best at, and you can mismanage them and make them look like lesser NFL talent.
I
And
agree.
other coaches can make them their own people look. You think Matt Rule is a genius? Heck no.
College football.
Matt Rule got ranked because he beat Colorado. Oregon got ranked in top 5 in the preseason because how badly they beat Colorado. You can literally mismanage your talent and make them look smaller.
I agree, but I would.
But
say
that's
this.
the whole point of this. I don't want to hear who's going to the NFL, who's not. I don't care about the facts. I don't care about, they got a better O-line. We can't help them. What we can help is what Coach Prime has. You got talent, and as far as the athletic thing, Tyler Brown can lift the building. That's the last thing I heard. But Tyler Brown in the weight room can lift the building. He's strong.
But that doesn't matter.
Tyler Brown was getting whipped all the game.
But if you put Tyler Brown in a situation where he is fish out of water, he would look like a small body compared to another guy. But if you were to put that same guy across from him to lift weights, Tyler Brown could lift him and the weights.
But
see, y'all steady screaming Tyler Brown. Hold on. Y'all screaming Tyler Brown, but do y'all realize this last game was Tyler Brown?
When somebody give you a whole jar of
Tyler, this was Tyler Brown's first game. This was his first game.
You drink from the top instead of orange juice.
Hold on. Y'all realize this is Tyler Brown.
You got to shake the entire thing.
It was his first game. It was his first game versus a Power 5 conference. Y'all do realize that, right?
But every time you talk.
But y'all don't state the facts, though.
Say this. That's not. What do you mean? It's not facts. If
Tyler Brown didn't play last year.
It's telling you that Colorado would be better if they do X.
Joe Clack is a Colorado alumni. He's not speaking the facts, bro.
Okay, all right.
Listen, bro.
A lot of excuses, bro.
I'm just speaking fact. Harry, Harry. Listen. Hold on. Wait. Harry, after the game, Harry, what I came on and said. I said at the end of the day.
You said Nebraska was not that good. And
hold on. I say after the game.
Dylan Raiola was
Harry. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Harry.
Don't come on here and start flexing afterwards.
Harry. Hold on.
Tim told you to watch Nebraska.
Harry. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You were the same guy that was telling us.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Harry. Harry, I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what you got to listen.
Well, yeah, but you can't.
At the end of the day, I just said after this post game show, I came in and what I said. At the end of the day, we just got to realize Colorado team is not as good as people think.
Okay, then you made your point. You keep making the same point.
And can I?
It's not as good as we think. I know we want it to be good, but it's not.
All right,
I do want to. This is what I was saying before you spoke. What I said. That's why I said I agree with you and I understand his point. Listen, you can have the scheme, right? But if you don't have the Jimmys and the Joes to execute the scheme, then what good is the scheme?
Well, prove it.
That means that you don't have the scheme.
Let me see the scheme, and let's see if those Jimmys and Joes can run that scheme.
Right. That's it.
That's what I'm saying.
But wait. This is what y'all casuals gonna do when they come out and run a scheme against CSU. Y'all gonna say, "See, they got an offensive line, but CSU don't have the talent that Nebraska got." So y'all gonna flip it again. See, they can run the ball because they ran it on CSU. CSU don't. It's not Nebraska.
Don't have the talent that Nebraska has.
And what happens if CSU beats Colorado next week?
It just proves my point. Colorado is not that good. How people think they want to be.
So you're
matter of fact, they barely beat CU last year. They barely beat Colorado State last year. They barely beat them last year.
You're right, regardless.
Hey,
look, Harry, I'm just speaking of facts, Harry.
You're not speaking any facts.
And they can. I think people. Hold on. And I would admit, I didn't know that, like I say earlier, a new team, one cornerback can flip a team. Nebraska looked like a totally different team the other day. That wasn't the team that we beat last year.
I'm
talking about offensively. I ain't talking about defensively.
I'm consistent on this channel telling y'all everything, and it's been happening.
Harry, but you was talking like Dylan Raiola. You was talking like Raiola threw for 300 yards, and he the reason why they won. He is not the reason why they won the game.
That's firm,
they won because of their defense. But
thank you.
Who do you have?
Why you say thank you? Thank you for what?
They because somebody just said they won because of their defense, not because of Dylan Raiola. Stop
Who said
saying
they won
that.
because of Dylan Raiola? Who said that?
I'm saying you're saying that we told you he was good. Yeah, he's good, but they defense dominated the
You
game.
just said thank you.
He didn't
I
really
want to
do
stick on
nothing.
that. What are you saying thank you for? Who said
Nebraska
they
won because
Dylan
of their
Raiola?
defense.
I said
No,
that Friday. We've been
I'm
saying that
saying
Friday.
you're saying you're
Nobody
steady
told you
screaming.
that they
You're
won because
steady.
of
You're
Dylan
saying
Raiola.
you just
Nobody
said we was
told you that.
telling you
You're just
how
saying thank you. You're
good.
doing that thing that black people do.
No,
To sound loud and sound like
slow
they're
down.
right. But
Larry,
Hey,
hold
I'm
on.
the guy that pushes back.
You gotta
who
listen.
do
You
you
gotta
do
listen,
you
bro.
see CU making a bowl game?
See, you still will win 6 games, bro. They still will win 6 games.
They can't win 6 games.
They
Bro.
can't
They
win no
still will
6
win 6
games.
games.
No, they
Do
Bro.
they
can't.
win
I
6
think.
games
Hold on,
keeping
Harry.
back?
Hold on, Tim. You know why? I think people
Why?
are underestimating how good Nebraska really is, and think CU is just that bad. Nebraska might be a top 10 team. People not
Man, come on,
realizing
bro,
that.
please. Okay,
Man,
let's
that
stick to
defense, if that defense play like they played, Nebraska would be a top 10
Tim,
team.
let me say this.
listen.
Okay,
Mark my
go
word.
ahead, Ron. Hey, Ron, you got it. Go ahead, Ron.
Let me say this. If Nebraska was what you say they are,
He's a Johnny come lately. When we were
which,
telling him
which
that,
they're-
he wasn't believing it.
which they are not. So because that is why they were so happy about the 28-point lead in the first half.
And
that
we
they
gave
benched
them 2
all the
points.
first
We
string
gave them
starters.
14 points.
They benched all their starters, and they benched all their second team, and they put third string in because they weren't able to score like they did in the first half, the second half. Alabama and those teams like that, they're used when they score. If they score 28 on you in the first half, the second half they may score 30.
Well, I'm gonna
get
push
that from Nebraska.
No, I'm gonna push back on that because I'm gonna push back on that because I don't care what nobody say. I sat there and watched the second half. I watched the whole game in its entirety, and people say,
Yes.
"Oh, they say Colorado defense played better." Yeah, they played a little bit better, but let's be honest, man. Nebraska, they took their foot off the gas. They was
What?
bro. That
they
shit was,
didn't.
bro. Yes,
This
they
is a
did,
rivalry game.
bro.
This is a rivalry game.
I don't
There's no
care,
taking your foot off the gas.
bro. That shit was so dominant, bro. In the
No cussing,
trenches,
guys.
I'm sorry. That game was so dominant in the trenches.
What
Bro,
they were trying to do was run the clock out using their run game, which is a
No, it's
smart
not
thing
true.
to do.
Wait, styles points matter in college football. They were not taking their foot off the gas.
not anymore, bro. They don't
Stop
matter
that.
anymore.
Yes, it do,
Yeah,
bro.
No, it don't,
You
bro.
on the island
Oh
on that
my
one, JD. You on the
God.
island.
No, style points don't
Style
matter in
points
college.
matter in college football.
you're
What
on the
team?
island.
Wait.
Hey, if you
A
think-
team. Oh,
if
wait,
you
hold on,
think
Harry.
that-
Harry, hold on. A
Go ahead.
team just dropped from like 4. I can't remember what team it was. Oregon or one of them schools dropped because they barely won the game the other day, last week.
But the thing is, style points don't matter as much. You know why? Because it's playoff
Oh.
now. It used to be
No,
style
what I'm
points.
saying for is ranking wise.
But who cares about rank at this point when it's a 12
Ranking
team?
matter because most likely the top 10 teams gonna get in the playoffs. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But
Top 12.
I
Well, hey,
understand
Top
that.
ranking
12.
matters for recruiting, guys. Come on, let's be
But I
serious.
mean, what I'm saying
Exactly.
is,
So why you think Colorado recruiting the worst players? Because they're not ranked.
We were ranked
Hey,
17. We were ranked number what? 17.
Man, they
that
lost
year?
6 straight. Harry, they lost the last 6 straight
It
games.
matters
man.
and then it doesn't matter.
Come
man.
on,
You're like a
man.
wishy-washy
Harry.
type of
Hey,
Y'all got. I know we
Let me-
buff
hey,
nation,
Harry.
buff BU buffs, but come on, let's be real with
I
ourselves.
gotta.
you
Hey, Harry, let me
sideways?
ask something real quick.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I got a lot of pushback with him, but I'm trying to see where he stands and stuff. But you say the offensive line is not talented or any of that sort, but you got them winning 6 games, which will probably qualify them for a bowl game. How do you see them getting there with the offensive line that's still on the field? If no changes are made, running different schemes, pulling guards, protecting the edge.
Hold on, Tim. I'm looking at the schedule. They beat Colorado State. That's 2 games. They will beat Cincinnati. That's 3 games. They will beat Texas Tech. That's 4 games. They will beat
You say
Baylor.
Texas Tech played Saturday.
They would be Baylor, Texas Tech, Colorado State University. They would beat Cincinnati. That's 5 games. That's 6 wins.
Okay, now, well, hold on. With that said, you don't trust the talent on the O line. You don't really trust none of the guys in the O line because you stated earlier.
When
Nah, I
they're
don't.
no good,
Hold
when they
on.
win, they're good.
I don't trust none of them. I don't trust none of them.
Okay, you don't trust none of them because you said last season.
Not even C. I
O-line.
don't trust none of them.
Okay, right. So you don't trust none of them.
None of them.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this since you stated that coaching does not matter. Also, that's quote your words, not mine.
Yeah. And when you got the talent, it don't
Hey,
matter.
let's give him an
Hold on.
opportunity to see if you want to take that back.
Hold on. No, hold on. I'm finna cook his.
Let him finish.
His
Go
chicken,
ahead.
bro.
Go ahead, Tim. Get
All
it out.
All right. So with that being said, if I'm a coach, even if I'm CSU and I'm sitting back and watching what I just watched this past Saturday, and Ron, you can testify to this. I'm a rush 3 and drop 8. I'm a rush 3 and drop 8.
You're gonna get killed. You don't have the 2 that Nebraska have to do that.
I got 8.
You don't have the 2 in the front that Nebraska have. See, that's what people don't understand. Shador
The
passing
line
is
sucks based
hold
off
on,
of
wait.
what you stated.
But they would not be playing number 9 and number 0. They're probably the best defensive line they're gonna play for the rest of the year.
But those are NFL defensive linemen, bro. Bro, just because every other team don't have that dominant lineman, that don't matter.
Hold up. What did you just say? You said that would be the best defensive line.
That's the best defensive line they will play all year.
Oh my goodness! You have
tell me another best. Tell me another defensive line. Tell me another. Okay, I'm looking at it.
The entire bottom of the schedule. The entire bottom of the schedule.
You telling me all those lines are better than Nebraska 2 players they got?
From UCF all the way down.
They defensive line is better than Nebraska. Are you serious?
Listen, Kansas will get to Shador.
You
Kansas State will get to
Again,
Shador,
you don't know. I studied this stuff. But you know better. And then when I was telling you about Dylan Raiola, you were pushing back. You don't know.
Dylan Raiola don't look that good to me, Harry.
Don't know, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
He don't look that good. You steady blowing him up. He don't look that good to me.
You are a casual, bro.
You acting like Dylan Raiola coming out lighting these games up. Bro, he's not really doing nothing.
I studied this because I've run a channel and I'm trying to be professional. And
but his defense is so good, it's making him look good.
No, you make these big statements and then you come back and apologize. I'm trying to.
What I apologize for? Hold on, what I apologize for?
Because you was wrong about Dylan Raiola.
Dylan Raiola threw for 190-some yards. What did he do?
And you telling me that it was just
no, stay right there. Last game and this game, what did he do special? The man averaging 200 yards. He averaging
Harry, guys. Let me put you in perspective. Let me let the audience that's watching in the chat.
Cam Ward, talk about Cam Ward.
I'm going to describe you. Let me describe you. You're this guy. You don't know about intangibles in sports. You're the type of guy that you think LeBron James is it. Right?
Okay, stop right there, Harry. Wait. That's a good point.
Let me cook you right. Okay.
Before you get too far, Harry. That's a great point. That's a great point. That's a great point. That's a great point. I'm gonna come back to that.
Think about this is what you don't think about. Okay, when you look at stat sheets and you say, then this is going to work. That's not how sports work in its entirety. Okay, I'm trying to tell you something, but you don't listen. I'm trying to let you know that sports has intangibles. Dennis Rodman was one of the best defensive defenders in the NBA. If you looked at stats, you would say he was garbage. But what he brought to Jordan made Jordan who Jordan is today.
They had 3 championships before he got there. But let me change the subject.
I'm just trying to let you know that
they had 3 champions. No. When Michael Jordan retired in '93, he was already considered the best player ever. That's a lie.
Michael Jordan wanted to take his team to another level. He knew that Dennis Rodman was a problem coming from Detroit, and he said, "I don't care about that issue. Just bring him to me."
But Harry, that was after he already had 3 championships. What I'm trying to say is,
I'm trying to describe who you are. You are stuck on stats, and I'm trying to tell you Dennis Rodman's effect on that team. Draymond Green. You look at Draymond Green, and to you, he's just a serviceable person. But without Draymond Green on the Warriors, they are not as good. You would say Steph Curry. You would say everybody else.
That right there. You're on a good point. Now with the Lakers and like you said, LeBron.
Man.
You know why the Lakers keep losing to Denver? Is it because of LeBron or because they team not just as talented as Denver is?
Oh man.
Which one is it? And I'm asking everybody on the panel.
I ain't
Is
gonna
the
lie,
Lakers
we
losing
getting
to
away from the
Denver?
conversation. We talking.
No. He just said no. I'm making a point.
Trying to tell
I'm
you that
talking about talent.
intangibles
I'm talking
are
about
important
talent.
in college football.
I'm talking about talent, though.
Intangibles, but then you take
Don't
one.
matter.
I said that. Listen, I'll give you this analogy one more time, and if you don't take it, that's up to you, and we can move on. Listen, when you get a jug of Kool-Aid, this is the type of person you are. You drink from the top of the jug of Kool-Aid and say this Kool-Aid is no good. The Kool-Aid is not sweet enough. You get orange juice, you drink from the top, and you say the orange juice is not sweet enough. That's the type of person you are.
Okay.
You have to understand the intangibles are part of the game. Coaching all the way from the top. You made a statement and said coaching doesn't matter. I should have took you off the panel.
When you have talent, coaching doesn't matter, bro.
Coaching do matter, bro.
Coaching doesn't
When
matter.
you got talent,
this button to get you up out of here.
I'm gonna tell you why coaching don't matter in sports.
All right, you say it one more time. I'm gonna take
Wait, hold on, Harry. Hold on. Let me break it down to you.
I'm gonna take you off the panel.
You know how many coaches LeBron James took to the finals?
Bruh, say coaching don't matter.
No, answer the question. No, we've been having. Let me ask y'all a question.
Say coaching don't matter one more time.
If you look, Harry, can I speak or not, bro? If not, just kick me off the panel. I'm trying to break some down to you. You scream, but you're screaming. I'm trying to break some down to you. Y'all saying talent, Harry. Okay, I'm delusional, but let me get it off though. You're saying that coaching matter more than talent. That's basically what you're saying. So what I'm saying is that
no, coaching don't matter more than talent, and talent don't matter more than coaching. You got to shake the orange juice, man. How many times I gotta say the daggone thing? You got to shake the drink so you can get the entire ingredient.
I get your point. I'm not disagreeing with you, but for y'all to act like it's the same thing with the Lakers, AD and LeBron, Travis Hunter and Shador. Just because you have two of the top players in the league don't mean you're supposed to beat some good teams. It don't work like that.
They only got three good players. Colorado.
That's it. Who just said that? Who just said that? Hold on, wait. Who just said that?
When Milwaukee won the championship, what did you associate that to?
They had the best defensive point guard in the league, which is Drew Holiday. They had one of the best three mans in the league, which is Chris Middleton, that was averaging 30-some points in a round, and they had the best player in the league. What are you talking about, Harry?
It wasn't the most talented team, though, is what he's saying.
They wasn't the most talented team. So wait. Let's watch this. The Lakers lose to Denver, right? This is LeBron and AD. Who beat Denver this year in the playoffs? The Timberwolves. You know why? Because they have more talent on their team.
No, they didn't have more
you understand what I'm saying?
Look, all right, man.
The Timberwolves don't have more talent than the Lakers. Oh, I'm done.
All right, yeah, man. I gotta let you go, man.
Yeah, y'all have a good day, man. I can't.
Right. Yeah, man. I can't. I'm sorry, but I think that's my first or second time trying to kick somebody off the panel because it's not. The conversation has to move down the line. Like we all have to understand how this thing works. If we keep having the same argument over and over again, it's not helping to move the conversation down the road. Okay, we got to move the conversation down the road, and the way that we do it is, it's got to be sensical. All right, and it gotta make sense. You're making statements like coaching don't matter. Oh, it's all about the talent. Like who? What? Like
no, I disagree with that sentiment. Talent matters, but it can't be the only thing. I feel as though that's Colorado's problem. They're trying to rely on talent and not coaching. Basically what he's saying, what his analogy is what we're looking at in real life right now. We're looking at a talented team that's not coached being very well. So if that's his stance, then Colorado would be the best team in college football right now. If that's what he believes in.
I believe that if you put Colorado's talent with a coach that is very sound, a coach that when he goes to sleep, he's losing sleep. He sleep on schematic. If you put Coach Prime Prime's team with what was the coach for the that Denzel movie? What was that Denzel movie?
You talk about Remember the Titans?
Remember the Titans. This guy, like, the schematics was matter to him so much he was losing sleep, trying to figure out how do I beat this team.
Yeah, but
instead of let me make sure that I got this going on, I got that going on. A coach that loses sleep on schematics, if this play is going to work, if that play is going to work, if they show me this defense again, they got that TV in their room and they're losing sleep.
Yeah, but they both work hand in hand. You can't really have one without the other. I mean, and for
But
the
that's
most
the whole
part,
point. You got to shake the entire thing.
Sometimes I'll put it like this. Sometimes one you have to rely on one more than the other, but they as generally as a team, they both work hand in hand. Now this the beautiful thing about sports is you may have a talented team that loses to a untalented team, and you may have a team that's more schematic that they may have schematics, but they didn't have the talent. So that they work hand in hand. Every once in a while, yeah, a more talented team with bad coaching can overcome the talent. Like for my example, I'm an Eagles fan, right? I'm an Eagles fan. We got one last year. We had one of the most talented rosters in the NFL. Yeah, we started off pretty cool, but you soon found out that coaching matters because we down the stretch of the regular season games, we was blatantly out coached with one of the best quarterbacks in the league, one of the top wide receivers in the league, or the top two duos in the league. Even a decent running back, a top 5 rusher. So talent matters, but also it can't be the only thing you're relying on. Talent can win you some games, but it's not going to win you no championships solely. So they both work hand in hand.
I want to say something. I want to say something.
Hold on, before you say that, let me bring on CSB Leo. CSB Leo, what's up with you, man? Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Big E, you gotta chill. My man, your blood pressure will go up.
I know. I'm about to blow a gasket, my man.
let me say this before you all start doing your Liberian hugs and all that stuff.
Go ahead, Ron.
Hey, if what him was saying was true, these college coaches, these college schools who are run by these greedy administrators and these NFL owners would not pay these coaches. Nick Saban wouldn't have gotten the money that he was being paid.
Mm-hmm.
They would get all the talent that they could get and pay some coach $100,000 a year to come in and coach these talented players, because these talented players are going to win these games for us. We just need you to do is press on the gas or steer the wheel or throw up to make the coin toss or make a decision.
Hey, Ron, let me cut you off. Let me cut you off, Ron. Wouldn't that mean that the SEC will win the Natty every year?
Every year.
Don't they have bigger talent? Don't everybody say the SEC has the better talent? They're bigger, they're better, and they have more money. Based on his logic, the SEC should win the Natty every single year. They're winning a lot, but Nebraska took it last year. But
Michigan took it last year.
Right. Not Nebraska, Michigan. I said Michigan. But what is it about? Anyways, let's bring in CSB Leo. Hey man, you've heard what we've had to say. To you, CSB Leo, does coaching matter?
Oh yeah. Coaching matters a lot.
Tell us why coaching matters, because apparently somebody doesn't understand how, I don't know if you think Colorado ain't got talent, man, that's like the most egregious thing.
But talent where? What do you say their talent is? Like
let me let him go and then we'll talk about that. I'll answer that question later.
All right.
Yeah, coaching matters a lot. And in this situation, coaching matters even more. Because I think that Colorado got beat by Nebraska, and you have to give Nebraska their due, but you also have to realize that Colorado beat themselves. There's nobody on this panel that's saying everything that encapsulates all of what went wrong during that game. I think everybody is pointing out the piece that is most important to them, but there are a lot of things that happened that night, both Nebraska playing well and Colorado beat themselves, that ended up in that result. And
Nebraska made less mistakes.
Yeah, there are a lot of things, right? So I think everybody on the panel is right to point out what they feel is the primary issue, but it doesn't make the other person point any less legitimate because they're also pointing out something else that's going on. So for one person, they could say, you know, Colorado is just not a good football team in terms of players. Another person could say, well, they're a good football team in terms of players, but the coach isn't getting what a better coach would get out of them. I think these are all legitimate arguments, but I think what it comes down to though is the team is led ultimately by the coach. And the issues that need to be fixed fall squarely on the coach's shoulders. Whether it's you don't have the best players, or you don't have the best scheme, or maybe even that something else that goes even before that is you don't have the best philosophy about football. No matter what the cause of the problem might be, the solution falls squarely on the coach to figure it out. So that's just my feedback. Getting into what you think the most pressing issue is doesn't really get to the fact that the coach has to address all issues in order to be able to win. None of the issues that you guys are pointing out can go unaddressed and this team still be successful. Whether it's talent, is scheme, is coaching, is philosophy, is culture, all of that needs to be addressed. Now, the good news is we're only 2 games in, and the next opponent represents an opportunity to find out how many of those issues you can address between week 2 and week 3.
But that's what I said. I think that's why I said you can't take Kool-Aid that's been sitting down all day and you drink from the top and then you come up and say, well, the Kool-Aid sucks. So who made this Kool-Aid? The sugar has sunk down to the bottom of the Kool-Aid. You got to shake the Kool-Aid or the orange juice to get the full, the full thing that how it was made. So that's what I've been saying. Like there's a lot going on, because if you saying that, oh, we pointing our fingers again on this. Okay, number one, we pointed our fingers at Sean Lewis. He can't run. Sean Lewis doesn't know how to run. Sean Lewis goes to San Diego State, 200 something yards. He runs. Oh, so it wasn't Sean Lewis. Okay, his play calling was suspect. Okay, we'll see how he does during the season. That's fine. But we keep pointing the finger, and the goalpost keeps moving. But we're trying to say, hey, there is a problem in this department. There's a problem in that department. And for that, let me bring on East Coast Cav. It's been a minute. East Coast Cav, it's been a minute. How you doing, brother? You got an impersonator online. Somebody hated you. I don't know what you're doing out there.
Yeah. I got trolls after me, man. I done made it in life, man. I'm almost at the level.
If you don't have personal haters, then you ain't doing something. So, my brother, you're doing something out there. So, congratulations. Welcome back to the show. How you doing today?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Salute to the chat and everybody on the panel. I'll keep it quick.
Okay, you got
the talent matters, man, at the end of the day. But Harry, I'm going to back up what you said. Nebraska is this is my opinion. Nebraska is nowhere near, comparing both teams to Colorado and Nebraska. Nebraska is nowhere near talented as Colorado is. You know why? But at the same time, coaching mattered. If it was all about talent, then Colorado would have won. The coaching matters because another example, we can go back further than that. We can go back to that debacle when Stanford came back and won.
I was getting ready to
do that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, my bad. But they got out-coached. Okay, the talent won the first half. You know what won the second half? The coaching.
Scheme.
The scheme. They came back and switched it up on their behind, and CU could not bounce back, or they could not counter what they were going to do. The talent matters, yes. You want to get the talent and get the best players you can get. But if you ain't got the people to coach them, okay, you got a Ferrari sitting in your driveway.
Right.
Sexy car. But if you ain't got nobody to drive it, then what is it? Just a car sitting in your driveway.
Just a pretty car, yeah.
At the end of the day, the coaching is what failed. And honestly, Dylan Rowley, correct. Dylan Rowley didn't do anything special. He managed. Good thing he did is manage the game.
That's all he had to do.
That's all he had to do.
I promise you,
That's
DC
all he
Carson
had to
music.
do.
DC Carson cries this all the time. Phil So Real does the same thing. They say you don't need superstars. You just need players that can do what the coach has planned, and they can put it on you.
Yes, and no, that's all that had to happen. He didn't want them to go. You can look like Patrick Mahomes all you want. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, can you manage a game? You got some decent players around you. Nebraska didn't have the best players. They just had players that can get the job done. And that's what Matt Rule needed. And he said, do your part, and I'm going to do my part out coaching Deion Sanders. And that's exactly what happened. Nowhere in Colorado, Nebraska is nowhere near the talent that Colorado has on paper. But on the field, it was a whole different story. There's a coaching. Just like I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna get out of your way. Just like the players are out of position on the offensive line. I don't see nothing wrong with the offensive line except players are out of position.
But that's what's wrong. That is literally what's wrong with it.
Hey, East Coast Cab.
Let me finish. I'm gonna give it back to you. You got it next right after this. Khalil Benson is a natural. Your position matters, man. I don't care what nobody say. The position of where you play matters. Khalil Benson is a natural right tackle. Why is he at right guard getting pushed off the ball? Along with Tyler Brown, who's supposed to be a guard or a center, but he's at right tackle getting beat on the ball.
No, he's a guard.
That's what I'm saying. He's a
Center
guard,
and
but they
guard.
put Tyler Brown at right tackle. Look at the game. He's number 56. They put him at right tackle. That is not his position. So if he's getting beat off the ball, that's on Prime. Your position on the football field matters, man. And I'm gonna give it back to Tim.
Hey, can I
East Coast. Only thing I'm sorry, brother. Give me 1 second. I was just gonna say, hey man, it's good to see you. I've been seeing you out there in the streets.
He's doing something. He's cooking out there because
I
he got memes out here now.
Your assessment. I agree with you 100%. Hey Harry, check your email. I sent you something.
Yeah, I saw it, but would you want me to play this live?
If you could at 101. Or you could just listen to it and you can pick out bits and pieces. This is exactly what we were just talking about earlier. But go ahead, I'm gonna shut up.
Do y'all think that Coach Prime is playing favorites too, though?
I think he is. I'm just gonna say it. All coaches play favoritism, but it's starting to get blatant right now. Because honestly, you know I support Prime. If you see me in the streets, I've been battling the trolls. I've been going back and forth on the internet. That's probably how I got those memes made about me. But at the end of the day, we gotta have a come to Jesus moment, man. We got to.
So I'll say this. This is one thing that I think I made that statement in the last video I dropped. The offense cannot be ran through. My son is the best player, so let's just put the ball in his hands and then we get out of the way. I feel like the offensive scheme, and I'll make this statement. If I lose subscribers, I'll lose subscribers. I'll make this statement. I feel like Sean Lewis's hands were tied to Shador, and Pat Shermer's hands are tied to Shador. I feel like they do not have the keys to the offense. Because this is how I feel. I feel like Prime is running his offense based on Shador's abilities and how he perceives Shador. And I can't scream that enough and say, if that does not change, if we don't come out of let's come out of our dizziness or our nostalgia with Shador and how great of a personal player he is. If we don't get out of that whole thing, our season will be over before the middle of the season.
Harry, right now it's the Shador and Travis show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I gotta say it. I'm sorry to say it.
It's been
right, guys, so hold the line, guys. Let me bring on Obi. Obi, I don't want him to wait in the green room too long. Obi, welcome to the show. I just made a profound statement. I don't know if you about to cancel me or not, but
it wasn't profound at all.
Let me hear your thoughts on that, please.
No, I agree. Like, Coach Prime has favorites. Like, I first realized this in 2014. So in 2014, Coach Prime, well, Deion Sanders at the time.
This guy rates his own kids.
In 2014, Deion Sanders at the time, he was like an honorary captain when he was picking Pro Bowlers. I'm not sure if you guys remember that. He was able to pick Pro Bowlers. At that time, Brent Grimes was like leading in as a cornerback, and Coach Deion Sanders didn't pick Brent Grimes. He picked his boys, like the Richard Shermans, and this is when Richard Sherman was past his prime. And so on a podcast, Brent Grimes like revealed he went to Deion Sanders. He was like, "Yo, why did you pick me?" And Deion said, "You know, I had to pick my boys. Those are my guys." That's when I knew there is favoritism. So moving forward, now the facts. First of all, we have new receivers, we have new O-line, we have a new online coach, we have new running backs, we have a new offensive coordinator, and we got the same result as last year. Charlie is not a Power 5 starting running back.
Yes.
Why is Charlie starting running back for the Colorado Buffs?
Because it's the
Favorite.
Rudy story.
The good feeling. That's what it is.
No, it's a good
this whole Cinderella dream got to end.
Yeah. And then
Dallas should be running that ball,
honestly,
or Michael Welch.
Hold on. Coach Prime is not a Power 5 head coach.
Yep.
He's not a Power 5 head coach. How did you guys pay attention to the first half, the end of the first half, and how he didn't know how to manage his timeouts to get a field goal?
Yep. He did
the same thing last year. He did it a couple times last year, and I was like, it's his first year, but he did it again this game. I was like, bro, what are you doing? Every time he's running,
he ran 15 seconds off the clock.
Shador. Like the first game of the season, when Shador did the audible, not the audible, but yeah, pretty much the audible at the end of the game and try to hit Wester. Like that's the moment where you talk to your quarterback and say, "Yo, we can't do this again. You almost cost us the game," and he did it again this week. So like, he's trying to run everything through Shador. Like he's not trying to play to win. Honestly, if he has a losing season, they need to get rid of him. I'm not even gonna lie.
Can I say this real quick? Then I gotta go. Honestly, it's not that he's not a coach. He's more. He's more. And in my opinion, I'm really gonna get in trouble for this. Everybody's gonna hate. I just think, and people have been saying it. It seems like, and I don't have proof, just speculation, that this is just the Travis and Shador show, and there's everybody else as a feature. That's what he's making this look like. You can't win a program like that, man.
You do have proof because you're looking at it live on TV. You do have proof. Like let's be
guys,
honest.
hold on, guys. Let me step in here real quick. I just don't want this to turn into a Deion bashing show. This is
I'm not telling the truth and shaming the devil, man. We got
wagon. I just want to let everybody
know. Harry, nobody's been more supportive of Prime than this guys right here, man. I'm just sorry, man. We got to start telling the truth.
That's
go ahead.
fine.
I'm sorry, Harry. Go ahead. I got in my emotions, man. Go ahead, man. I lost a lot of money this weekend, man, betting on Colorado. I'm sorry, man.
I understand.
Please pray for me, man. I lost the rent money, man.
I just want everybody to know that I stand on business. I'm not one of those channels. If it starts going left, I got to stop it. This is not a Deion bashing show. I'm not here to bash Deion. I don't think Deion's a bad coach. I think he needs to focus on coaching more, but I'm not here to bash him. I'd rather solutions than start going down the line of, oh, he's not a good coach and all of that stuff. I know that he's a good coach because he's done it for 20 years past playing, and he's been very successful at it. But he has to focus on a new task, which is Power 4. Power 4 is different from what he's been at, and he needs to focus on how he's going to win here. All right, there's a lot of distractions, and he needs to figure that out. Now, I will tell you this. The reason why we are feeling comfortable saying this now and not being canceled out there is because people have been reserved. And I think you were here, East Coast Caf, when I was saying this last year. I said, what is the conversation going to be looking like if, in the beginning, the losing starts? And guess where we are right now? We are having that conversation right now. Now.
But this is not. But this is the thing though. This not a. We're not bashing Deion Sanders. We are talking about Coach Prime. It's a difference. The thing is with people.
That's the same person to me. I just want to make that clear. Coach Prime as a coach, he's Deion Sanders. He just has that thing. But Coach Prime is Deion Sanders, and Deion Sanders is Coach Prime.
Okay, we gotta separate what we know as the human being and the ex-football player from the head coach of Colorado football. And despite people's feelings, you got to tell the truth. And in the end of the day, he's not okay. If you want to say he's not, you think he's a good coach. I'm gonna put it this way. To me, he's not a good coach, or he's not good at coaching. Because at the end of the day, you can't. The thing is about football. Yeah, the level changes, but the basics stay the same. Like Obi said, we watched time and time again last year. You not managing the clock. Every year, if you've been following Coach Prime since Jackson State, he has a new OC every year. You know why? Because all he talk about, how come if it's not about, like y'all just saying, it's the Shador and Travis show? Because when he comes to the panel after they win or he throw for a lot of yards, it's about Shador, he threw for 440. Okay, but it doesn't matter. You try to go for 500 yards. If it wasn't about stats, then you wouldn't care about Jimmy Horn having 198 yards. You trying to get him to 200. It doesn't matter. What matters is wins and losses. We judge by wins and losses, and he would get a lot more grace if there was improvement. The fact that this year you're talking about the same problems that you had last year is a problem. We're not talking about there. You said there was a vast majority of
Christians, what you're describing is doesn't mean that he's not a good coach. He needs to make adjustments. But I want to hear you say something about why he's not a good coach.
Because
you're not telling me how.
Because the thing is, good coaches, they understand they have flaws and deficiencies, and they fix them. They approve upon those things. He hasn't approved upon those things.
But we're 2 games in, so how can you be so definite? We're only 2 games in. When he starts winning, when Coach Prime starts to put it all together and start winning again, then this conversation changes.
But the thing is, you have to start winning. Okay, he's not good at coaching right now. He's still a young coach. The thing is, he's mismanaging the team, like you just said, or somebody just said about the old lineman, about the clock. That matters.
Real quick, piggyback off what you said. He did the same mismanaging of the clock at Jackson State.
Exactly.
That's what cost him the bowl game.
He lost 2 celebration bowls back to back. You know why?
Mismanagement of the clock.
He had better talent. He had better talent against South Carolina State in the first one, and he had better talent against North Carolina Central in the second one. You know why they lost? Because the first one, South Carolina State ran the ball up and down the field, and they didn't adjust. You know why they lost to North Carolina Central? Because they threw the ball and they couldn't adjust. That's exactly why they lost the game. So every year, it's something, bro. Man, listen, man. Listen.
So, I think I hear what you're saying. I think this. Let me clear this up a little bit. I think I hear what you're saying. As far as because when I hear he's not a good coach, when he's not a good coach, kind of puts it in a way that makes it sound like this guy does not know what he's doing. When you're not a good coach, that means you don't know what you're doing. I think Coach Prime knows what he's doing. Does he need to make adjustments? Yes, Coach Prime needs to make adjustments. I think what's hurting him is his own son. His son is hurting his ability to judge the entire team as a team. His son is hurting him to be able to step in. Coach Prime was the offensive coordinator in with the high school team that won three championships. So Coach Prime
with the same kid, with the same son that we're talking about today.
But that's what I'm saying. No. Think about it. What I just said though. Offensive coordinator is the mind that calls the plays and does all the things that needs to do.
But that's what he was at Texas.
So my thing is this.
Hold on, but let me land the plane so you can understand.
Go ahead. My bad.
Wait, I'm trying to give you the elements of good coach, bad coach, right? So a bad coach, somebody who's not a quote unquote good coach, they wouldn't have a winning coaching record. You see what I'm saying?
Harry.
A bad coach would not necessarily have a winning coaching record. Coach Prime has a winning coaching record. He knows what he's doing, but I think one of the reasons, right, is not in its totality. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, this is the only reason. He's trusting his son too much. Coach Prime needs. Do you recognize that as soon as something happens to Shador and we get in Ryan Stubb or another quarterback, all of a sudden, now the offense is mobile. Now all of a sudden, now we go we jump out of shotgun and we go down center. Now all of a sudden things start to happen, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? 1 second ago, we were getting demolished. All of a sudden, we're moving the ball. So that's what I'm saying. Coach Prime is really enamored with his son. He really loves that kid.
The thing is though, Harry, though, he's been coaching it. I understand that's his son. At this point, he's been coaching his son
articulate what you mean by bad, because that's what I just attempted to do.
I could articulate.
Articulate what you mean by bad and good, because bad and good have implications. There are ways to tell me if somebody's bad or if somebody's really good. Like if he's a bad coach, there's no way he's winning all of those championships as an offensive coordinator. That doesn't equate to bad coaching.
I can tell you easy. It's simple. Look at Chip Kelly. There's levels to coaching, right? Where you coach. Just because you're good in college don't mean you'll be good in high school. Just because you're good in high school don't mean you'll be good in the NFL.
But he's
Just because
also
you're good
proven that he was good at two of those things you just said, high school and college. He's already proven that.
It's different. Okay, college, there's different levels of college too, right?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So the more you go in the levels, we're in year 2 right now, right? Keep in mind, we're in year 2. Not every coach. I've made a video and I told you about all of the coaches in their second year, how they're playing out. What's his name? Matt Rule, in his first year, he failed terribly. In his second year, he picked it up. Coach Promise, in his second year, second game is over. We're 1-1. So let's be careful how he's been very successful up to right now.
But no, wait.
So your bad coaching, like there's no way you can tell me bad coaching when you can't prove to me that over his coaching career, he's been losing. If you're winning, you can't be a bad coach. Maybe you need to make adjustments. I'm talking about the adjustments. You're talking about.
We're not seeing the adjustments, Harry. That's the problem. We're not seeing the adjustments. He had that chance to make the adjustments.
We're 1-1.
Okay, but Harry, can I ask you this real quick? So do you think? Because to be fair, I say at least give it by you. Maybe you're right. Let's give it about 4 or 5 games, and let's see if he does that. But right now there's a pattern.
Year 2.
There's a pattern right now.
Right, that's a pattern, and we've seen that. But I'm saying, year 1, Matt Rule was not that great. Year 2, he picked it up.
No,
year 1, Coach Prime was not that great. It's 4-8. Year 2, he's 1-1. If he was 0-2 right now, then bad coaching stuff.
Harry,
give it time. Give it time.
Listen, everybody keeps saying giving it time though, but what you said, Coach Rule had no. Let's just get something straight here. Nebraska improved from the start of the season to the end of last season. They end up having a losing record, but from game 1 to game 11 or 12, how many games they played, they improved little by little. Yes, the record didn't reflect, but the team improved. So that's the thing. They improved what they had going on. They was not the same team from week 1 by the time they ended the season. And the problem is with Coach Prime, we talking about 2 programs that's had that 2 coaches who took over 2 programs at the same time, and there's been a vast improvement. That's what people are saying. So you that's the thing. It's not about wins and losses. Sometimes, I mean, it is. You judge by wins and losses, but you also judge about improvement. Everybody keeps saying give it time. You would give it more time if you would see improvement.
It's 2 games. It's just 2 games.
No, it's not.
Hey, Harry, real quick, because I got to drop off. I just want to say this. At the end of the day, I love Prime. We all do. We all support him. We want him to win. But at the end of the day, there's some favoritism going on. So the feel-good story got it. Listen, the feel-good story got to end. The feel-good story has to go away. Get Charlie out of there. I don't want to see him again. All right? And then get put down or either Michael Welch in there. You promised Miss Peggy a bowl game, and at this point, the only bowl I see her getting is the bowl to put her dentures in. And I'm telling you now, you bet if you don't try. I didn't mean to say. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
What the heck did you just what in the world?
I'm sorry.
Harry, do you think there was an issue with the play calling or the offensive scheme last game?
Hey, y'all, God bless y'all, brothers. Take care.
All right, man.
I'm gonna drop off.
Harry, do you think there was an issue with the play calling or offensive scheme last game?
I think it's both. I don't think it's just one thing. I think it's both.
Do you feel like? All right, so
let me tell you one of. Let me tell you one of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You remember the 4-1 run with Charlie?
Yeah, for Charlie.
Okay, so all night the line cannot push. At this point, we already know that. Like a blind person can see that the line cannot push. But you call a play to go straight down the middle with Charlie Offado, and then we all harp on Charlie Offado being bad. You're setting your guys up to be losers.
So
and we're out here. You're not setting them up to win. You didn't do no sweep. You didn't do nothing. You just went straight up the line, and all night they've been proving that they couldn't do it. And then when Shador hands the ball off, you know how he does it? Here, Charlie, go. Guess what? Shador's hands were still on the ball when the defender got there.
So do you think that's an issue for Prime or the offensive coordinator?
You can't pinpoint one thing. That's an issue for the
Offensive
entire team. Because
coordinator.
no, stop. Let me finish this thought.
Go ahead.
Listen, Coach Prime is the leader of the team. Coach Prime is the head coach. Head coaches are active coaches. They are screaming. They're making this. They're saying that. No, if he's hearing Coach Prime tells you he hears the play that's coming. If you are a guy that knows this team and you know how your team is functioning, if you're paying attention and you hear, let's do this run play for Charlie Offerdale, and you know your line has not pushed the entire season for 2 games, how is it that you don't override that call?
That's the part of coaching that we're talking about.
Yeah, so Prime in this press conference said that he liked Schumer's call. Like, he agreed with it. He thought the play calling was great. He had no issues.
Then that's his fault.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You don't have a grasp on your offense, and you don't understand that your offensive line cannot push.
Before the game,
Harry, let me ask you this.
Harry, he did an interview right before the game. The interview said, "What are you trying to do?" He said, "We're trying to run the ball, establish a run." The first time they ran was 4th down and 1 with Charlie.
Bro, they threw 7 out of 9 of the first plays, bro.
Exactly. Like, what are you talking about right now? This is Prime.
Harry, can I ask you a question? All right, let me ask you a question. Where do you think Coach Prime has improved at? And because you keep saying it's been 2 games. Let's back it up from last season TCU to
y'all keep talking. I have to take this call, okay?
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't see the improvement, and it's going to be hard for. It's hard to extend grace when you don't see any improvement. Dane Campbell from the Lions, they saw improvement. Like there's no improvement. Like, I don't care what you can't convince me that Coach Prime is a good coach. I mean,
yeah, I just think it's favoritism. Like,
it's a lot of favoritism. Let me tell you why. Because let's look at this, right? You can't tell me. So you had Anthony Hankerson leave, you had Savion Wilkinson leave, and you had Dylan Edwards leave. And they all are running the ball at different schools and look way better than they did at Colorado.
Exactly. I agree.
And the fact that everybody that's rooting for Colorado or watch Colorado play, whether you love them or hate them, and we still talking about offensive line being an issue from last season after you said you improved the offensive line, shows that you didn't improve because they looked the exact same. If I showed you a game, if I point any game out from last year and I point out a game for one of these 2 games, the first 2 games in this season, and I showed you, what season is this? You couldn't tell me that they don't look any different. You would tell me they look the exact same. If I said one's from 2023 and this game was from 2024, you would say, damn, they look the exact same.
No, I agree. Like, I watched the game back and did a breakdown of just like who was bad at the offensive line. It was mainly Tyler Brown. Like,
bro, let me ask you this. In Indy, did you watch the North Dakota State game?
Yeah, I watched it.
So how did you feel? Did you feel as though the writing was on the wall in that game?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, but everyone was making excuses. They were saying like our offense, they just use vanilla plays because we could beat them. And so like they were saying this game, they're really going to be in the playbook, but it's the exact same plays that they ran.
It's the exact same playbook. If you're being honest, they look better with Sean Lewis calling the plays than they did with Pat Shurmur. At least Sean Lewis, even though he probably he used Mikey Harrison as much as he could in the run game in the block. That's not what his thing was, but at least Mikey Harrison, he came in motion. He was in motion. He got little mismatches on the linebackers. He was out in space. Mikey,
we did have a better tight end for sure last year. Because looking at this game this year,
guys, I'm back.
Our tight end, I did a breakdown. Our tight end did not block. Like, he was getting
he doesn't block. He's not effective in the pass game. You got it like this. This is crazy. You got 3 running backs that transferred from Colorado. They went to 3 different schools and they look completely different at running back. So what
was your question for me?
Oh, my question for you is, since you've been watching Colorado from TCU to Nebraska,
you wanted to know what changes have Coach Prime made?
Where do you feel as though the improvements have been? What do you think he's improved upon?
Right. So what Coach Prime has improved upon, I think Coach Prime, I can't see it yet. I haven't seen it yet.
That's the point.
Let me finish, but there's more to it. It's not just that. I think Coach Prime is a lot calmer. I think as far as understanding how this level of college works, and then understanding how the portal works, I think he's a little bit different in that sense. And where it's going to show up is going to show up in the recruiting. That matters. Okay, but as far as if the question has to do with on the football field coaching,
yes,
that I don't know that I have seen any changes, but at this point, I don't know that. I think the only reason why this question comes up is because they lost to Nebraska.
No,
I think if they don't lose to Nebraska, then we're not comfortable having this conversation. I think the only reason, let me finish. I feel like the only reason why we're having this conversation is because Coach Prime lost to Nebraska in that kind of fashion. If they would have put up a valiant effort, if they would have put up a fight and still lost, we wouldn't be talking like this. We're only talking like this because I feel like Coach Prime, either he's too nice or something, he lacks something that he's compensating for. I don't know what that is, but he trusts people in positions. And I feel like there are coaches like Dan Lanning, there are coaches like like Kirby Smart that take over games because they, as a head coach, they have their own plan as a whole on how they're going to win this game. I have not seen that from Coach Prime, that he has a plan for himself on how he's going to win the game. I feel like Coach Prime gives people leashes and say, you're going to do your job, and then I'm going to wear these headsets.
Hey, Harry, can I say something real quick?
That has to change.
But that's
hey, Harry, let me say something. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me say something. I think Coach Prime is a decent coach. But I do have
You think he's a bad coach?
No, I don't think he's a bad coach. I think
right.
he's a decent coach.
Right.
But there's some things in between that I have concerns about. And I seen it in the beginning of the season, but now that he lost to Nebraska in the fashion that they lost, you correct, Harry. That's the only reason why people are talking about it. But what I'm gonna say is the NFL experience is what I call it. The NFL experience.
We gotta stop that. You can't even use that line no more.
Hold on. What I'm finna say is, I feel like, honestly, just my personal opinion, I feel like those are the guys that he is more comfortable around because he has the keys to drive the car. He has the keys to open the door. The AD gave him the keys, so he got full control. Now, I wouldn't have gave him full control because I would have brought in.
Shador?
No, Prime.
What do you mean full control? He's the head coach.
He said the AD gave Prime full control.
Yeah, he gave.
What head coach you know in college football that doesn't have control?
No, what he's saying is so what the problem with that is though, the AD was on his way out the door, so he had to do something.
What do you mean by full control?
What I'm saying,
what head coach you know in college football or in the NFL that don't have full control?
I could explain. Full control is
Mike McCartney.
I can explain. Full control is more than just like football, right? It's media. Like you look at Oregon, they have a media team, but you don't see Dan controlling the media on how it could be put on YouTube. It's a full production. Bucky even said they didn't even want Bucky to be recording. That's what the AD told him. He's like, they didn't even want him to be recording, putting stuff on well off because they didn't trust it. And then they ended up being more open to it later on. So that's the definition of more full control. They gave it that to Coach Prime.
Is there something else other than that?
No.
I feel like that's good. Oh, go ahead.
Let me back him up. Let me back him up real quick. So just to give some context to what Obi's saying. So when Coach Prime got there, Bucky was supposed to be a part of the Colorado team because they didn't want well off. Well, I don't know what happened, but he got fired from what I was told from Colorado's media team. So then that's when he just started doing his well off videos because they didn't want well off doing the behind the scenes and all that other stuff. So basically what he's saying is that when he was hired at Colorado, he has control of the football operations, the media, the production, and everything else. You just see just football coaches just coaching football and not just all this content and all that other stuff is what he's saying. But go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say was I don't like his choices in offensive coordinator I don't like some of his choices in personnel. I'll put it to you like that. I don't want to single-handedly just point out one individual or two or three individuals. His personnel. I don't like his choices, and by him having full control, Rick George gonna hire him because Prime say, "Hey, this is who I want to hire as such and such, such and such, such and such."
Listen, last year. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was just saying. Last year, Coach Prime literally said, he was letting coaches do their thing, and he said what he's going to change this year. He's going to be more hands-on. So everything else is on Coach Prime. Like, there's no more excuses. Like, this is all on Coach Prime because he said he's going to be more hands-on. He's going to be more involved. The personnel that Shermer is doing with like 2 receivers in the backfield with the running, that's a nasty personnel. That's disgusting. We need to start doing different other personnel. I don't know why he chose to do that. That's bad.
Bro, I'm with Harry, bro. Like, this is about I think he's blinded by Shador. Every year since he's been coaching college football, he has a new OC. Like, that should tell you that you don't have any stability.
That's my biggest gripe with Coach Prime. Everything else, I cannot agree with
you have the biggest, like, you don't have any stability at offensive coordinator. That's a problem. You have 4 in 4 years, or actually 5 years, because since the spring season at Jackson State. So basically every season he's been coaching, he has a new OC at the beginning of the year. So that should tell you a lot. You know what I'm saying?
That means that the offense runs through Shador, and he's not willing to let that go. But that's what I said. Do y'all remember? I don't know if y'all remember.
He call the plays? Why can't he call the plays?
Hold on. Yeah, I know. But I don't know if y'all remember that I said that, I think it was very early on in the season of last year. I said, I can't wait till Shador's gone so I can see how Colorado football really works.
Bro,
I don't know how Colorado football is, because I feel like it's a Shador thing.
Harry, here's the thing, bro.
Prime just loves his son so much, and he believes in him so much that it's just like he's just blinded to his son, and he rather just go through his son for the game plan. And that's not going to work at this level. It's just too much. And guess what? He's getting hurt. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, look, your son is getting hurt. If you had a really a different game plan that had to do with like beating the other guy at scheme, then you would know that Shador should not just have the ball and he can do whatever he wants to do in the fourth quarter, and he's throwing sideways and doing stuff and trying to bring his boys in and give them yards and stuff.
So
I see cover 0, so I'm going to throw the ball. You would say, Shador, if you ever do that again, you are off. I'm going to put you on the bench. Does Shador get to ever be told that?
No.
If he makes a mistake, can he get on the bench like another quarterback would be? No. It's a Shador show, and that's why I'm like, man. I want to know what it's like to be for Coach Prime to coach somebody up. For him to coach somebody up that he doesn't trust that much.
So you sound like what some Colorado or some Colorado fans and non-Colorado fans say, basically, that he's playing daddy ball, because that's what they say.
Yeah, that's what we say.
I mean, that's their terminology. I just feel like he trusts that daddy ball just have too many negative connotations.
That's what I'm saying. That's really what it is. No matter how you try to word it, that's the narrative. That's what daddy ball is. You trust your son.
You don't get. He can do anything he wants, and no
exactly. That's what daddy ball is. That's exactly what you just said is what daddy ball is. I mean, you just put it in a nicer frame, but that's exactly what daddy ball is. I trust my son more than I trust the team. I trust that his abilities above the team. That's what daddy ball is.
And then it's like he has an excuse for it.
I'm not going to use that term. I know you're not going to use the term. I'm not on that trajectory with that term.
But that's what it is.
I don't believe that, because daddy ball is Coach Prime loves those young men, and he wants them to win. So for me to say daddy ball,
but no, listen. I understand that the term has a negative connotation. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Know that. On that, I just feel like he trusts his son, and his son. And let me say this: like, his son is really good. Like, it's not like trusting his son is a bad thing. His son is really good. But I feel like is he compensating for his lack of knowledge in certain areas of coaching that he just feels like, oh, thank God I have my son? Or can he really coach like that? Is he really like that as a coach? And he's really just trusting his son? Or what is it? I don't know. But I know that I want to see who Coach Prime is without his son.
But here's the thing.
I can't wait to see who he is without.
I don't know if we got time, Harry. Like, you got to understand, if they have another losing season, who wants to go to Colorado? Do you think Jordan Seaton is staying? Do you think Omari Miller is staying? Do you think Micah Stelling staying? Everybody's going to leave, bro. Like, no one's going to go through it again. So, like, that's why I'm like, this is his year. If he doesn't get it done, he may get fired because no one wants to play for Prime now.
He's
like,
not
it's a joke.
They're not going to fire him. He's going to resign.
Yeah, like, it's going to be a joke.
Ask him to resign.
Like, yeah, we on the media, but, like, we're losing, bro. Charlie was 5th string running back last year, and he's starting now. What? Why am I transferring to Colorado, bro?
But that's the thing about Charlie, and I'll make this argument for Charlie. This is the thing about Charlie that y'all don't understand. Because when you're watching football, a lot of y'all are watching for good and bad. you're watching for good and bad, and it's sad that you're watching for good and bad. Because understand that Charlie is a good running back. Charlie shows up in practice. Charlie shows his coaches that he can do the job. Game plan. Okay. In totality, do y'all watch Buff and Prime? Any of y'all watch BIP Buff and Prime?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let me say this. Do y'all remember when they came on the scene and they started doing their reviews and a bunch of people rushed over to them and they started telling you, oh, this is why this guy is good because he understands this, his IQ is this, and he can do this, he can do that, right? You see all of that, right? So we've done it. We've done it with Chidozie. They reviewed several of the players, right? So and a lot of people were agreeing that these people had that ability. If they have those abilities, what exactly do you think is lacking now, or is different about their IQ, or is different about their play from where they were coming? The difference is the environment is different, the coaching is different, the culture is different, the schemes are different. Mm-hmm. I feel like you're putting these guys who are good, who came to you with ability, and your coaching staff is not adequate enough to exploit or to maximize their individual talents. So it boils down to you making these guys look bad.
So basically, you saying they have a development issue and a coaching issue.
Facts.
I'm telling you that they have a schematic issue, and their coaches don't get it. Their coaches don't know how to use the talent they got. Listen, that's what I'm saying.
Harry,
coaches do not know how to maximize the talent of the players that are in that room. So now guess what happens? Because of their bad schematics, because of their lack of changes, because of their lack of creativity on both sides of the ball, right? And Sean Livingston just came in, and he's doing a much better job than the NFL coach in Pat Shermer. Because of their lack of ability, they're making these individual guys that are really good, that BIP reviewed, they're making them look bad as a bunch.
Hey, so Harry,
I agree.
And now everybody's piling on. Oh, the O-line sucks again. The O-line sucks. How can that be?
Hold on.
Leo Benson was good.
Harry.
Leo Benson was good. Tyler Johnson was good. Tyler Brown is good. As individuals, if you review these guys, they're really good guys. But guess what? They're not being coached up. And these guys are now, you know what I'm saying? These guys are now being put, and they're making them look bad because they're putting them in positions to lose. And that's why they're looking bad. So we're all going to pout on again and say the O-line is no good. It's not the O-line, guys. I'm telling you.
So you just went on a very, very political way of saying what everybody else has been saying, that he's not a good coach. You tried to put it nicely.
Listen, I articulated what I said in the beginning of the show, and I've been saying it the entire time. I've been telling you guys about scheme. You said Coach Prime is a bad coach. I'm telling you, I don't agree with him being a bad coach. But you just named every reason. No. Because there's levels to this. It's not just labeling somebody a bad coach. When you label say okay, he's a bad coach, You're not giving me a reason why you believe he's a bad coach.
But
I'm trying to give you reasons why I think that the team as a whole could do much better. I'm not pointing at Coach Prime and saying, Coach Prime, you're a bad coach.
But you just did. You just did it
I
very
did
political.
not. No, I did not.
Wait,
Because
here, hold on.
Because you said
the coaching, the offensive schemes can change. Coach Prime is not a bad coach because the offensive schemes can't change. Coach Prime is a good coach, but he needs to desire more from his offensive coordinator. He needs to desire more. Coach Prime needs to put down the interviews, leave the TV stations alone, stop appearing on Well Off, go in the den and do what Coach Prime can do, because I know he's a great football mind. If Coach Prime was to just focus on beating that next guy like Denzel did in that movie, I know he's an actor. If Coach Prime can just focus on beating his opponents as a coach, go back and put on your cleats, simulate you being a football player. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
Simulate something as you as a football player, as a football mind, because you are genius, Coach Prime. Coach Prime is a freaking genius, but he's too busy upstairs. He got too much going on. If Coach Prime was to just figure out and say, okay, let me tell these guys that I'm really like that. I'm telling you, Coach Prime is like that as a coach. He's just too busy. He needs to go in the booth somewhere, lock himself in a room, and scheme and say, this is my game plan. I don't care what Pat Shermer got going on. I don't care what Livingston got going on. This is my game plan, and I'm going to incorporate it with the entire game plan that they got going on. And if I see something or hear something wrong, these are the changes that I'm going to make.
You don't think so my thing is this. I hear everything you said, but you don't think if he could do that, he would have done that by now?
Coach Prime is the type of guy that he doesn't like to show people up. He's very nice. Like, you don't know.
How?
Coach,
he do it all the time. He just show the whole reporter up.
Coach Prime is gonna allow those guys to do what they do naturally. Remember, it was only the middle of the season before the writing was on the wall, and then he had to demote he had to demote Sean Lewis. Coach Prime will allow the guys to do what they do. But I'm saying at this point, Coach Prime, stop being nice. I want to see your game plan. Coach Prime, show me your game plan. I want to know that you got a control. You have a strong control of this team, and I'm going to see you on the sideline like a Dan Lanning, like a Kirby Smart, like the Nebraska, like not the Nebraska coach. Oh yeah, like Matt Rule. I want to see you like your fraternity, right? You keep talking about how you and Matt Rule and Kenny Dillingham are all in a fraternity. You all came in together. Let me see you like them. Do you see those guys on the sideline? They're not. Those guys are animated. They are in the play. They're seeing stuff. They're calling stuff, and they're saying this and they're saying that, and they have a control. They're not trusting anybody else to run their team. They have guys that are making calls, but if they don't like the calls, I feel like those guys they're going to step in. I don't see Coach Prime being that animated. He's just kind of like he's just there.
That's what I'm saying.
He went at a certain point in the game where he didn't even have the headset on.
Exactly. You just saying everything I'm saying in a more political correct
way. You came to a conclusion. You said Coach Prime is a bad coach. Based on everything I just said, that is not a prescription for saying that's a bad coach. You're being very definitive as us. This is what it is. He's a bad coach. Okay. That is not the recipe for a bad coach.
I didn't have to give it because you just gave it. You just gave every reason. Because listen to this. If I see that my offensive coordinator game after game can't get the run game going, and I have the ability to call run plays, I'm just like what's the coach for the Cowboys? Mike McCarthy. He fired his OC. He took over play calling because his job it wasn't getting done. They fired Kellen Moore because he said, "I'm going to call the plays." So if my thing is, I'm the head coach, I'm the overseer. If my offensive coordinator is not getting it done, and I have the ability to do it, I won't do it. Just like for example, right? If you have, let's say you hire somebody to lay tile, let's say you have somebody to lay tile in your house, right? And they're doing a bad job, and you got the ability to do it. You were gonna fire their ass and be like, "Fuck it, I can do a better job than this."
Hey, we can't cuss on the show, bro.
I'm sorry. You gonna fire that person and say, why am I hiring them, paying them to do something I can do for myself? Like if I'm getting worse results from hiring somebody that I supposed to entrusted, and I can do it myself, then why am I going to get them to do something I can do? That's what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. That's what you just said.
Your description of it, your assessment and your final judgment is that that's a bad coach.
Because tell me what coach, especially if your son's a quarterback, whether your son's a quarterback or not, what coach would sit there game after game with no adjustments, with not the ability to run the ball, with not create ability to have any creative play designs, and just let it happen if I could do it myself.
Hold up. All right, so let's bring East Coast Cav back on. East Coast Cav, what did you hear that brought you back on?
Now I'm just gonna fall back and listen, but I just want to say this. I'll stand by what I said about this being the Shador and Travis show. There's no way. Okay, let's say because everybody we ran, and it's kind of my fault because we ran with this thing about Sean Lewis being a saboteur last year. What's going to be the narrative this year if they go 4-8 again? Is it going to be the same thing, or Pat Shermer was trying to set him up? It's
like your favorite president. It's like Donald Trump. You set it up so that you can blame somebody. So they're setting it up to blame the O-line.
Well, that's something Joe Biden would do. But anyway,
no, that's your guy. He said that the elections was rigged. Remember, he set it up, and then he was setting it up all the way up to until he said the elections was rigged, right? So
it was, but we'll deal with that another day.
He's doing again, but that's what we're doing. Coach Prime literally just threw his guys under the bus and says the O-line can't block. So we're setting it up so that the fan base can now say again that is the O-line. The O-line sucks again.
Yeah, right, but the point I'm trying to make is last year they said it was Sean Lewis. Now this year they're going to say it's Pat Shermer too. It can't be two people. Everybody can't be the one that's wrong here.
They already said it's Pat Shermer.
No. I'm asking, is that going to be the narrative this year? Because last year it was Sean Lewis as a saboteur. Is it going to be this year again? Pat Shermer is the devil, or is it going to be finally? We have to admit. Are we going to finally admit that that there's a problem with Coach Prime Deion Sanders letting Shador have too much to run the show? And the proof of that is when they were on the 2-yard line in their own end zone, and he threw that interception instead of running the ball and getting under center.
You can't run the ball because they can't push the line. And look,
he's not having no faith in the line.
Right,
he's not trying.
It's obvious, right?
You have to take what the defense gives you. If they give you 3 yards, 2 yards,
he doesn't trust the line. That's why he threw in the end zone. But
that's not the reason why. Look, you know what? You know what the reason why is, and what they're going to say. I'm just saying this is what people are going to say. They're going to say it's because he cared about his stats and his completion percentage. And honestly, I'm not saying that it's true. I'm saying that the way it looked in those 2 previous games, it's starting to look like that. Jason Whitlock is starting to be undefeated right now. Bro, I hate to say this.
Listen, it's been like that.
Wow,
let me tell you.
We're giving Jason Whitlock credit now. Come on, guys.
I'm not giving him credit. I'm just telling that we have to tell the truth and shame the devil.
Jason Whitlock is a cold hater. So let's be
of course he is. Of course. And he solely hates on Deion.
He's never liked Deion Sanders, and no matter what he says.
It don't, you're right. I believe you. But Prime is giving him the ammunition.
Yeah, he
by doing the stuff that he's doing.
He's making him look so right now.
He's making him look so right. I almost subscribe to him again.
But listen, anybody that says something negative and it goes south, they look like they're geniuses. But that doesn't mean that they know what they're talking about. No, because when it goes right, then everybody gets quiet all again. Coach Prime himself said the fan only blows when you're hot. So yeah, of course, everybody can come out now giving Jason Whitlock credit. The second Coach Prime turns this around and it starts to work again, then everybody comes back. Remember, the meaning of this show is grace. I came on here to talk about grace.
Wait a minute, you said work again.
Talk like this right now is
you said work again. When did it work?
What you mean?
You said work again. When it's the second it starts working again, everybody's gonna be. Well, when did it work?
Well, it worked for 3 games last season, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, Coach Brown is the man." So if it starts to work again, then guess what happens? Then we go back into our corner and our shells, and we are afraid to speak our mind.
You won 3 games and then lost the last 6 in a row. 4-8 did not work. That doesn't mean because you won 3 games that worked.
when I said when it was working, everybody was in their shell waiting for it to fall apart. And then once it started
And I'm
falling apart,
asking you, Harry,
all of the
when was it
negative people
working
started
last
coming
year?
out and saying, "Oh my gosh, we told you so." But when it was doing that, everybody was mute. So now that's what I'm telling you. I prophesied this day. This show right here, I prophesied. As DC Carson, who's in the chat right now, as Phil So Real, who's in the chat, and I believe you were around at that time. I said this would happen. I literally said we would be having this conversation. I said that. Everybody is good with now having this conversation. Why? Because we lost to Nebraska. If Nebraska did not beat us the way they beat us, we would not be having this conversation.
I was having this conversation when they beat North Dakota State and almost lost that game.
Me too, bro.
That's when we saw the writing on the wall that something is not changed from last year.
Colorado goes to Nebraska, give them a good game. The offensive line shows up, the defense shows up, and they're playing good, and we lose by 3 points or we lose by 1 point or whatever it is. We're not having this conversation about coaching, good coach, bad coach. We're not.
I agree with you.
That's the whole point I've been making. I'm trying to tell you, grace has to be applied because we are 1-1. Here we are, 1-1, and we're now having a full-blown conversation about how bad of a coach Coach Prime is.
Listen, I didn't say he was a bad coach. I'm saying, Harry, I get it, Harry. You're passionate. I'm saying that there's some type of pattern going on. I didn't say he was a bad coach. I'm saying there's a pattern going on that needs to be broken because it's looking like the same. Listen, I'm the one that came up here and asked people, Harry. I'm the one that came up here. I'm the one that came up here and asked people, does Deion get the same grace that Nick Saban got when he went to Alabama because he left the NFL and he went 6-7 his first year? I said, does he get the same grace as everybody else?
No.
I'm the one that came up and said that. All I'm saying is,
Grace
hear me out.
Like a true thing's weight. I'm trying to tell you, this is what's happening. The purpose of this show today is to expose that. And I'm trying to tell you, we're 1-1. There's a lot of coaches that haven't won a game yet. We're 1-1, and we are in a full-blown panic. Coach Prime is no good.
Harry, the reason why I'm in just a little panic because we saw the same thing we saw last year.
That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. We see the same thing from last year.
The panic button after one game.
No,
stop saying it's one game.
It's not right now. Is because he promised us this year. He said we're going to get to a bowl game. He said the playoff is going to happen this year.
Bro, he said that. He said that.
People going to hold him accountable. Don't get mad when we hold him accountable.
You said we're going to go to a bowl game after 1-1. You're already counting him out that he's not going to a bowl game.
I'm not counting him out.
What y'all are saying, though,
Harry, I'm not counting him out. I'm just saying. You saw last game is the same thing we saw last year.
Right, but you just said
Harry. That's all it's saying.
A bowl game. Does anybody go to a bowl game after 1-1?
No, Harry. Well, that's not what they're saying, Harry. What they're saying is, hold on. If I can clear this up, all they're saying is that we're starting to see the same pattern from last year, and it worries people. It's the same thing.
Before we have this conversation.
I'm answering your question.
Y'all are pulling the trigger way too quick.
I'm answering the question. I'm just saying.
Y'all are one of these people that I was JD.
You will pull the trigger too if you saw the same things.
East Coast Cap, you got to give me a chance to cook. JD, you're one of those people that I was cautioning against. OB, you're one of those people I was cautioning against. And I'm going to, because you're here on the show, I can tell you right to your face. You two are one of those people that I was cautioning people against about this grace. The reason why I said what I said last year or in the preseason is because of JD and OB. And I was telling y'all that when Coach Prime starts to take a skid again next year, guess what's going to happen? People, they're reserved, whatever they got, they're rented grace, they're loaner of a grace, they're going to come back and collect. That's exactly the conversation that's going on right now. I've been very consistent with telling y'all that Coach Prime needs the same grace. I went out, I did the research, I did a video on 2 years. Every coach's first year, the video is still on my page, go watch it. Every coach's first year, all right, that Coach Prime has to coach against this year. I did a video on how they did in their first year and how they did in their second year. I did that video for this specific reason, knowing that people were going to start pulling the trigger at the end of one bad
And last
lose.
year, I'm the one that came up here and said Prime should get the same grace that everybody else gets. A Nick Saban, a Chip Kelly. I'm the one that said that. All I'm saying is the difference is they saw something in their game. Hold on.
Shout out to JD and Obi.
The same thing. All I'm saying is they saw something in their game that made them change. What I'm saying is we're seeing some of the same stuff from last year. That's why it's concerning. When nobody's telling you to panic button, we just listen, Harry. All I'm saying, Harry. All I'm saying. Let me just finish. Let me finish. All I'm saying is we want to identify this stuff so that way we can nip it in the bud. We don't want it to continue, because if it continues, then we'll be talking about this at the end of the year, saying the same thing at 4-8 again.
JD, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to defend yourself because I'm coming for you right now. All right.
Okay.
No, we don't, Harry. We want the same thing, Harry. We want the same thing. We just want to point out.
Let me go.
You can't yell your way into everything, bro.
I'm not good. You got it.
Let me go.
All right, so listen, JD, let me come for you real quick, and then you
got some nerve.
Defend yourself, please,
right,
because you are one of the people that I was warning against when I said grace, because I said when this thing starts to fall apart early in the season, what type of grace are we going to have? And I got receipts, I got videos stored in my hard drives that I had this conversation in the preseason, and I said, hey, what are we going to do? Because here you are now, we're 2 games in, and guess what? We're not even 0-2. We are 1-1. Right, which a lot of coaches would love to have to be 1-1 right now and on television. We're 1-1 and we're still on television. People are still talking about us. And here we are now labeling JD's labeling Coach Prime as a bad coach. So bad coach, like there's no grace to say, you know what? I'm seeing some of the similar things that Coach Prime did last year that I didn't like, but I think Coach Prime can actually turn it around if he's willing to do X, Y, and Z. We're just saying now he's a bad coach. Straight up bad coach.
No. Oh, he left?
Go ahead, JD.
Well, listen, I told you when I first came on the show, I told you this. I said this at the end of last season that I'm still standing where I stand at, because I'm not, listen, one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to let my eyes deceive me based off a person and who they are. Sometimes you got to take for who they are as a person.
Your eyes are deceiving you.
My eyes are not deceiving me because
your eyes are deceiving you. You want me to prove it? Your eyes are deceiving you. You want me to prove it?
Well, okay, go ahead.
Coach Prime went undefeated twice at Jackson State, right?
This ain't Jackson State.
Hold on. But I'm about to prove it.
Go ahead.
Because when you prescribe or you describe a bad coach, 2 undefeated seasons at Jackson State. Was it 3 or 2?
He played in the spring.
Oh, 2 because we had that COVID year.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 undefeated seasons at Jackson State, 3 state championships in Texas with Trinity, right? Took a 1-11 team and won 4 games in his first year, right? So that is not a prescription of bad coach. I don't care about mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. You're describing mistakes that you have seen, and you are saying bad coach. But if I give you the prescription of a bad coach, would not be and not look like undefeated at Jackson State, undefeated in high school. That is not a prescription for bad coach. So miss me with the he made some mistakes that I'm seeing last year. He made the mistakes last year. Yes, but you're saying bad coach. I'm trying to defend the idea of bad coach and say that is not bad coach. That means that he needs to make adjustments, and everybody makes mistakes. That is not bad coach.
So what's the bad coach to you then?
Yeah, make the definition.
Bad coach would be he lost every single time he coached his son as an OC. He lost every single game, or he had a bad season every single time. He didn't go to 3 state championships in Texas. If he lost every single time, if every season his son was in high school and he was the OC, if he was to lose, and then he got a job at Jackson State and then went there and went 4-5. He went 3-9, or did all of those things, right? That is the prescription of a bad coach that got an opportunity still because of his name. His name would get him to the job of Colorado. That's a bad coach.
All right.
Now, Coach Prime has been making a lot of mistakes. Yes, he needs to clean up quickly.
All right.
But
So
bad coach, you're all base.
Give me a name of a bad coach that you think is a bad coach. Give me.
I didn't put a
No,
name
I'm saying
to it.
no. I said
Somebody
give me
who
a
can
bad.
find a way to win. Coach Prime always finds a way to win.
So my
No.
definition of a bad coach isn't like someone who just makes mistakes. It's someone
Right.
who
makes the same mistakes.
Is resisting to change, who doesn't make it the priority to change their craft or improve their craft.
That's
when
not
you
a bad
keep
coach.
seeing him mismanaging the clock.
Yeah, that's personality you're describing. That's not
when
bad
he keeps
coach.
mismanaging the clock. I have to look at
That's
Coach Prime
mistake.
different.
That's a mistake. You cannot take
all the time.
You can't take mistakes and you say he mismanaged the coach. He mismanaged the clock, but he happened to win two seasons at Jackson State undefeated.
No.
He was so bad with he was so bad with clock management that he went undefeated twice in Jackson State
and lost 2 bowl games.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. He lost some games. That's fine. He lost some games. He lost a couple of games out of how many games? 24 games,
bro.
Out of 24 games, he lost 2.
Harry,
that's a bad coach. A coach that gives you the record of 24-2 is a bad coach to you.
No,
Come
he
on,
was
man,
actually
what are we
not
talking
24
about right
two.
now?
He actually lost 3. He actually lost like 4 games at
24-4.
No. He lost 3. I think he lost 2 or 3 games in the spring season. He lost the full season. He lost to who was it? I'm sorry, Miami the curse. Sorry. He lost to ULM. He lost to ULM and to another school. Whatever. He lost about a total of 6 games at Jackson State. Anyway, the point is he won 2 SWAC championships is what you're referring to. But anyway, a bad coach to me is
Hold
a
on.
coach.
Before you go into your bad coach thing, let me just thank Phil for the gift, for the super chat. He says Bama has discipline issues carrying over from last year. Let's just make sure that we understand that. Bama has discipline issues carrying over from last year. They beat USF, but there is still cause for concern. I think that's the point with CU. The carryover that should have been fixed hasn't been fixed yet, right?
Yes.
So, okay, you got to isolate that. You feel me? When you start throwing these bad coach words out there, you got to isolate the issues that the team that may be plaguing the team, and you got to put it into context. I put things into context here all the time. I'm telling you, I'm not a dumb dude. I would know a bad coach if I see it. If Coach Prime doesn't make adjustments and he just keep doing it, and then like 3 years from now, and I just can't see it, fine. But the guy is 1-1. He's been winning all his life. But you're saying he's a bad coach for some decisions that he's making that were pretty bad. But Coach Prime has proven that he's a winning coach from high school all the way up onto the college ranks. Even though it was Division I FCS, he has to find a way to win FBS. Once he does that, then bad coach, I don't know. You cannot say bad coach for the fact that he always finds a way to win. That's not bad coach. Is he making mistakes? Everybody makes mistakes. So he's making them. Coach Prime is making a lot of mistakes, but he's not a bad coach. If you made mistakes, does that make you whatever job you do, does that mean that I'm a filmmaker? Okay? If I forgot to press record on the camera, all right? If I forgot to press record, does that make me a bad director? No, I'm not a bad director. I made a mistake.
But how many times are you gonna make the same mistake?
I can make it 20 times. It doesn't matter. It's a mistake. A mistake is a mistake. It doesn't make you a bad at what you do. That means you made a mistake. You can make it as many times as you need to make, and you learn from it eventually. But it's a mistake. It does not make you a bad coach because he has proven to be a winning coach. Winning coaches cannot be associated with bad coaching because he's winning. You can't win and be bad at the same time.
Hey, Harry, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, I know that we a couple of shows back we talked about. No, actually, it was the when you went live against NDSU, and we was talking about grace on that show, on that live, and I was like, let's give them a little grace.
A little bit more than 1-1. Like, God, we read the count, boy. I'm telling you.
I mean, they got 9 more games to determine all of that. But
hey, Tim, did I say this was gonna happen?
Yeah, you called it. I wish you give me the winning lottery numbers for the Mega Million. But
Go ahead.
you know what I was gonna say was that you still got 9 more games to play, so
Yes.
you can really make a more articulate judgment at the end of the season. Now, based off these 2 games that have already been played and that's in the books, if he go through the rest of the season playing the same way, then
yeah, then y'all can unleash. Y'all can have it.
I still can't say that he's a bad coach.
I wouldn't be able to say that either.
I would say that he's not ready for this level of coaching, this level of competition in coaching.
But then they will ask you, if he's not ready for this level, that makes him a bad coach. That's the definition of a bad coach.
Well, then call it what it is, a spade.
Exactly. But can I ask you a question? How much? So you said grace, right? So how much grace do you give him? That's my question.
To the end of the season, let him go let him play it out. Give him grace to play it out, because I told you guys, I made a video and I think I put in what's his name? What's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? The Nick Saban. I put Nick Saban in there. Then I took Nick Saban. I took the top coaches, and I also put in the coaches that Coach Prime is going to be coaching against. Coach Prime actually has a better record than all of those winning coaches. His record is impeccable. Coach Prime's record as a coach is impeccable.
Compared to who?
Compared to your favorite coaches.
So you
Coach Prime's record as a coach is impeccable, but you're not going to see it.
I'm not asking
it's like telling somebody that like Donald Trump that he's a felon. They don't care. It's not going to matter.
So he has a better record than Nick Saban, or Les Miles, or
Coach Prime. Let me tell you something. Follow Coach Prime. Go watch that video I made. Follow Coach Prime's trajectory as a coach. And right now,
as a what coach?
Take a snapshot. Because you're looking at Nick Saban's career, the totality of his career. Follow Coach Prime's record and follow Nick Saban's record, and take a snapshot of right now. Coach Prime is eating your favorite coaches. I'm telling you, you won't see it, because if you like I said, the best example I got is a MAGA trying to explain facts to a MAGA lover,
No, that's not. But
it's like when you tell somebody the truth because they don't like somebody or because they detract from them, they think that you're just talking nonsense.
I don't.
Follow Coach Prime's coaching record and put your favorite coach next to them and take a snapshot of right now, and how many years he's coached. Coach Prime wipes them off the face.
And what coaching? You started from college coaching, or what you add in the high school coaching? High school and college. I'm not going to JV to anything other than high school. When it really matters, high school and college. Go look at Coach Prime's record based upon the wins and losses. Go look at Coach Prime's record and go look at your favorite coach's records. So you put Coach Prime. You compared Coach Prime's record to coaches who were coaching in college, and you added his Jackson State and his high school wins and losses. I'm just asking a question.
I'm not stuttering, bro. I'm African, but my accent is
pretty
nice. I'm not stuttering. I'm telling you, go look at your favorite coach. Maybe my accent is a little strong.
No, it's not your accent.
Go look at your favorite coach's record from high school. Go look at your favorite coach's record from when they started college, FCS included, FCS and FBS. Okay. Go look at your favorite coach's record and come back to me, and I want my apology in all caps.
But my thing is it's not about. Okay, it could be about wins and losses if that's what you want to categorize a good coach and a bad coach by. Me, I don't judge it. I can't judge a coach basically just solely off wins and losses, because at the end of the day, coaches.
No, but then at that point you're just nitpicking because at the end of the day, then you can say, well, what's his name? You can say what is
put my coach up against him.
That's fine. Like, take your favorite coach.
Coach Eddie Robinson.
Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Look, listen. So if you look at Tom Brady and you would say Tom Brady was the coach, right? Tom Brady was everything for who was his coach? I can't remember his name now.
Bill
Who was
Belichick.
Bill Belichick, right? You would say, oh, but look, Bill Belichick can't win without Tom Brady, but that makes Bill Belichick a bad coach. So at the end of the day, that you have to be wins and losses, because when people look at college football, they say wins and losses. That's what he said it was.
In my opinion, it's not necessarily about the wins and losses. I do get what you're saying, Harry.
I mean, but hey, that's what I was told when I got here in college football. Man.
I understand what you're saying.
It's judged by wins and losses.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is,
it's not my words. Don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, but here's the thing.
That's what the college football heads say. It's about wins and losses.
Harry, I understand it. I understand.
Nuance says it's cute. Nuance says it's cute.
Harry, I understand.
You can have the prettiest wins. You can have the best schemes, and if you're winning, guess what's happening right now? Oregon is being bodied by everybody they're playing, but guess what? They're still ranked because they're winning.
Harry, here's the thing. Like, I don't think people would be on Deion if he just did the basic stuff that everyone just knows it's right. Charlie shouldn't be starting one.
Do it your way.
Listen.
You ain't gotta do it your way.
Listen,
that's your
Charlie
way.
wasn't starting. If Dallin was starting last game, if we had a better offensive personnel, if we started running it more and we still lost, I don't think people and he had better clock management, people wouldn't be on Deion's head like this. That's the thing.
Okay, so look,
I agree
you don't
with
have
that.
to listen. I can agree with you, and I can say I can agree with you, and I can say, listen, it's just the same reason why I said in the beginning of the show, people want Coach Prime to be more humble, right? People want Coach Prime to say things differently, because that's how our world works. People want him to be a little bit more humble, carry yourself a little bit more like this, and then I will accept you fully. But guess what? That's not what we got here. But me as a man, when I sit in this seat and I'm making my evaluations, and I've been pretty accurate. You can ask around, okay? When I make my evaluation, I'm not just throwing words out there that I can't back up. I don't throw words and then just throw words. No, words means a lot to me, okay? When I say bad coach, I better be ready to back up when I say bad coach, because if a coach is not finesse, if he's not a finesse coach, and somebody check me and says, well, listen, this coach is 27 and 7. That's Coach Prime's record. He's 27 and 7. If somebody does not know anything about the sport and says, hey, look at this coach. This coach is 4. This coach he's 12 and 35. But he's oh man, the way he wins, whew, awesome. But this other coach, he's 27 and 7. But boy, his O-line suck every year. Who would you think that would say is the better coach? Why is it crickets right now?
Harry,
They're going with the record. They're going with Coach Prime. He got the better record to show.
That's why you can't throw bad coach on Coach Prime, because Coach Prime finds a way to win. He finds ways to win. He's going to win. Somebody that finds a way to win, they don't have to make it look pretty for you. They don't have to do it your way. Remember now, we all want Coach Prime to be humble and da. If Coach Prime was like us, he wouldn't be where he's at right now.
Harry, I don't care about him not being humble or not. That's
you. I'm giving you an example of what you're saying right now. On the flip side, you want Coach Prime to coach this way, X, Y, and Z this way. That's how you want him to coach. But he don't have to coach like you, the way you want him to coach. He can do it his way and find a way to win. And at the end of the day, if he wins, I want my apology in all caps, and he does too.
Oh yeah, for sure. But if he has to win his way, so that means Charlie needs to be starting and he wins, then yes, I will apologize.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If Coach Prime finds a way to win with Charlie, to win with his bad O-line, then guess what? This conversation changes, and a lot of y'all are going to come on here just like him came on here earlier after we told him about Nebraska being good and Dylan Raiola being good and stuff, and he didn't want to buy none of it. He wanted to see what has Dylan Raiola done, how many people going to the NFL, and blah, 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 blah. And then he comes on, now he wants to change the conversation. That's going to happen again.
Oh yeah,
I can see this stuff in the spirit realm. I literally see this stuff happening in the spirit realm, and when I tell y'all it's going to happen, nobody sees it. But then as soon as it happens, boom, there it goes. I know it's going to happen.
If this shit if it look different, I'm going to come back and apologize. But until then,
in what? In all caps, right?
Listen, I'll come back and apologize. I'll show my face on camera. Whatever you need me to do. But until then, I can't.
Let me ask you a question, JD. JD.
Yeah.
Is Coach Prime a winner?
Is he a winner as a football coach or is it life?
No. I didn't put anything else to it. I just asked you a straight question. Is Coach Prime a winner?
Most definitely.
Okay. Then he'll find a way to win. Trust me.
Okay, but okay.
Losers find ways to lose. Winners find ways to win. I'm trying to tell you right now.
So maybe he's just losing these games at Colorado on purpose. That's probably what just happened.
No, he's losing because he's facing adversities. That's the thing about winning and losing. People that are winners, they find ways to win in the face of adversity. You see what I'm saying? It's not clear cut. There's no clear cut thing. Okay? I'm just trying to let you know there's no clear cut thing. People who are winners, they find ways to win in adversity. Nobody said that winning has to look a certain way. Winning is winning. Whether you win with 1 point or whether you find a way, and whether your quarterback is your running back is white and he can't juke for to save his life, but you find a way to win with him, he's winning. Right. You don't have to do it finessely like you wanted him to do it.
I didn't say anything about finesse. I didn't say anything about finesse.
Charlie Alfredo is not finesse.
He's right, but
this person is not finesse. But Coach Prime trusts his guy. What we're doing is we're saying we don't trust Coach Prime's judgment.
Exactly, because you got to look at what you've been seeing. You got to look at what you've been seeing.
That's fine.
You have to look at what you're seeing. Like I said earlier,
you do. But I also see that he's 27-7. You got to also see that. You want to see one side of it.
27-7. He can't be 27-7. He lost around 6 games alone just at Jackson State, so he can't.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
He can't be 27-7 when you lost 8 games last year at Colorado.
JD, how can I agree with you? I can agree with you, and then I can also tell you to please change your shades. You got the shades on, but you're sounding like you don't want to see the other side of the coin. You say, okay, see what your eyes see. What I see is he's 27-7.
He can't be 27-7. He lost 8 games alone at Colorado.
He's 27-7 with his record at Jackson State. He's 27-7.
All right. So you didn't say that. You said 27-7.
I'm trying to tell you, like, he's a winning coach. He has a winning record. Okay, Jackson State, he lost at Colorado first year. Second year, he's 1-1 right now. So you gotta be able to give him the same grace that you would have given any other coach, whether they have finesse, whether they have a good O-line, whether they make changes or not. I'm prescribing solutions. I'm not making definite judgments right now.
Okay. So do you pay attention to NFL at all?
That's where I came from. I came from the NFL. That's why college football, I don't know as much as I do the NFL.
Okay,
I know the NFL very well.
Okay, so what do you think about Dan Campbell, the Lions head coach?
What do you mean? What do I think about Dan Campbell?
Well, what do you think about him as a coach?
He's a good coach because he turned that program around.
Exactly.
He turned that team around.
Exactly. That's good coaching. Now, let me bring into this.
Are you about to cook yourself? Because it sounds like you about to cook yourself.
No. Because you said something about mistakes.
Don't get cooked in your own pot.
No. You said something about mistakes, right? You said something about mistakes. Now, you can be a good coach and make mistakes. I don't have no problem with that. But when you're making the same mistakes week after week, game after game, that's when we have a problem. And that's what you done.
Okay. All right, JD, listen. JD, I'm about to put you on blast right now.
All right, go ahead.
How many mistakes did it take to make the light bulb?
To make the who?
How many mistakes did it take to make the light bulb?
1,000 or 10,000, something like that.
Is that enough for you? Because I can keep going.
Harry, come on.
What do you mean? Come on, man. No. Because we don't. What we don't get to do is put it in when we make the point. If that feeling you have in your gut right now is what I'm trying to describe to you, because you're thinking that winning, you already have a definition of what winning looks like in your head, and you thinking that it has to look pretty. You're thinking that winning has to be this. You're thinking that there's a formula for how this works. There is no formula.
Harry, I can honestly care less how it looks. I don't care if he wins every game by a field goal. I don't care if he wins every game by 30 points. It's not. I don't care. As long as you win, you're in. This is football. You are judged.
It's 1-1. That's what I'm saying. He's 1-1, and you're.
What's his overall record? What's his overall record at Colorado?
Hey, can I say something real quick, and I'm gonna shut up. Y'all really stressing this issue, but
No, I like the back and forth though. I like the jousting.
right. But what I was gonna say, what JD is really trying to say is, yeah, it may have taken you 1,000 times to get it right, to make that light bulb work properly. But and I understand where both y'all coming from. I'm gonna give him grace to the end of the season, and then I can make my assessment. But if you use that same blueprint that you used last season, this season, to still try to make that light bulb work, then bro, we got a problem.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like the guy,
using the same shit to make this light bulb.
Listen, with the light bulb.
Guess what? Guess what? No. Wait. Before you make your point, JD, guess what you're doing? What was the guy name that made the light bulb?
Thomas Edison.
Thomas Edison.
Okay, guess what you're doing?
But how there was a black person.
In week number 2, you would have been telling Thomas Edison that he's a bad electrician.
No. Listen.
If you're doing the same thing, bro,
you would have been telling Thomas Edison that he's a bad physicist.
But listen. You say, look, your whole thing about your whole.
You're watching him. Listen. Let me cook. Oh my gosh!
Go ahead and cook.
I got a revelation. Hold up! I got a revelation. Thomas Edison is in his lab. He goes live every time he does a formula. This is what you're doing. He has a bucky that's following him with a camera, and he's showing you his process. He's showing you his flaws, his goods, his bad, and everything. He's showing you. And Thomas Edison is like, this is my process. So Thomas Edison, he tries everything. Every time he does something, you're like, oh my gosh. 20 years from now, not 20 years, but I don't know how many years it took for all those mistakes. Look, year number 3, and you're like, oh, he's trying it again. He's trying it again. No, he's terrible. He's not a good physicist. That's what you're doing, bro.
No.
Let
me cook you right back. I'm gonna use your same analogy. You know, now with them 1,000 tries, I'm pretty sure he did to get it to work.
Wait. I don't want to hear I'm pretty sure. I want you to be emphatic.
Okay, I am sure.
What do you mean I'm pretty sure?
Okay, I am 1,000% sure that he didn't try the same thing 1,000 times to get the result. He did something different.
But that's where you're wrong.
He did something different.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He did something different.
Wait. But guess what? No. You got to keep trying the same thing with different variations. Guess what? You got to keep the formula stays. The formula got to change a little bit, but you got to keep trying the same thing with variations. Okay? So because you know what happens? No. You know what happens? It's called the law of there's no law. I'm about to tell you something wrong. It's called you're extracting. Every time you do something wrong, you learn something new. Every time you do something wrong, you learn something new. So
exactly.
You gotta keep doing. No. I'm not finished with you. Trust me. You're about to get this work. Listen. So he had to keep trying because you can't. He's not throwing out the entire thing. He's just you know what he's doing? He's trying the same thing, but then he's making minor adjustments as he's going. Oh, okay. So this worked. If I put X over here and I put Y over here, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna keep X over. Have y'all watched the little games that you see online where they have a box, right? The box is there, right? And then they have the different color drinks, and we can see the color drinks, but the other players can.
Yeah.
Okay. You put the drink down, and then you put another drink down. So there's a formula, right? When they tell you yes, that's correct, and then another person takes it up, and then the person that told you that was correct. What you're doing is you got to keep going, building upon the other drinks. When you know something works, you keep that, and then you get rid of what did not work.
So
we got to give Prime time to cook.
Okay. So
He's trying to figure it out.
With that analogy, put that in Coach Prime terms. Tell me tell me what's not been working.
Tell you right now.
Tell me what's not been working. What's been?
I'm in my element right now. Let's go, and I'll tell you. So Coach Prime, because he lost a lot, Coach Prime had to make adjustments to his O-line, right? So now he's moving people around because the thing is, Coach Prime knows football. Okay, I know a lot of y'all think y'all know more than Coach Prime, but Coach Prime knows football. Let's just be frank. He knows football. He knows talent, and he knows football. Now, here it goes. He's making adjustment. He's putting people where he thinks is going to work out for what he knows is coming. So that's what he's doing. All right. So Coach Prime goes out and he finds a way to beat NDSU. NDSU is a really good team, and people can come on here and say, "Oh yeah, NDSU is good. NDSU is good." Coach Prime found a way to beat NDSU. So in Coach Prime's language, every game he extrapolates something that works, right? And then in the next game, he's going to try something different. I don't want you to catch me in a coinkyding where I have already said that I need Coach Prime to take over a game, because I want to see how Coach Prime coaches in its totality, because I want to see Coach Prime get as hype as Dan Lanning or just take over a game. I'm still waiting for that to see that myself. Okay, but I know that every single game, Coach Prime is going to take something away and say, okay, they did this to us, they were able to do that to us. In this next game, let's make sure we change it. We only have a sample size. We only have a small sample size, and the reason why I can't really tell you is because we got to wait.
Give us a football example of
give
everything.
me football examples of what they exactly did in Nebraska that they did differently from NDSU of what he learned.
Let me bring on CSB Leo. Maybe they can help me make this argument. And I'm also going to bring on Coach McKinney. Coach McKinney, welcome to the show. I don't know if you guys are here to help me or speak on the affirmative, whatever. But welcome to the show, guys. I'm going to go with CSB Leo first, and then I'll go to Coach McKinney. Maybe they can help me with that. CSB Leo, can you help me with that, or should I go to Coach McKinney?
Go to Coach McKinney first.
Coach McKinney, are you able to help me with what are incremental adjustments that Coach Prime has made?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna come from a coaching perspective.
All right.
When you're dealing with when you're coaching a game, every coach analyzes all their players and their strengths and weaknesses. Now, everybody on here, we're looking at this program from a long view, but we're not at every practice. Like I keep hearing everybody talking about, oh, they shouldn't play Charlie, shouldn't play Charlie. But what if Charlie's the hardest working player or a running back in your room? Like a lot of people don't know the backstory. Charlie is one of those guys that's the first to be at practice and the last to leave. So when you see a kid go from not having a scholarship to earning his way onto the team, when Coach Prime said he was going to get ready to run everybody off, the kid didn't shy away. He kept busting his butt. He kept working hard. He got faster and stronger with their weightlifting coaches. And he's the hardest working guy one of the hardest working guys on the team. You can't do nothing but as a coach, give that young man opportunity. So when he's running the ball, everybody want to get mad. It wouldn't matter if you would have put dang on Walter Payton in that backfield Saturday. He wasn't going to run through Nebraska. Nebraska got two defensive tackles who are going to be first or second rounders. So when Coach Prime is looking at is, how do these guys perform under adversity? If we're losing, do they quit or they still fighting? What they do? Because I need to know who I got to get rid of, who I can trust, who I can play, because it's going to be a long season.
I got pushback.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, that's not a good.
I got pushback to that. What coach at?
We're comparing your what's the name? They're comparing JJ Stallworth is comparing your comparison with a janitor. The janitor is first in and last out.
Here's one thing I want to throw out. Everybody want to jump on our host here about coaching and stuff. Here's one thing I want to throw out with everybody. Do everybody remember how bad the damn Dallas Cowboys were back in the late 80s? And Jimmy Johnson took 3 years.
They still bad.
He took 3 years to fix them. No. But it took Jimmy Johnson 3 years.
They bad now.
The first year they sucked. The second year they still sucked. The third year they got better after the draft picks started coming to fruition and the guys started playing the way he felt like they were going to play. Then they went on their championship run. Mm-hmm. Same thing at JSU. Coach Prime went in. It was easier to win faster at JSU because he was pulling D1 talent down to HBCU schools. Now you're at a school that has D1 talent going against other D1 talents. It's going to take a little longer. And then the other thing I want everybody to realize, you guys act like y'all
Hey, Coach, let me clean that up a little bit. When you said D1, both of them are D1. It's just different levels, though. It's both D1.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the level. Well,
FBS and FCS.
Yeah, FBS and FCS, but they're both D1. Just for those who are listening.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But what you finna say, Coach? You said everyone what?
The Power 5. Yeah, I was gonna say all you guys are jumping on on Coach Prime in Colorado, but I want everybody to remember one thing. He had the worstest team in college football when he took over. When Matt Rule took over Nebraska, they were not the worst team. I just pulled the stats up. Their defense was ranked in the top 30. Their offense sucked. Their offense was in the top 60. Coach Prime team was at the bottom out of 126 schools. It was 126 and 125 offense and defensively.
Wait,
So
I thought it was
that's why-
130 something. I thought it was
Well,
130
maybe
something.
132. Maybe 132. 'Cause they've added more teams that moved up. Like UCF has come up and all them. So a lot of them
There
guys
was
are coming to
132
Power
in
Five.
defense last year. They got worse on defense with Coach Prime.
They were not 132 in everything defensively last year.
They was overall they was ranked 132 out of 134 teams. They got worse in defense under Coach Prime. They got worse.
Guys,
Hey, Coach, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If you go to a car lot and the roof is missing, are you gonna buy that car?
Heck no.
Wait,
Huh?
what we talking about here?
No,
That's a hold on. That's a self decision. He chose to take over Colorado.
No. All y'all are wrong.
Listen,
Here's the deal.
listen,
Oh, no,
hold on.
no,
Let
hold
me
on.
finish.
I'm not gonna
Let
let
me
you say
finish.
that. I'm not
Let
gonna
me
let you say that
finish.
because no. I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna
Okay,
let
go
you say
ahead.
that because it is harder for a black coach to get a top tier job. So sometimes you have to take the worst and try to make something good out of it. And a lot of times, as black folks, y'all forget that mess. That man had to take what was given to him. He was not offered the big time jobs like a lot of people
y'all?
think he was. Or I'm just saying, as a conglomerate, everybody as a whole, people as a whole. Most people do not realize, because I am a black coach and I deal with it every day. You do not get the best of the best jobs. They're not going to just give us anything. We have to take
I
doo-doo
agree with you.
and turn it into sugar. And that's
Okay,
what
I
he's
agree
doing
with
with
you on that.
Colorado.
Okay,
But
I agree with you. Now, hold on.
I would take pride in that. I would take pride in taking the worst school that I found and turn it into something.
Then what's the problem? Then what's the problem, guys? He's trying to do
Light
that.
bulb. Hey, JD, every time
Hey,
you say something, I'm going to say light bulb.
Let me say something real quick, JD. Hold on. Hey, Coach, I'm glad that you came on the show using that title, Coach. I'm a coach.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Now, as a coach, you talked about Charlie Offerdahl,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And his work ethic and everything, the Rudy story, it sounds good. It really does. Okay. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
They really do.
But if you are
right now.
if you really the coach that you come on the show talking about that you are, you able to recruit a kid that's fourth string with over 600 rushing yards as fourth string last year, that coming from a program that puts out a tremendous amount of running backs into the NFL, and you got a walk-on, regardless of his work ethic. I feel like
No. You can't put a kid on the field if he ain't got no work ethic. I don't care who you are.
Stop.
bro.
They all got
He
work
coming
ethic. Don't do
from
that.
Ohio State.
No coach does that. No coach will put a kid on the
Wait,
field.
He come from Ohio State.
It don't matter what team you come from. Hey, Kwamani McLean was 5-star coming from Florida.
Come on, Harry, don't do that, Harry.
You know you wasn't good.
Ohio State.
What do you mean don't do that? Kwamani McLean was 5-star.
I know that. He coming from.
He was the number one corner in the nation, guys.
Listen.
I mean, he back in his neighborhood chilling. What I'm saying is,
Exactly.
Coach. What I'm saying, hey, Coach. What I'm saying is, Dylan Hayden.
Tim, be careful because you be
No.
Tim, you're a pretty solid dude, so be careful because I think you're digging yourself a little bit right here.
Let me talk about
Be careful,
Charlie.
Tim. You're kind of digging. You're digging yourself.
I got you. Listen, Coach, I understand what you're saying about Charlie's work ethic. It's good. It sounds good.
Yeah, work.
And maybe
you can't go over attitude with work ethics. Like,
listen. Yeah,
you gotta be
it
careful.
sounds good, but we know he's not the best running back. But yes, his work ethic is great. Listen. He got a scholarship. It's great. And even him starting at NDSU, I had no issue with that. He deserved it. But when you have Dallin in and you see that Dallin is the better back, you put him in Nebraska. You stop it. It's done now. When you're at goal line against NDSU and you put Draylon Miller as running back instead of Dallin, instead of Micah, that's an issue. I'm sorry. We saw what Micah did in spring. We saw what Michael did to Shiloh in front of Prime at goal line. And then at the end of the game, you say, man, yo, Micah's a beast. We really should have.
It's what's happening. Listen, we're not privy. We're not privy to the decision, the everyday decisions. That part, like, we gotta be very careful when we start saying this person should be here, this person should play. We gotta be careful because we're not there, right? We're not.
I'm saying what
hold on, Harry. Be careful.
Prime
be careful. You got people. You got his peers. You have his peers. People that played in the National Football League saying the same exact thing that we saying.
And Prime said this
I'm
too.
the one that played Joe Class interviews and his peers interviews and saying, hey, Prime, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? I'm with y'all. I'm just saying when it comes to personnel, there has to be a point where we say, maybe Coach Prime sees something. Maybe his staff, they see something that we're not seeing. And we got to be careful on the outside trying to say, hey, Coach Prime, you got bad players in the wrong position. Like, I feel like we need to be very careful how we deal with that. And for that,
I'm not, Harry. I'm sorry, Harry.
You said that earlier about the O-line. You said that O-line was out of position. Now you saying
wait.
Now, you just,
I said they were
now
out
you
of position.
yourself. Now that's a contradiction.
I never said the O-line was out of position.
I said it.
Out of position.
I said it. I'm a kid.
All right, my bad. I
never
apologize.
said that.
I apologize.
I said scheme.
said it.
My whole thing is scheme. But hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me bring CSB Leo on. Are you ready, my guy? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, here we go. CSB Leo, please jump in here. You're the second guy I'm bringing on because you do be making some kind of neutral. You can go neutral. So give me your best neutral. What's the name when it comes to this topic? If you need me to remind you of what we're talking about, I can.
Yeah, please bring me up to speed just so I'm on point.
All right, so I think what Coach McKinney try to defend is Coach Prime as far as how Coach Prime has been developing. All right, and some of the changes that he's had to make. We were having a light bulb failure versus is he a bad coach because he's making mistakes currently, and then I made the whole light bulb analogy about. You can fail 1,000 times, but as long as you if you're winning, you're winning. So the question became, who asked the question? Who was it? JD? Somebody asked the question.
No, Coach was talking about.
No. There was a reason why. No. I'm talking about what Coach was talking about in general. I said Coach McKinney. Can you help and articulate what Coach Prime? What adjustments Coach Prime has made as far as personnel, player, and stuff like that. So I think that's what was it JD or Obi that asked the question?
No, I asked the question of what improvement have y'all seen from Coach Prime from last year to this year?
So that's what we were talking about. And listen, I'm still on this idea of, hey, he can make mistakes, but is he a bad coach? I don't believe Coach Prime is a bad coach. He's just making a lot of mistakes, and I believe he can change it. So that's why I wanted to get your thoughts. We got to get up out of here real soon, though.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Y'all been cooking for almost 4 hours, man. Y'all, but this is how
I got football practice.
This is how passionate people get around about Colorado football. Whether they support the team, whether they think Deion is terrible, whether they think the team has no talent. It's great for football conversations. Now let's get to the point, which is the Nebraska loss was a ripping off of the Band-Aid over many of the issues that the team has, but they have been able to overcome when one side of the team has to carry the load, right? So Colorado can win football games as long as their offense is lights out. They can win shootouts. What they cannot win is that control the clock, run the football, and play it safe kind of football right now.
Dominate the line of scrimmage.
You see what I'm saying? if you get if Colorado's offense is working, they are really, really a hard team to beat, right? So the question now becomes, what adjustment is Colorado going to make for the games where their offense is not lights out? Okay. We've all been saying it. They need to run the football. In my personal opinion, coming out of the Nebraska game is you not only need to run the football at this point, you need to prove that you're committed to running the football, whether it works or not.
Exactly. And I don't care. I don't want to hear nothing else. Don't go to the press conference and say anything if you don't try. I don't want to hear it. I want you to run the ball the entire first half.
Because what the team has proven is they can lose throwing the ball. What they now have to prove is the fear that you have that you might lose if you run the ball. We need you to prove to us that you will lose if you run the ball, because we've already seen the opposite end. And that is a sad state of affairs. When Colorado cannot throw the ball, it's painful to watch. You understand? And I think that's the visceral pain, whether you're a supporter or not, you're kind of feeling bad for the guy. I know a lot of people in the chat are like, the people who don't like Prime are laughing because, hey, they're having fun at somebody's expense. But you know that game last night, you wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy as a coach.
Because that's all we got.
Not last night, but Nebraska. That was
all we got is the pass, and we can't do that. Then we look really, really bad.
Right. So that was just a sad showing. So what I'm saying is, we know Colorado can win the football game, but everything has to go right with the pass. What we're asking for as fans is we need to see you run the ball, right? We need to see not only that you're going to try to run the ball, but that you're absolutely committed to it. That's my only real feedback.
Like, Prime, I'm one of your biggest supporters, Prime, but my goodness, if you don't run that ball, Prime, I'm going to unleash everything. I would not care if all 13,000 members of this subscribers unsubscribed. I would not care. If you don't do this, my guy, I don't care. And then teach your son how to hand the ball off and get away and not keep his arm with the ball. You got to teach your son how to hand the ball off, how to be a magician, how to do like Caleb Williams did at USC. That dude was a magician when it comes to the run. You couldn't tell who had the ball. He made you miss. The linebackers were running for him, but he had already handed it off. Shador shows you the ball. He says, look, Charlie Offerdor's about to get it. Come and go get Charlie. He got the ball. It's coming. I'm trying to tell you, like, if Prime don't run the ball, bro, I don't know how much more I can defend him.
And so here's the spin that I'm putting on, right? So we love 4 and 5 wide receivers. I think that is a formation that has to be earned at this point, right? The formations that you should be in until you prove that you could run the ball, I should see a tight end in the game on almost every down, because you know your linemen need help. You need to hand the ball off like you're trying to make Dallin Hayden or Michael Welsh or Charlie Offerdahl a 1,000-yard back, right? They need to be eaten on first and second down for the most part. You can mix it up on third down. But if Colorado doesn't face the music and realize that every team is going to employ the NDSU Nebraska strategy, which is to hold on to the ball, play safe, sound football, it's going to be a very long season.
Yeah, and let me answer him in the chat. Like, USC had a line, Harry. Like again, everybody's got a line except Colorado. But guess what? Guess what the what do you call it? The solution to not having a line is, or guess what? Some remedies of that is. If you know you don't got a line, then you got to be one of the best schemers in the game of college football. If you know you're deficient on one side of the ball, or in any part of college football or football, then you got to be very, very astute in tricking and making people miss. Because I don't know that there's going to be any time where Colorado has an advantage not in the next 5 years, until 5 years, right? So then that means that we gotta find a way to make them miss, find a way to trick them. That's I've been saying that this whole freaking live for over 4 hours. I've been trying to say the same thing, but saying USC had a line. USC having a line is not the point I'm making. The point is the quarterback has to still have the skill to hide the ball. So having a line, having the skill to hide the ball, two different things. So we missed the part. Hold on. We missed the part where I'm saying hide the ball because we so focused on the line. So what about the skill of hiding the ball when you do have the line? You still got to have that skill of hiding the ball. So we can argue two things can be right at the same freaking time, and I'm getting upset with that. Like, stop it with the stupidity. You don't know football. You don't know football. They have a line. It's not just that. Even with the line, Caleb Williams still he still hit the ball. He was still a magician in hiding the ball, even with the line. So every time they faced an opponent that had a really good line, also a defensive line, he was tricking them because he was a magician with hiding the ball. That's why he went over all one. Stop playing with me, man.
Hey, Harry. You letting him run your blood pressure up today.
No, man. You can't be that stupid, man. Like, come on, man.
Hey, but what I was going to say was Oregon is, to me, this is just my personal opinion. As much as I don't like Oregon does a great job of their schemes. I mean, they move people around, they shifting. They just do a great job at what they do. And they not the biggest, they not no SEC and all that. But they give those type of schools problems with their schemes.
Okay. I'm laughing at the comment that's up here, but go ahead.
But no, I wouldn't give him all that energy.
No, this one is not him. This one is Seeking God Films. Too many black people on the O-line.
Right now, do you feel like we have schemes or no?
No, we're not doing anything. We're not doing no play. Like we could.
Are y'all listening to me on this show at all, or am I just screaming for no reason?
I understand what you're talking about, but I got a question for what's that?
They don't even. The thing is, they don't even have a short passing game. They just want to drop.
That's what Joe Clatt was saying. Please go watch my video, y'all. What are y'all? Are y'all trolling me?
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, even if the run doesn't work, I mean, we do have to run the ball. The problem is, right? Let's be real. Like,
something happened to your audio.
Yeah.
But hey, that's called scheme. It's called schematic. That's what Joe Clatt was trying to explain. I couldn't explain it in football terms, but Joe Clatt did a really good job, and I put it in that video. Y'all go watch that video. But I'm trying to tell you, like, it's called scheme. You gotta have motion. Joe Clatt was saying there was no motion on the line. There's no creativity. You need a short game. You need to be able to put little boxes where if you are ready to run, you have a specific run design that's going to block because you know that your line sucks and they can't move nobody. So you're going to have to do a different scheme as opposed to just trying to run straight down the middle with Charlie Upperdale and making him look bad. You're going to have to design a different way to block for Charlie to be able to do what he does. That is the whole thing I've been saying this whole time.
Hey, Harry, I'm glad you said Harry, and that's why I sent you that video, because one of the guys that played for Colorado on the O-line, he talked about so many different things that Colorado could have done or implement. Not only that, he even talked about guys on the O-line playing out of position. So just check it out.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Because
I just think this, man. Like, we come to watch a football game, and coach, it seems like coach just want to turn on the tape and watch Shedeur highlights. Honestly. And I think that's the problem, bro.
If we can predict what we're doing, that's sad.
We just want to see Shedeur go for 400 yards. He want to see Shedeur go for 400 yards. He want to hire OC.
Guys, the crazy thing is
they want to throw the ball around.
Hold on. The crazy thing is Shedeur, before the season starts, said man, I don't even care if I get 200 yards. I don't care if I get 150. I'm just trying to win. So, like, he even said it before, like, yo, he doesn't care if we run the ball. And we're not running the ball.
I think some of you guys are letting your personal. Hold on, bro. I think some of you guys are letting, whether it's personal or just upset with Coach Prime. We got to get off this. He's only caring about his son. He don't care about that. Listen, this man is a multi-millionaire. That man did not have to go into coaching, and he didn't have to go into college coaching.
Bro,
I'm speaking from a father that have coached his own child. It upsets me greatly when I hear people want to tear down a father who is coaching, because the first thing everybody wants to go to, because the only thing you can go to is he only doing it for his son, or he only want to see his son do that.
Yeah, that's the part I don't agree with.
Hey,
Coach, let me say this though. Coach,
bro,
hold on. Let me say this, because I think this is important. Where I got to part ways with Coach McKinney is I agree with the part when people, I don't agree with the part when people say he's only doing it for his sons. I don't agree with that part. One thing that I do have to say, Coach, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, is the fact that he trusts Shedeur so much that he runs everything through Shedeur and not having a real game plan. That part is irking the Liberian off of my black skin. Fact. I'm telling you, like,
bro,
Prime has this weird thing, like it's almost like this. You know how Trump loves his daughter? Prime has this love affair with his son when it comes to football, that he's so good. I'm going to run put the ball in Two's hands, and because you know what I'm saying, and let him do it. That irks me. I hate that about Prime.
Bro,
and that's why I keep saying I can't wait till Shedeur leaves, because I want to see Prime as a coach. Everything is Shedeur. And I don't like the fact that everything runs through him, because he doesn't make the perfect decisions all the time. So it's like, why don't we just design a play and say, okay, this guy is going through the A gap, Shedeur hand the ball off and get out of the way.
Thank you, man. Like, it ain't about no personal.
I can't do it with y'all. Y'all killing me.
No,
bro,
okay,
you not.
Okay, Coach,
Bro,
you gotta take the blinders off, Coach, I want your opinion on that part of it. I want to hear your opinion. Do you think that Coach Prime runs the offense? Hold on. Do you think he runs the offense? He trusts Shedeur too much, and he runs the offense through him because Shedeur is just the best player, or do you just what are your thoughts on this?
I think he runs the offense through Pat. I think Pat runs that offense, trusts Shedeur a lot. I think Coach Prime feels that he has.
Wait, you say Pat trusts Coach Shedeur more than Prime trusts Shedeur?
No. I think Pat, because he's coaching with Prime, he's trusting Shedeur too much. I think
his
Prime
hands
does,
are tied to Shedeur, just like Sean Lewis's hands.
I do believe Coach Prime is putting too much or allowing Shedeur to do too much. But here's the kickback to that. He's groomed the boy since he was 5 years old, so he knows.
But nobody cares anymore. We don't care about that no more, man. Like, that's your son. We love both of y'all, but now we want to see Colorado football.
No. I'm gonna ask you something. How many of you guys are fathers on here?
I'm a father. I gotta go to football practice real soon, so we gotta end this.
Just give me a quick second, and I'm gonna wrap it up real fast. Those of you that are fathers to a son who has played a sport, and you have groomed your son and really put the time and energy into your son.
Violence.
You know what your son can and cannot do.
Violence.
And one thing about it, he believes that his son can do a lot on that field, and his son has proved it time and time again. Now they're in an environment where it's harder, and yet his son still is proving it. Just like the Nebraska game. Everybody mad because he threw an interception. Everybody mad because he threw an interception for a touchdown, for a pick six. How many pick sixes has Shedeur thrown in his career?
Coach.
Hey,
let's wait. Wait, let me say something, Coach.
If you're gonna answer, are you a father?
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm definitely a father.
No.
Me?
JD, are you a father?
Yeah, I got 3 kids.
Okay, then you can answer. Go ahead,
Coach. and I got 2 boys.
Okay.
But the thing is, Coach, you're supposed to be a football coach. It ain't about him throwing no interception, man. Let's be honest. It ain't about the interception to completion ratio. It ain't about none of that. You know that play. If you're supposed to be a football coach like you say you are, I don't know you personally, but you say you're a football coach. You know as a football coach, you don't throw the ball to the wide side of the field. You don't throw the ball.
JD don't like mistakes.
No, that's football 101.
He said he made a mistake.
He's saying it right. But heck, he's getting hit so much. The boy got PTSD. He's trying to hurry him get rid of the ball and not get intercept. I mean, not get a
nobody's
safety.
mad
So,
at nobody's mad at the interception. People get mad when you break football rules 101. You don't throw the ball to the wide side of the field.
Okay, all right, listen, guys. We got to end this real soon. But let me ask you, JD, do you trust Shador that when he said I made a mistake, like we do give him a little bit of grace to make some mistakes,
It's
right?
football. You're going to throw interceptions. That's what happens.
That's it. He said he made a mistake. Listen, it's not often that he makes those mistakes. So
I agree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we can move off of that. That's not a
I'm
not a thing. My only thing is, listen, at least we got halfway with Coach McKinney, who loves Coach Prime because he's a dad. They both coach. At least he said he understands that Coach Prime, trusts Shador a little bit uncannily trusts his son a little bit too much, right?
Man, listen.
Yeah, maybe a little too much, yeah.
Coach
maybe a little bit too
McKinney.
much. So, but listen. So at the end of the day, we still cannot say Coach Prime is a bad coach because Coach Prime, we got to give him more grace. And I would say, I know a lot of y'all can't wait to tee up if he loses on Saturday, and a lot of y'all can't wait till right? You know what I'm saying? So, my suggestion.
Me personally,
my suggestion is the end of the season. I'm going to ask you, JD and Obi, and for you guys who are really ready to go to tee off on Coach Prime, I'm going to ask y'all to wait to the end of the season, please.
No. Listen, let me say this. I know you got to go. Let me say this. Listen, win or lose, right? It's not about, for me, it's not about, it is about win and lose, but it's not. It's about making improvements week to week, right? If they lose this game, right? And
but
they
show
look better,
up, I'll be with you.
Listen, I'm gonna come back, right? And if they lose this game and look better, I'm gonna say they improved, right? Because that's what it's about. It's not about. I mean, it's about wins and losses, but it's at this point for Colorado, it's about improvement. It's about looking better than you did the week before to eventually get to a win. But I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna say this last thing. Now, when y'all, Coach McKinney, I'm gonna kind of direct this to you a little bit. Now, when you, I don't know what your eyes is telling you, right? But you can't tell me. I gotta put it. It may have a little negative connotation, but it is what it is. Bro. Listen. As a football coach, you're not gonna sit here and tell me that a guy, right, that went to Colorado, that played Colorado State last year, they win the OT and you get the ball first, and you telling me like in OT we taking the ball first. You know, in college football, if you win the toss, you play defense. They take the ball. You don't do that. You do is you play defense so you can see what my offense got to do. And then after they won the game fortunately. But after the game, you say, "Oh, I know. I got to put the ball in Two's hands. We don't put pressure on us. We don't put pressure on them. Or they don't put pressure on us. We put pressure on them. That's not how you play football." So at the end of the day,
I don't like the whole two stuff.
That might be your philosophy. Hold on a second. That might be your philosophy. Every coach has a certain philosophy. Some coaches do apply pressure. Some coaches play defense first. So I'm not mad either way how he looked at it. But what his initial comment was, the defense wasn't stopping them. So let me go offense first because I see my offense is still scoring in their groove. And let's see if we can put pressure on them. Because if we score a touchdown, they have to get a touchdown. If we only kick a field goal, well, we made it easy for them because they can just do a couple plays and kick a field goal and we'll go into double, triple, whatever the case may be. So every coach has a certain philosophy. I've coached with coaches that like to apply pressure. I've coached with coaches who are defensive. When I've been a head coach, I prefer defense. So in that situation, I probably would have went defense first. But if I had a quarterback that I trust and my offense is clicking, I can see myself doing the exact same thing. So that's all in your personal preference. That has nothing to do with, oh, you're not a good coach because you chose to do this. No. Every coach has their own philosophy that works for them, and everybody's going to choose their own thing. If you're the head coach, you probably went defense. And guess what? If they score a touchdown, now you got pressure on you because you got to score a touchdown to win the game.
You're right.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
I wanna comment on Coach McKinney's questioning about the head coach and having a son playing for your team. I yes, I'm me as a father. I'm gonna do everything that I can for my child to put them in the best position possible to maybe make that next leap of faith into the NFL or NBA or whatever sport they choose to play. But I'm not gonna sacrifice the rest of these kids that's coming in that I'm
Facts.
bringing in to uh or ruin. I'm not gonna say necessarily ruin their careers. I'm gonna use the term stall their careers.
Who's
You
he
know,
stalling?
because well, right now, if you
Yeah.
look at it,
Yo, they're
wait, hold
looking
on, hold
bad,
on, hold
yo.
on, hold on.
Who's
They're looking
Right now,
bad, bro.
okay? I'm gonna ask y'all this question.
right, hold
If you
on,
take,
coach.
if
Right,
no, no,
coach.
just
Hold on
real
one
quick. Hold on,
second.
hold on. Let me throw
Hey,
this
see,
out. Let me throw this out.
let
Let me
him
throw
let
this
him
out real
finish his
quick.
thought, then you can have it. Let him finish his
I go
thought.
ahead. I go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Because
ahead.
right now, you got a player like
Travis.
Amarion Miller. He's pretty much, if you pay attention to the body language, he's pretty much tapped out.
He's in the portal, isn't he?
Oh, he's
They,
gonna
they
hit
all
that
hitting the portal.
portal.
No, he won't.
Yes, he will. Hey, listen, mark my
Stop.
words.
He is,
I
bro.
know some people that know
He
him
won't.
from back home in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Todd,
Listen,
the dude that had a good game against USC last year.
Yeah,
yes,
he's in the
Oh
bro.
yeah,
portal.
he out of there. He
When
out of
He's
there.
Shador
tapped out.
leaves, it's done. If they don't have
Bro.
a winning record and Shador leaves, everyone's hitting the portal.
Even Jordan Seaton will leave.
Seaton will hit the portal. Everybody's
Mark
hitting
my
the portal.
word. Hey, Harry, was I correct last year? Harry, was
Yeah.
I correct when I said Carmoney No, I said Dylan Edwards gonna
Yeah,
probably
Dylan.
leave.
Yeah.
Remember that? And y'all was
Yeah, yeah.
like, you crazy.
Well, I don't remember saying you're crazy, but
I'm the one who broke
Dylan
it.
Well,
Edwards left because you got Charlie Offerdine, a walk on when you offer a
Starting.
scholarship
coach,
started.
And he's a
So it made
he's a
coach,
sense why he
junior.
left.
stop
It
y'all
made
all
leave
that,
Charlie
coach.
alone, man.
He's
Y'all
a
crazy.
junior.
bro.
Imagine his senior year. Who's going to transfer as running back to Colorado? They're not playing.
What
That's Rudy part
that's why
two.
everybody was mad at. That's why everybody was talking about Cavassier smoke last year. It was his last year. Give him a chance to run the ball. You got Dylan Edwards, a
Exactly.
freshman. But hey, nobody want to listen.
And
you
Dylan
wasting.
couldn't block. At
I
least put him
said
in to
that, coach.
block. Like,
All
come
right,
on.
guys, y'all about to make me late for football practice. Let's get some
Oh
final thoughts in
Lord.
here so everybody can.
Hold on.
Let
Let me
me get
Can't
say.
wait
everybody.
to
Let me
Friday.
hold on.
Let,
Let me get that last
Final
comment in real
thoughts. Final
fast.
thoughts, man.
let me get final thoughts, man, because everybody will have an
Okay,
opportunity.
thank you.
Keep it. Chantel, you came right at the end of the show.
Hey.
What's up? Oh,
And
okay.
when your
Hey,
next show,
JD,
Harry? When your next show?
my next show, I might just pull up tomorrow. I don't know.
Hey, all right. My
I
final
might just
thoughts
pull up
is
tomorrow because you guys are ready to tee up on Coach Prime. And
listen.
dang, I wanted to have a show where we talk about Grace, but Grace has different colors. So, but anyways, JD, what's your final thoughts, man? You ready?
Hey man, I just said I enjoyed the panel, man.
Get
We
your
all can agree
water
to
bottle.
disagree. We all agree to disagree. I think we have our final. We all have our thoughts and philosophy of what we see, or perspectives of what we, of football and Colorado football. Me
In
personally.
your final thoughts, give me your CSU prediction as far as wins score.
All right. To finish my final thoughts. I think we all want to see this whole thing be successful. I just think we got like different lenses of how we looking at the game. But yeah. Appreciate y'all having me. Final score prediction. I don't know, man. I gotta look at CSU. See how they been looking. I don't know, bro. I really don't know.
Before Nebraska, people will be like, "Yo, oh yeah, 27-8."
No, I watched Nebraska and I knew it was gonna be long. I actually betted on Nebraska and I took the spread, so yeah, I made some money. But I don't know, man. I'm just hoping for a good game and a much improved game from
Bro, you
week
can't
1 to
give.
week
It's
2.
that bad. You can't give me a score.
Yeah, man. I just hope a much improved game, bro. That's all I'm hoping for.
I'm the same with you with my final
Yo,
thoughts.
Tim, go ahead, Tim. What's your final thoughts, please? Wow.
I mean, a great show, man. I'm really hoping that they could turn this thing around. I mean, I'm not counting them out, but I am rooting for Prime, but I'm also gonna be critical of him in the midst of it as well. But just because I want to see him win, I want to see him win, as Coach McKinney talked about, as a black man, a black coach. Yes, I want to see you do the unimpossible. So it's just like, I mean, I want to see you make some changes. So if he's willing to make the changes and we see different, and you give Dylan at least 15 to 20 touches a game, then I'm all for it, man. But I am gonna be critical, regardless if they win or not.
Well, Dylan out this week. Dylan out this week.
Dallon's out.
Dallin is out. He's hurt.
Well, I
But
better
man,
see
y'all-
some. I better see some of Michael
More-
Welch.
y'all, how y'all telling a gold jacket how to coach? What is your final score?
Man, let me give you that on Friday. I need to look and see.
Yeah.
Because the way I can't say this.
Are y'all
the way
listening to yourself? You got it's so bad now. Come on, man. We're 1-1.
Hey,
Like,
Harry,
y'all would be like this if it was. Oh my gosh, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Hey, listen,
Harry,
before
when
you
you
go,
get
before,
when
hey,
you get
Kim, go ahead.
when you get exposed like that, just the same way Oregon exposed them last season, and everybody jumped on that bandwagon, the same thing is about to happen come Saturday. If you can beat me passing, oh well, because I don't even believe you'll run the ball. So I drop 8 back in coverage.
You trying to start the show all over again. This is your final thoughts, man. Like, let's keep that until I might jump back on tomorrow or keep that until Friday. But everybody, man, listen. I'm coming to you. If you're here, please let me know. But I want everybody to please help my brother out. His name is his YouTube channel name is Common Sense Buffs. I just put that in the chat. Please go to that YouTube channel. Let's get him up to his numbers so he can get monetized, guys. Common Sense Buffs is the name, guys. Please subscribe to the channel and help him out. He's new to the CU universe, but as you guys can tell, when he comes on here, man, he lights it up. This guy is very knowledgeable and he's astute, you know. So please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I appreciate that. Obi, are you here?
I'm here.
All right. What are your final thoughts, my brother?
Yeah, man. Again, just to fast forward, I don't have a score prediction because honestly, I don't know if the changes will be made.
Wow.
I don't know if Charlie's going to be starting. I don't know. I don't know if Tyler Brown's going to be tackle. I don't know. So I can't even give you a final score prediction. I just hope that they make the changes. They said that at NDSU when they won, Coach Prime said, even though we won, it still doesn't feel good. There's some things we need to change. And I didn't see nothing on offense change. Nothing at all. So hopefully Colorado State.
There were changes. They were losing, so it was hard to see the changes, but there was a lot of changes, guys.
Nah, bro.
I'm telling you, there were changes. Like if you slow the game down, there were a lot of changes.
Listen,
it's just hard to see when your offensive line is getting dominated.
Listen, I mean, I sent you a clip, but like I broke down every offensive lineman, running backs, tight ends, all their blocking on our offense, and they did terrible. Like,
hey, did you email me that?
Yeah, I'll email you.
Email me. I see it here, but I was like, is this a person coming in?
Yeah. So like that's like I'll literally highlight it you and like show you like our tight ends, he doesn't block at all. Charlie, he won't block at all. So it's like
no, Charlie blocks, but he's too small.
No, watch it. So like if we're seeing this in game and you're watching this to review it and you're still seeing this and you're still starting Charlie, that's an issue. I just don't understand why you're not putting other people.
Final thoughts.
That's my final thoughts.
He wants to go in again. Coach McKinney, please give me your final thoughts.
Man, I'm disappointed, man. I forgot the name of the show is Bandwagon Buff, and there's a whole bunch of bandwagon people on here. I mean, y'all crucify my boy Coach Prime, but it's okay. Being a coach,
that's not the name of the show.
Being a coach, I'm gonna stand up for the black coach. Am I gonna be critical?
Oh, you're gonna make it personal. I'm gonna stand up for the black coach.
Yeah. This is personal. This is
going
personal.
on right
This is
now.
personal. This is so personal. I'm gonna have to go check out Common Sense YouTube page because maybe the people on his page got more common sense than the bandwagon bub people on here that's hating. Half of them daddies, they got sons, but you're mad at the man doing right, trying to coach, but yet he playing favoritism to his sons. So let's just take his sons off the team and let's see how the team gonna look if they take Shador from quarterback. Because Shallow already out hurt.
You pandering right now.
I am. I would like for Coach Prime to say. I like for Coach Prime to say, if y'all hate me so much, let me step away from Colorado. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I came, no one on this channel was a Buffalo fan. But yet you are now because I'm here. But you want to hate me for trying to change the program around, and I'm not magic. I can't make it happen over overnight. So my last take is this. All y'all haters, I'm going to church for you. I'm going to pray that God will help you in your personal lives and be better fathers and quit hating on another black man who's not only trying to help other young black boys, but trying to help his son. God bless. Thank you, Harry, for a wonderful show.
Hey, don't say be better fathers, brother. You know what I mean? That ain't cool.
Hey, it's okay. He got it off. I understood that. I understood it. Okay, let him get that off, Tim. Let him have that. Okay, let Coach have that. Come on, Leo. Common sense buff. Come on, please speak some common sense.
Yeah, Harry B, man, you started this live in the middle of the workday. I wanted to get on here, couldn't get on here. So great conversation, man. I'm glad that you kept it going and gave me a chance to come on, and appreciate you for all the love and support and everybody in the chat, man. There's a reason why we're all here, right? Everybody's time is valuable, but there's a reason why win, lose, or draw, you still talk about this team. And it's not because everybody who provides their criticism wants this team to fail. People who rightfully, keyword rightfully, and constructively criticize you are needed. Those are people who you can call a true friend, because they're going to let you know when you're doing well, but they're also going to let you know when you're not doing well. To Coach McKinney's point, you want whoever your kid is to have friends that are going to big them up when they're doing well, and that are going to correct them and pull them off the edge when they're going in the wrong direction. I think that game at Nebraska is like having a big brother who you went in the house and called. He came out to help you fight. He got whooped up. And now Harry B asking me what I think he's going to do in the next fight. I don't know. I hope he's going to put up a fight in the next fight, but I just saw him got whooped, and I'm still dealing with the trauma. Now let's talk about what they have to do in order for us as fans to start to let go of some of that traumatic experience that we had on Saturday.
Preach, brother. Preach.
The only thing that's going to help with that feeling all fans felt after that game on Saturday is to see a change in their commitment to the run game. Win, lose, or draw on this Saturday, as
you can
long
lose
as
100,000 yards. I don't care. Just run the freaking ball.
As long as we see more variety in the formations and more ways of getting the ball into the various running back hands, because if Dallin is out, they're going to need to run the ball by committee to figure out who's going to be that solid number one or number two. Let's see you get the ball in the hands of the running back in different situations. You know, even if it's third and long, don't be so predictable. You still have an opportunity to run a halfback draw, even if you don't get it. I would prefer to see a 4-yard gain on a third and long, and now it be fourth and short and you have to punt, than see you pass the ball again on third and long and have it be batted down, or worst case scenario, be intercepted. That's all I'm hoping for this game. Now, I'm willing still to give a prediction, because we're all football fans. At some point, you got to put your money on the line. And here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a 24-14 CU with the victory in a more conservative scheme that takes the lessons learned over the first 2 games and they finally control the clock. That's why I have the score being what it is.
All right, guys, so on your screen, I got Common Sense Buffs. Guys, that is the YouTube channel of the guy that you just listened to. Yes, man, I'm so blessed to have this guy as part of my, my panel. Sometimes I'm blessed to have a coach like Coach McKinney. Come on, Tim Smith has been rocking with me all the way from the beginning with remember the tennis days? Remember when tennis was here? I'm trying to get tennis back on here, guys. when Coach Mike Lowry was not ran off. Y'all remember those days? I'm so blessed to have my community, Tim Smith, Coach McKinney, CSB Leo, guys. Support this brother, because he, he supports me and he makes a lot of sense, even though his name is Common Sense Buff. He makes a lot of sense. So, hey, man, I appreciate everybody for, supporting Yardman. You are a hater and you know it, but I love you anyway because you are you are a constituent of this channel, but you are a straight Coach Prime hater and you know it. But you don't care. You know you hate him, but you don't care that you and I can, it's like that. We can cuss each other out and you wouldn't care either way. But I appreciate you, y'all, man. I appreciate everybody. Hey, Shante, Wild Dog, Garciano, King P. I can't say all of your names. JJ Starworth, Cypher, D3 Minister, something, whatever that is. Y'all have a great evening, man. I got to go to football practice. My 9-year-old is playing, and I'm that dad.
Coaching? Are you
No,
coaching?
I'm the angry dad screaming, do the right thing by my son. So they pegged me. I'm the angry dad. Yeah, I'm the angry dad. I'm coach. You would hate me out there.
No. I want you to go stand with the coach while he coaching your son, so you can see it through his eyes. Go stand. Just say, I don't know a lot
But they
about
hate me
football.
now. They hate me now because they're not doing right. They don't know how to tell the kids. Maybe I'm just biased. I'm biased because I
Go
watch.
stand with him. It's one
I'm
thing
on
to
the
say
field.
that
I
you're doing
stand
right.
there, but I have to stand away now because they think I'm going to come on the field and tell my son what to do. Because I'm like, tell Micah what to do. He's an athlete. This is his first year, but you got to tell him what to do. Guess what they do? They tell him, hey, Micah, come in the game. Come stand right here. And then I'm like, but what is his assignment? He never played this sport before. He's just out there getting hit. And I'm like, tell him his assignment. Say, go get the ball. Say, go after this guy. So I'm that guy. And unfortunately, they've already pegged me. So I got to stay in the car, at least for a couple more practices. Because I don't want nobody to be like, I'm telling you, I'm the bad parent right now. And I accept it.
Coach. Volunteer to be a coach so you can help more. Instead of arguing with the coaches or going back and forth, or maybe feel like you're coming too strong, just volunteer to be a coach.
I know my son keeps saying, Daddy, you got to coach because you're good.
Yeah.
You're good at explaining stuff.
It's going to change. It's going to change the relationship with your son too. I'm going to tell you, having a son and you're coaching him, it's going to make your relationship even much stronger than what you already believe it is. Because now y'all going to talk about things outside of football. Because now you're starting to teach him life lessons, and you're going to see where his strengths and weaknesses are that other people may not see. And you'll be able to help him grow and become a better young man and eventually a father and a husband one day.
Salute to that. Leo, what you want to say? Because you got to say it fast.
Yo, Yard Man, comment of the day for me. He said, I look like somebody that once tried to scam him, bro. Can we like that comment?
I cannot.
Yo, put that as the top comment, man. Like, make Yard Man.
That is so bad. That is not a good comment at all.
Yo, that's hilarious, man. Yard Man, chill.
Yo, how do you know you're scammers, my guy?
Yeah, man. I got a
oh, that's too much.
Investment for you, Yard Man. Oh, I'm gonna send you that cash app, brother.
I think because you got the headphone on, you look all professional, and then you know what? That got to end the show. We got to end the show on that. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. All right, guys. Everybody, take care. Peace out.
Love and peace.
Peace out. Oh my gosh, y'all are crazy, bro.